No matter where in the world, we love Guyana. What are your colors? How do you represent? I love Guyana. Order yours today. We ship worldwide. Delta 9 Media.
One love, one people, the mission complete. One love, one flag, one nation, right? Under the stars, divine presence in the sky. Unity, no war, let the children thrive. Power to the people, we keep hope alive.
Cash grant and the administration of that payout, 63,500,000,000. Secondly, support the cost of living initiatives, 9 billion. Expenditure of CDC, 120 million. And that is the disaggregation of the total that you see there, 72,620,000,000. And that will be circulated before the end of today's session, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable members.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Honorable
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Considering that explanation, am I allowed, with your gracious permission, to just ask the Prime Minister, they disaggregated the 63 billion, how much is for administration and how much is for the actual cash grant? Just the disaggregated.
I will allow. Honorable Prime Minister, if you have that.
Mr. Chairman, the answer, 62,500,000,000 for the actual cash grant, and 1 billion for the administration of the payout.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister. Honorable members, let us invite the staff of the Honorable Great Bishop Juan Edgehill to join him in the well.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your kind words. But I think, Mr. Chairman, since we're in committee, we also have something that we all could be very proud of. You know, West Indies has just won the match. And the former player, now commentator, Hasir Hussein, said something that's very interesting. Guyanese are powering the West Indies in this tournament. And I think that's very instructive of where Guyana is today, sir. I think we have some 6 players on the team, and West Indies is getting back to her glory days, but I think Guyanese are powering the West Indies at this time. It's a bright spot for Guyana that we all should be very proud of, sir.
Great Bishop, I was going to make mention that we congratulate the West Indies team on their 2 victories.
I don't think you would ever want to miss that opportunity, Mr. Chairman.
And especially for these last 2 games, and for a little while, I was going to say that Guyanese formed the backbone of this T20 team.
It's because of the cash grant.
Honorable members, the Honorable Minister is in place. His team is with him, and I will start his time running at 2:13. We have 1 hour to consider this agency. So let us turn to pages 174 and 175. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Ministry of Public Works, Program 311, Policy Development and Administration, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Saiku Andrews.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Line item 6321 for 1,498,784. Mr. Chair, when I look at this line item, subsidies to local organizations, I notice that there's a zero allocation for the Berbice Bridge. My question to the Honorable Minister is, can you explain, having toll-free crossing, how is it that this year there's no allocation for the Berbice Bridge?
Honorable Bishop.
Mr. Chair, thank you, and thank you to the honorable member for the question. The honorable member would be reminded that the government of Guyana announced toll-free crossing at all bridges as of August 1st, 2025. It means that the government of Guyana would have to absorb that cost to ensure that the bridges continue to operate and the staff are paid. There are 3 bridges that were affected by that policy decision: the Demerara River Bridge, and I should say the 3 bridges in Linden, which would include the one that was tolled, the Mackenzie-Wisma Bridge, and the Berbice Bridge. In last year's allocations, there were monies that were appropriated to take care of that activity. And as a result, those bridges were compensated based upon their monthly operational expenses in a formula that was worked out. The honorable member is concerned that in this line item, subsidies to the bridge, it's 0. And I'm not sure he has thoroughly examined his entire estimates to find out where and how. But I can indicate to you at this particular time, there is a movement in the direction of the government of Guyana acquiring the Berbice Bridge.
Thank you, Minister.
Just-
Remember, Mr. Andrews.
Just to follow on, so there's a movement in that direction, fair enough. But what is happening here is that you said I did not properly thoroughly examine the estimates, but it'll take us to someplace else, which is maintenance of bridges. I'm hoping that it's under there, but I'm not sure if the speaker would allow me to continue this line of questioning.
Honorable Member, the
Well-
item has 0. For me, as a first-time MP and first-time in the estimates, I allowed a little
No problem.
latitude.
Thank you, sir.
But I'm confident that the minister will tell us where those monies will come from in order
Well-
to ensure that.
Well, Mr. Speaker,
But
he did
if there
open-
is no allocation here, technically we can't prosecute.
No problem. Thank you, sir.
Speaker.
So when
Honorable Member,
we come to the other program, he'll be free
Yes.
to ask his question.
Honorable Member, Mr. Manza Walton Desir.
Mr. Speaker, and again, I'm not sure if you'll allow it, given what you just said, but
comes off of what Bishop Edgell just mentioned, that there moves afoot to acquire the bridge. I'm wondering whether the Honorable Minister could tell us exactly where are those negotiations? Is this an initial thought that they're having? Are there negotiations to do this advanced? Where exactly are we in terms of that idea that the government has?
Let us wait until we hear from the Minister for the Law. Right? Okay. Honorable Member Mr. Manipal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the same line item for the statutory body Transport and Harbors Department. Sir, on the maintenance of infrastructure, sorry, not maintenance of infrastructure, fuel and lubricant. This is, can the Honorable Bishop guide us in terms of this $1.5 billion? If this caters for fuel for the vessels that are plying the Essequibo River, the two Chinese boat, Malali and the others, and the Hercules, the MV Hercules. My interest is more in the MV Hercules, sir.
Honorable Minister.
Mrs. Chairman, the honorable member is aware that the Transport and Harbors Department subsidizes or is subsidized by the government of Guyana. It has been like that for a very, very long time. If we were to charge the real fares, it would have been more costly for commuters. So the subsidy comes in the area of fuel. So to that, it is in the affirmative. But if you specifically want something on the Hercules, could you please inquire, because you want something specifically in the Hercules?
Yes, sir. May I ask the Honorable Minister, what is the fuel cost that is associated directly with the MV Hercules? And I can understand, sir, that it will fluctuate based on the amount of trips, but given that we have had the boat for a year or more, I'm guessing an estimated cost can be given.
Well, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayapal asked the question and he answered it himself. So I don't know if I
the sum cost.
He asked about the amount of fuel the Hercules is using, and the answer is depending on the amount of trips.
So may I ask for last year usage, if the Honorable Minister can tell us how much money was used for fuel consumption of the MV Hercules?
I'm a little bit reluctant to examine monies in last year because we're dealing with this year. And for me, I would allow if you ask him, what is a good estimate based on what you spent last year?
Thank you, sir. What is a good estimate based on what you spent last year for this year's expenditure on fuel and lubricant for the MV Hercules?
Mr. Chair, the Transport and Harbors Department is the owner of several vessels, most of them aged, and we're now restocking with newer vessels. And based upon what we see in terms of the information is available, whether it's the Hercules or the Sabanto, the Canoan, or whatever, there is no disparity in the consumption of fuel depending on the size of engine and the trips that they are making.
Mm-hmm.
So the Hercules fuel consumption is not a liability to the Transport of Harbors because of its excessive fuel consumption. That does not exist. We don't see that. So if that is where the concern lies, I could assure you that in the management of the affairs of the Transport and Harbors Department, we are looking at our engines, So we got boats that are doing longer journeys, like the MV Militia that goes out to the northwest. Of course, they will burn more fuel, but you're looking at distance and time. You have boats that go down to Bartica. You have the boats that go all the way into Port Kaituma, the Barima, the Kimbia. So that is being managed. There is no excessive movement. But if you want an exact amount of how much liters went into the Hercules for all the trips that it made for 2025, those are numbers that are in the accounting records of the Transport and Harbors Department. And I can tell you, the Hercules burned $73,471,200 worth of fuel for 2025 in that area.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, may I ask the Honorable Minister, reference to wages and salary, how much from this allocated sum is catered for the staff that operate the MV Hercules, the captain, the sailor, and the total amount of staff reference to this specific boat, the MV Hercules?
Mr. Chairman, none of the government subsidy is used for the payment of staff. In 2020, when I assumed the office as Minister of Public Works, this House would recall that the Transport and Harbors Department was in shambles where salaries was concerned. They did not pay PAYE for the workers. They did not pay NIS for the workers. They did not even pay the union dues to the unions to the workers. We have since been able to turn around this entity. We are up to date with our PAYE. We are up to date with NIS. We are up to date with our union dues. And we continue to pay staff in a timely manner every month for all the vessels that are operated in this fleet.
Sir, thank you. May I ask a follow-up?
May I ask you to give way to the Honorable Swetnam, because we only have an hour on this head. And she is in my blind spots, so she had her mic on for a little while.
Thank you, sir. Can I
Okay,
come back?
give you one more.
Give
Give you
the follow-up.
one,
Thank you. The one follow-up, sir. The captain for MV Hercules and the other staff for MV or Hercules, are they staff members of the Ministry of Public Works, Transport and Harbors Department?
They are contracted in an operation arrangement with the Transport and Harbors Department. There's a contract for the operations of the MV Hercules.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
The staff of the Transport and Harbors Department are on the establishment.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Ms. Swetnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question pertains to line items 6281 and 6302. And please allow me, seeing I'm in your blind spot, to just ask the questions for these two line items. For line item 6281, can the Honorable Minister please clarify the reason for the increase in security services for almost 13 million? And if he's at liberty to disclose who the contracts are awarded to?
Mr. Chair, it's a $13 million increase. And this is in keeping with rates. There are salaries that have been increased, and it has to do with billings. All that has happened is that salaries have gone up.
And the follow-up,
Go ahead,
is the
Honorable
Minister at liberty to disclose who are the firms?
We have several. We have the Special Constabulary Force. We have Elite. We have RK. And Sheriff Security.
Thank you. And for line item 6302, can the Honorable Minister please state the nature of the training to be done, the target audience, and the intended output and impact of the training?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I would have appreciated if the honorable member would have said, would this be sufficient to do training? The Ministry of Public Works is a highly skill-intensive ministry. Engineers, technicians, project management people, and we have to keep people at the cutting edge, dealing with new technologies and being up to date with all that is happening. So we are basically here just dealing with our people, whether it's in the audit department, bringing upskilling, and dealing with the various technologies. This is a wide range, management and everything else.
Mr. Chair, if I
Go
look
ahead.
at the performance development statements here, it does show that in 2025 that the projected number of persons to be trained, the targets were not met, and only 90% of the expected outputs were completed, hence the reason for my question on the training.
But Mr. Chair,
Thank you.
if anyone sits in the seat of management and you accomplish 90% of training while keeping your operations continuing, that's a very, very successful year. Because a lot of times you can have training in plan and people to send on training, but you have national development priorities that some of the very same people who have to go on training have to address. A number of my senior officers here were supposed to go overseas to training. Cabinet papers prepared, financing available, but because of national development priorities, they were not able to go. We want them to go, but we have to be able to manage with that. So 90% is a good score.
Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you very much for your kind consideration, sir. Sir, if I may take back the Honorable Minister to the MV Hercules. The Minister was kind enough to say that there's a contracted arrangement between the Transport and Harbors Department and a contractor for the operation of the MV Hercules. May I ask the Honorable Minister, what is the contracted sum that is for the MV Hercules, and if it's monthly or by trip?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, sir. The Hercules, which is a tugboat that we bought, of which Mr. Mahipal is very well familiar with, was a boat that we had to bring into operation to ensure that Mr. Mahipal did not come to this house to complain about the lack of service for the people of Region 2 and Region 3 in Wakenham and Legwan.
And the boat went down 4 months.
We were having a greater demand than the capacity of transport and harbors. You would have heard that when we launched the boat, the MV Kawanaruk 1899, we spoke about the large tonnage of that we moved, the amount of vehicles, the amount of passengers. And in the first instance, when the MV Hercules was taken on board, it was operated by the Transport and Harbors Department staff. We had some challenges, and as a way of ensuring that we did not have a real crisis, the people who were more familiar with the engines and the generators and the operators were engaged to operate the boat. And that works out to be about 400,000 or thereabout per day
Thank
for
you.
the operation of the boat.
Honorable Member, Ms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, may I ask the Honorable Minister the name of the contracting firm that we have engaged with to provide this service?
Marine Inc.
Marine Inc. May I ask, Mr. Chairman, is this not the same company that we bought this boat from?
As Mr. Paul is aware, the answer is yes.
And may I ask the Honorable Minister, I didn't think the question was answered the last time, if he can provide us with the sum of money, because the purchase did wasn't concluded the last time we examined this.
Honorable Minister, we are now entering into an area which I have to provide some guidance to the Honorable Member. So we have to reflect price of that vessel in this, right? So the sums before us, the minister could be asked questions to defend that on policy, right? If there are issues, is that the same boat we bought? I don't know where we're going. So let us come back to this. It's unfair to everybody else who has questions on 6 other heads for us to go down that road. We're already in the hour. We started at 2:13. We're at 2:34. 21 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just your guidance. Sir, I did open the question on the allocated sum, and based on the answers the Honorable Bishop is providing, it's for me, and your guidance is necessary, the follow-up from what he has indicated. And he indicated, sir, that there's a contracted sum of 400,000 for the company, Marine Inc. and Transport and Harbors. He also indicated that it's the same company we bought the boat from that we have already
As in response to that question you asked.
Yeah, and I was like...
Yeah, so you're going down the wrong road.
So may I have one other follow-up, sir?
Go ahead.
Sir, I just want to know what is the sum that we purchased the boat for?
Not included in this, but if you want to answer, Honorable Minister, please, you can.
Mr. Chair, I answered that question last year.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, I did.
The transaction wasn't completed, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 31. Honorable Member Mr. Mahipal, you have a very, very good manner. After you finish your prosecution and other people speaking, you still carry on a conversation. But good. You're finished when I recognize someone else or when I'm ready to put the question. Honorable members, I put the question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Program 311, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let us turn to page 526. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Program 311, Capital, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Psycho Andrews.
Mr. Chair, Government Office Complex. So I noticed that the entire project amongst the $19.6 billion. Guyana Green Builders was awarded a contract for $15.5 billion. My question to the Honorable Minister, and so far, inclusive of the 2026 allocation, we would probably run into a disbursement of $16.6 billion. If I pit that against the contract, that's over the contract sum. So my question to the Honorable Minister is, can he explain the difference between the contract and the total sum of the project? And also, if the amount that is disbursed as of 2026, inclusive of the 2026 allocation, if all went to Caribbean Green Builders?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I will guide the honorable member in understanding that this contract has a sum. There's a supervisory contract that is not part of this contract sum.
Mr. Chair, it says here, provision includes provision for office complex. There is no indication in this sum, anything for supervisory services. So my question is, the project is 19 plus billion. Caribbean builders were awarded a contract for 15.8 billion. Inclusive of the 2026 allocation, it comes up to 16.6 billion. I'm trying to get an understanding of the difference. One, the difference between the 19 billion, which is the project sum, and the contract awarded, and also the amounts that are disbursed, which is over the contract amount. Is this $16.6 billion going to Caribbean builders? And if yes, can you explain?
Honorable Minister.
You should try that elsewhere.
Honorable
Mr. Andrews,
Yes,
the
sir.
contract sum remains 15 point whatever billion. Any difference is for the supervisory consultancy overseeing the same project. It's two different contracts. It's the same operation, two different contracts. You have Caribbean Green Builders, there's a construction, there's a design build. Then you have a supervisory firm that is overseeing, which is the FIDIC engineer.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question.
I have a
Go ahead, Honorable.
And besides that, in this sum, 1.5 billion is for other projects on government buildings, capital buildings that are happening around. So all of this is not Caribbean Green Builders.
Thank you, sir. Maybe I should have asked you to disaggregate, and
Yes.
maybe we could have gotten it.
Yes.
But in moving forward, this very project, there is a provision for a helipad.
Yes, sir.
So I wanted to, if the minister would be so kind to explain to us what justifies the need for a helipad. Is it that the office of the president will be moved to that building? Is it the office of the prime minister, those high-ranking government officials? Why would we need a helipad? Just for clarification, sir.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This office complex, 4 towers, 12 stories, will house 6,000 government workers. It will see the coming together of several ministries. I know the Ministry of Public Works will be there. I don't know if the Office of the Prime Minister plans to come, but the Ministry of Public Works will be there, and other agencies that fall under the Ministry of Public Works. It will have the capacity for 6,000. With 6,000 people being present, parking, emergency evacuation, standby power for utilities, this would carry with it its own well, its own, to provide water for a certain amount of days, electricity in case there is a fallback. It's a city that you're putting in place, a mini city that you're putting in place. So you would like it when it's done, and I'm sure you'd enjoy the services that come out of there. That will be close to you anyhow.
I must say, Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Honorable.
that the building looks very pretty. But the question here is the justification of the helipad. In Georgetown, we have hundreds of thousands of people living in the city. And with all of the monies we're spending on 4-lane roads, I'm very hard pressed to understand the need for a helipad for emergency evacuation. What happens to all of the other hundreds of thousands of persons when they need emergency? Do they fly with their cars? They're using the same 4-lane roads that we've invested in. So it's a substantial amount, I'm sure, that is going to that. So I just need for the
There
public.
is no substantial amount that is going into a helipad, sir.
You don't?
There is no substantial
I'm
amount
aware,
that is going to the helipad.
because what you may
Why
thought-
did we build the office of the president at Vicinton Road with a helipad on the top?
That's the office of the president.
The office of the president at Vicinton Road, which was built many, many years ago, before modernization as we have it now,
Yes.
had a helipad there.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members, I think we have an answer from the minister. The standing orders don't say that the minister has to give questioners the answers they want to hear. He has to justify his expenditure. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Program 311, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let us turn to pages 176 and 177. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Program 312, Public Works, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Saiku Andrews.
thank you, Mr. Chair. So at line item 6252, I've noticed a significant increase in this allocation for maintenance of bridges. Can the minister confirm, can the honorable member confirm, or can the honorable member say what is the major bridge that has allowed this sum to climb to this amount for maintenance purposes?
Honorable Minister.
So, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The honorable member is now in the area where he's trying to find out what is the major bridge that is to be maintained. So, under this line item is where the monies have been appropriated for the payment of the tolls for the bridges that have to be paid. And this sum that is appropriated and the operational expenses. For example, all the staff from the Mackenzie-Wisma Bridge is now in the employ of the Ministry of Public Works. And the full maintenance of all three bridges in Linden is now with the Ministry of Public Works. All the staff from the Demerara Harbor Bridge is now with the Ministry of Public Works. And if you would have studied your documents carefully, and I see that you've been doing some reading, you will realize that some of this is moving towards moving the bridge to the locations that have been publicly announced, and it has to be operated and maintained. And with the Berbice River Bridge, we have to pay the tolls up to a particular time by which we hope all the negotiations will be completed and it becomes the property of the Ministry of Public Works, Government of Guyana Ministry of Public Works, and the Ministry of Public Works would have to maintain everything at the Berbice River Bridge as well. So that is why we have this sum that is here.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Chair, so last year, this was on the subsidies. This year, it's on the maintenance. At face value, you assume that if we're going to take on maintenance of the Berbice Bridge, it means that we would own the Berbice Bridge. Can the minister say how far along are these negotiations for us to acquire this asset? One, and in acquiring this asset, what is the ballpark figure we expect? Because my knowledge says that the contract, the concession agreement is supposed to come to an end in 2027. So if we're going to negotiate to own this asset, what is the ballpark figure that we anticipate we are willing to pay 1 year in advance for this project, for this asset.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, at this particular time, the reason why the money is on the maintenance of bridges, because this money will not be handed to a company. This money will be with the ministry that would have to operate the bridge. So that's why it's properly placed here. The Berbice Bridge, and I don't want to use this opportunity to make announcements. I want to use this opportunity to inform the House that the government of Guyana is on its way, finalizing all the I's and dotting all the T's for the ownership of the Berbice River Bridge. And based upon the figures that I've been looking at, what it will be costing the Treasury for the acquisition of the bridge would be less than if we had to pay tolls between now and next year, based upon the figures that I'm looking at. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable
That's all I would say
Minister.
for now.
Honorable Member, Ms. Swetnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line item 6302. I have a very special interest in training as we need personnel that are up to par. Can the Honorable Minister please state the nature of the training to be associated with this sum and who are the target audience?
Honorable Minister.
Engineering training, project management, especially
This will deal with things like occupational health and safety, project management, human resource management, general equipping staff in the various departments that fall under this program to ensure that at all material times we are at the cutting edge and we are seriously being able to execute our task.
So am I hearing you clearly? This is intended for your staff members?
Yes, it's only for staff members.
Okay, look, Ms. Swetnam is here. I see you looking at.
I don't see where they.
Right here. Thank
Oh,
you.
sorry.
Right here.
Yes.
Yes.
All the training, whether in program 1, program 2, specifically staff. The ministers don't go and train. The ministers attend conferences and meetings, not training.
And remove cars off the road too. Thank you.
That requires some skills. Honorable Member,
Yes.
Mr. Qs Sharma.
I thank you very much, Comrade, Mr. Chair. Just to the Honorable Minister on the matter of the bridges that we spoke about. The Mackenzie-Wismar Bridge, which falls under the Bridge Act, there is a relationship of revenue sharing between the government and the municipality. Just for some clarity from the minister, I know that it is good to see provisions in place for those staff, but is there any consideration for the act which provides for that relationship of remitting revenues, which is now going to be taken away, or free toll? What becomes of that arrangement for the revenue sharing within that provision of the Act 5104?
Mr. Chair, the honorable members asked a very interesting question, and if he wants me to spend the rest of the hour on this, we can go ahead. This bridge, the Mackenzie-Wismar Bridge that he's talking about, it falls under the Bridge Act. And there was supposed to be a certain amount of expenditure that goes to the mayor and town council of Linden. Is a bridge that had to be funded wholly for its operations and maintained by NISIL. Totally by NISIL. When they were unable to fix this bridge, NISIL had to step in and fix the bridge. NISIL paid the staff. Not one square meter of board or one rod of iron was ever provided by the mayor and town council of this bridge. So the gentleman who served as mayor of Linden ought to have known that as well. But what was happening is that they were getting a percentage going to the council for social services and all the rest of it. And if I channel the honorable member to tell the House how much of that money that was given to the main town council was spent on social services, the answer would be zero. And we will also have to have a discussion on the toll that is being charged every truck that is going into Linden, and they have not repaired 1 meter of road in the township. We'll also have to have that conversation.
Thank you.
As far as I know, the government of Guyana will honor whatever were the obligations that NISIL was undertaking in terms of cash. The government of Guyana will make that money available to NISIL. NISIL and the main town council will work out their issues from there. But I thought I'll also be able to put that in perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Minister, go ahead, honorable member.
Yeah, I won't want that.
Honorable members,
Won't want
I
that.
now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 31, Program 312, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Can we turn to pages 526 and 527? Stated for Agency 31, Program 312 stands part of the estimates. The honorable member, Mr. Saiko Andrews.
Mr. Chair, project code 1404000, provision for road, provision for bridges and payment of retention order, reference 109. There's a provision for construction of the Berbice and Quarantine River bridges. My question to the Honorable Minister is, what sum specifically is allocated to the Berbice River Bridge? And what would it be used for?
Honorable Minister.
I will direct the gentleman back to his project code, and he will see that under a line item specific refers to foreign funding. Local is what comes from the consolidated fund. And you will see a sum there under specific, and that would have to do with expenditure anticipated in relation to the Berbice River Bridge for 2026.
Thank you.
Honorable Member, Dr. Richards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one question for the Honorable Minister of Public Works under Project Code 1240-900, Infrastructural Development. My question is there any consideration for the potential pavement of the Linden to Kokwani road corridor in this allocation?
What project code you said?
1240-900, Infrastructural Development.
1214-900. That would not be under this project, sir.
It wouldn't be?
Wrong account you're looking at.
Okay, for a follow-up, is there any consideration for the pavement of that road corridor, sir?
Which road corridor?
Yes, Linden to Kokwani road corridor. I noticed there's some work started from the Linden sector going into the mines, but for the entire corridor.
Mr. Chair, I'll answer the honorable member by letting him know that there are different categories of roads that exist in our country. We have what is called hinterland roads, fair weather roads. The entire stretch from Linden to Lethem was a fair weather road. Government, because of its connectivity agenda with South America and the movement in terms of opening up Guyana for business, have moved that road from a fair weather road. We've started the first lot into asphaltic concrete. We are building a road from Oriala to Kokwani, which is going to be completed the last 20 kilometers this year. That's a fair weather road. Kokwani to Aichuni has always been what is called a mining road. We are now upgrading that mining road to ensure it could come to a state to deal with the traffic, and more particularly with the smaller vehicles because of the population in the area. We have not reached that stage yet of going into what will be called an asphaltic concrete road of a similar nature like what is happening now at Linden to Mabura. We're not there yet.
Thank you.
Honorable Member, Ms. Swetnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line item 1903400, Guyana Restoration Project. Can the Honorable Minister please highlight some of the areas earmarked for this project? Or if he's willing to lay over the document?
Honorable Minister.
There'll be no need to lay over. You will
Thank
see
you.
that the amounts allocated has been the same for several years.
I just need a couple of the areas, sir.
Yes. This caters for 170 staff that operates in several different communities that help to maintain road shoulders, that help to maintain community centers, government office complexes. It includes the purchase of their tools, their twine for their brush cutter, or the string, sometimes they call it, and all the rest of it.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Follow up. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, 1601,000 stellings. They allocated some there, $2,740,712,000. Can the Honorable Minister please disaggregate the figure and say what is the sum associated with the work expected to be done at Parika Stelling and the work expected to be done at the Supernam Stelling?
Honorable Minister.
Sure, Mr. Chair, the honorable member will be aware that the Parika, what we call the Parika Stelling, is being built into what will be soon known as the Parika Port and Terminal. We have designated monies in this year budget. $68 million will be for yes. We got $68 million that will be for the designs. We have 3 lots, lot 1, lot 2, and lot 3 that is already ongoing at Parika. Lot 4 will be approximately $300 million. We have to deal with the access roads and the parking apron out there at Parika. There's going to be about 110 million. And the putting in of the vehicular scales and approximately 120 million. The administrative building and waiting area and marshalling shelter, 150 million. So about 700+ million would be spent at Parika in 2026. And about $500 million at Supernam. Supernam is becoming a hotspot, and the people of Essequibo are very pleased with the level of connectivity that they're enjoying, but the facilities there are aging, and we have to get the catwalk fixed. As a matter of fact, I think, Mr. Chairman, there will be 2 days of this week, Thursday and Friday of this week, Friday and Saturday of this week, when we will not be able to operate the roll-on ferries. We'll only be able to do sideboarding, and those are 2 days that we have to take out to repair the Lingspan Bridge that is damaged. So we have to be able to get things done there. We want to expand the northern section of the ferry docking terminal and the general upgrade of what we are doing at Supernam, and you will see those designs. So it is divided with just about $720+ million Perica to continue what is already started, and Supernam about $500 million. That's where we are.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I engage the Honorable Minister on Project Code 2700500, reference reconditioning of ferry vessels. There's a sum here of $570 million. And under the description, it tells us the project entails provision for vessels and spares. May I ask the Honorable Minister if we're purchasing a new vessel or more than one vessels, and if so, where will these vessels be plying?
Honorable Minister.
Reconditioning of ferry vessels don't include purchasing vessels. This is about docking and spares to the maintenance of the vessels.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member,
Thank
Mr.
you, Mr.
Mahipal, I see time running, and
thank you, Chair.
The leader up in the House had his mic on, so he's passing. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Honorable Member, Ms. Williams.
Me, Mr. Speaker.
Don?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to turn our attention to Project Code 1405200, Hinterland Roads. At a glance of this budget, I see a summary of $10 billion allocated for the Hinterland Roads. Can the Honorable Minister be kind enough to say to us, or to give us a breakdown of how much of this will be spent on completion of roads, how much will be spent on the construction of new roads, and how much will be spent on rehabilitation?
Honorable Minister.
So we have roads that are currently under construction. The Honorable Member is fully aware of that. So from this amount, to complete those that have already been engaged in a multi-year project for 2025-2026, the rollover sums will, for roads in regions 1, 7, 8, 9, and 10, will be $3.15 billion. In terms of new roads, whether it's regions 1, region 6, which will include the Oriala waterfront and bridge, and 1 kilometer of rigid pavement road in the Oriala area. In region 7, in key corridors that we have to do work, Bartoko-Pataru Road, miles 2 to 3, we're doing 1 kilometer of rigid pavement concrete. 5 miles housing scheme, another 2 kilometers of rigid pavement concrete. Mora Camp, another kilometer of asphaltic roads. Rehabilitation of Dock Point main access road, 900 meters of concrete road. A total of 235 projects spanning 1, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And the new works that we are talking about, the amount will be $6,489,000,000. 849,716,000. But there were 235 projects spread between 1, 7, 8, 9, and I told you about the 10 Oriada.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Honorable
Mr. Chair.
Member, Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Member, Ms. Dawn Hastings-Williams, you had a follow-up?
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
Thank
Mr.
you for
Andrews,
that,
just hold that. Let's take her first.
Thank you, Minister. Taking into consideration, especially these roads in remote areas, in our remote hinterland, and we have, in terms of their logistics, their terrain, weather, and all these things, what risk mitigation or strategies has the ministry adopted to prevent cost overruns and delays? We had an experience with perimeter airstrip, so I'm asking, what strategies do you have in place in case of—
Well, I can tell you what we have to deal with. The reality, I don't know about cost overruns. We're dealing with delays, and delays is basically because of rain. But the government's policy that is driving hinterland development have seen simultaneous implementation of projects and of a high quality. Because what we are doing, government is providing the materials in many of these projects, and we are hiring the labor from the communities, bringing economic advancement in those communities and training new people with new skills. I mean, a lot of these concrete roads, 60, 70 persons in a community are working on them, and we're doing several at the same time. The challenges that we would have had is rain. We have been able, for example, in Madhya, when we had challenges with stone, we went out and stockpiled the stone in Madhya to ensure that we could execute. Region 1, there's a consideration of a similar nature. But if there's anything that every member of this National Assembly should be proud of, and we should reduce our anxiety for criticism because it has a very serious consequence, is the level of participation and development that is coming to hinterland communities. In a lot of these communities, people have said things like, why are you building the road here? And you start so. The people said, let's build the road in the areas where the schools, the health center, the ICT hub, because of the dust issue. When some of the children went to the hot meals program, the dust was actually there. So we build the roads in the center, and then we're spreading out and going out to the ends. In the big villages in Region 9, where there's access to machinery to do asphalt, which is faster, we have been able to do that in several villages in Region 9 as well. So every member of this house who travel Guyana, the one thing we could be sure about is seeing the level of development in the hinterland and the participation of the people in that developmental process. And I think the Hinterland Roads Program is one of the programs that we should be very, very proud about, all of us in this National Assembly. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I want to go back to 1404000. So we're going to back to the quarantine, the bridges. We are aware that Suriname, we have this issue with Suriname claiming ownership of the quarantine of the river, right? So my question to the minister is, with regards to the arrangement, how is this project going to be split? How is it going to be apportioned, the expenses? And when it comes to maintenance, how would it be apportioned? Revenue, and all of these things, and ownership stake. And given the fact that there's this dispute, which country's law would take precedent over this project? Because we're pursuing this project, and these are some of the things that we need to know. What is going to be our ownership stake? What is going to be our contribution? What is going to be Suriname's? Who's going to, all of these things. Can you, in a nutshell, give us an understanding of what is going on with those issues?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, there is no allocation for the Quarantine River Bridge under this code that the gentleman is, and I would offer to him, we could have that discussion on a television program or at another forum, because I can say as the Minister of Public Works that I've advanced the project with the Surinamis. None of the issues that this distinguished gentleman has asked has ever arrived. We have gone together. Guyana and Suriname has gone together. We have got the consultancy for the design. We went together. We have evaluated. We have a preferred contractor. We have gone together. They have, none of the issues that the distinguished gentleman arose has ever been an issue that is on the table when it comes to the Quarantine River Bridge between Guyana and Suriname. So I will not venture into that way.
I would just...
Honorable Member, Mr. Andrews, we have the Honorable Chief Whip. With her mic on, we have the Honorable Member, Mr. La Cruz.
Mr. Speaker, just, would you permit me?
We have zero here, so it's hard for me to permit you.
Mr. Speaker, Okay. Go ahead.
Time is
Go ahead,
not
Chief.
up. I really appreciate all the good people who are keeping time with me, because we have 8 minutes saved from yesterday, so that is carried over. So we have 2:13 and 8. We can go as far as 2:21 on this head. Honorable Member, Chief Whip for the opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister.
321, sorry.
I'm looking at line item 140, 4900. I'm vacillating between that and 140, 4200, where it's obvious now that they've started work on the Dennis Street. It appears as though they're going to be doing some rehabilitation work there. I'm trying to find out if that is on the 140, 4900.
Dennis Street.
Honorable Member, the answer is yes, and they have not just started work on Dennis Street. We are completing the work on Dennis Street. This Dennis Street and Duncan Street and Francois Avenue are arteries for connections between Sheriff Street and the extended Conversation Tree Road that we are moving to complete from Dennis Street to Francois Avenue, 4 lanes. So we had to upgrade Garnet Street, Dennis Street, Duncan Street, and Francois Avenue, so we could get traffic coming out and in through those connectors. It's part of the integrated network.
Thank you, sir. Just to follow up on that, I recognize that they're trying to get a 4-lane on both sides of the canal on Dennis Street, if I'm accurate based on what I'm seeing.
Dennis Street heading back
to
east.
Yes.
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 Dennis Street heading back east will be 4 lanes.
Thank you.
2
sir.
lanes on where the normal Dennis Street Road is right now, and 2 lanes north of the canal.
Thank you, sir. Sir, my question on this is, given the fact that you're working on both sides of the road, and you're also doing work in B Field, and there's some work going on in some parts of Sophia. I'm looking at the traffic as you attempt, because of what normally comes out in the morning from that area. People coming from the East Coast normally use that route, and Sophia. Whether there any system is being put in place as you go through that street, that people would be able to be facilitated elsewhere to get out of that catchment area in the mornings and coming back in the afternoon. You know, it's a lot of heavy traffic there right now.
Honorable Member, the choke point of the traffic on Dennis Street is where there's a 2-lane bridge at Eastern Highway. That's the choke point. So the first thing the government of Guyana would have done is to start the project to make the 4-lane bridge at Eastern Highway, which has started. In order for me to get that bridge moving a little faster, I will have to give some outages, because you will see the transmission lines and the distribution lines for the driving of the piles. So it's mixing development and minimizing inconvenience that has held us to where we are. We're working with GPL on that. So once we get that 4-lane bridge completed at the Eastern Highway, the choke point is taken care of. You would have realized that where we have the Ramakrishna School at Milton Street, we just did a little geometric improvement to that bridge, and the traffic is now flowing there. And I think we should commend our engineers and our professionals that we have in the Ministry of Public Work, who is constantly looking at ways and means of improving the commute of our people. We have work going on in B field, we have work going on in E field. But now that we have work going on in B field and in E field, you can go straight through C field, get back to the B field, bridge over the blocker. You could come out at Aubrey Barker, or you can go all the way down to town. All the concrete roads, all the connectivity is already in place. And if there's a place that I've seen massive improvements of the road infrastructure, that place is Sophia in Georgetown.
Let us take the honorable member, Mr. La Cruz, and then we'll have to put all the remaining heads.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I have a question to ask on the line item 1405200, Hinterland Roads. Can the Honorable Minister say which road he intend to construct in Region 1? The new roads I'm talking about.
Honorable Minister.
Well, the honorable member will be pleased to know that the continuation of the linking of the road between Maruka and Quibana, that 26 kilometers of road, is one of the roads that you're interested in, and it will be completed.
Thank you, sir.
You will also be happy to know, because you live there, that the Rincon Road, which was causing some problem, are being done by the Ministry Special Project Unit with some of your own colleagues working on that project. So you would be happy to know that. We are continuing 1 kilometer of concrete road going up to Quibana, and we're doing 1 kilometer from Quibana coming out. And why is that? I hear a lot that was said in the debate about free, prior, and informed consent. The people who live in Quibana says, if you are coming like this, it can take forever to reach us. So work this side and work that side. And the government, as a faithful servant of the people, putting people first, have listened to the people, and we're working from both ends. And while we're working from both ends, we have put out 4 maintenance contracts to ensure that the section that is not being constructed is also maintained, and you'll be happy to know that the villages are part of the maintenance of those roads as well. So if you want to know what's happening in Region 1, and of course, Region 1 is not just Maruka, we have the Matakai sub-district, we have the Mabaruma sub-district, and we are continuing work in Matthews Ridge, in Port Kaituma. Arakaka has got their concrete road. Mabaruma is almost saturated. We got a couple, I heard some people calling the name of some hills that needs to be addressed. All of that is coming on board.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now have to put the question that the sum stated for Program 312 Capital in Agency 31, Program 313 Current and Capital, that these 3 sums now stand part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. The sum stated for these 3 heads now stand part of the estimates. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and your staff. And you know I have a soft spot for the Special Projects Unit.
Mr. Chairman, please permit me to thank my technical team at the Ministry of Public Works, and to also acknowledge and salute my cabinet colleague, the Honorable Manilal Ramaraj, for the support that he's been lending to me as the Minister of Public Works, and the entire work services group. Sometimes we only see the people on the street, but there are people who are in the designs, in the labs, who are doing the testing, the auditors, to ensure quality control, to ensure that we deliver value for money, and also the indefatigable team of the Special Projects Unit that has been giving remarkable service to the people of Guyana, responding in the swiftest and soonest manners as emergencies arise. So please allow me as the Minister of Public Works to thank my team. And we are prepared to work with all members of this House on any issue that may be arise at any time in the national interest, while government pursues its national development priorities. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
As you open that, please, the railway embankment where Middleton Street is,
Yes.
you know, we need to expand that little, not the median, it's where we go over the railway track. It's breaking away from the edges almost 1/3 from the western side.
The entire Milton Street.
No, but just do that piece because every morning you have a bottleneck there.
We'll get that fixed for you by tomorrow morning, sir. My special projects unit is
No,
listening.
it's for the.
I'm serious. They will fix it before
But
tomorrow
serious,
morning.
it's for the other 1,000 drivers who pass there every day.
But we are going to be fixing that entire area.
Yes.
And pushing in a green park, well, a green space. You know, we have moved out all the trucks and all the junk and everything. The people must have their community to enjoy. And we be able to keep moving on it. So,
Congratulations, Honorable Great Bishop Juan Edghill,
Thank you,
Minister
sir.
of Public Works. Honorable members, let us invite the Honorable Minister of Labor and Manpower Planning, the Honorable Keoma Griffith, and his staff of the Ministry of Labor and Manpower Planning. Ministers, you're taking this by yourself, I see.
It's me alone.
Thank you very much. Honorable members?
My team is entering, sir. They're coming down. Just allowing the...
Honorable members, let us turn to pages 198 and 199.
Mr. Chair, just a few more of my technical officers are entering, sir.
Honorable members, we have to bear with our ministers and the staff because of the limited space. We have had to do a section outside with a television so that the other staff members who are waiting can follow the proceedings. My Paul, you're missing a few pages again? I think it was my Paul book and he switched it, you know. You have a few more staff coming, Minister?
We can proceed, Mr. Chair.
Proceed?
Yeah.
While we wait.
The others will fall in. They won't
haven't
disturb.
been able to see the Honorable, your Labor, Occupation, Safety and Health Officer Prandat since the passing of his nephew, family. The guy killed on the bridge with a cement truck. One of the relations is here with us. Okay, honorable members, I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 38, Ministry of Labor and Manpower Planning, Program 381, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Dr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the Honorable Minister, line item 6116, contracted employees, has increased from 83 million, about 500,000, to 114,500,000. I have a two-part question. One, even if I add 8% to that, it takes me to 90 million. And then I have a difference of 24 million. But when I look down at line item 6116, the breakdown of the staff in details for contracted employees, it only increases by 1. Could the Honorable Minister say what is the salary and designation for that single contracted employee?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. Under 6116, there are 4 persons who have been employed, which is the reason for the increase. We have employed 1 deputy permanent secretary who is acting in the role of permanent secretary, as well as 1 personal assistant, 1 public relations officer, and 1 system support officer.
Follow up, sir.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
You're saying that you're increasing by 4 from 2025. If you look on the right side, it says you're only increasing by 1, 27 going to 28. If you look at the staff in detail, sir.
Sir, as I said, we've hired 4 persons, and that is the reason for the increase.
Respectfully, sir, so the record here is incorrect? Because it says 27, 2025, and 28, 2026, which is just 1. I'm okay if you say it's 4. We can move on.
Honorable Minister.
I can confirm that it's 4, sir.
So the record is wrong.
Well, he is going to confirm.
Okay.
My experience with the numbers here, the book tends to be accurate, and sometimes you do have changes. You may have 3 retire, so 4 hired, but the net effect is 1.
Sorry, which program are you looking at, Mr. Campbell?
6116.
In program 2 or?
For policy development and administration.
81.
The very first program.
Program 1?
Yes. Pages 198 and 199 is on the agenda and read out by the chairman.
Okay.
Right.
Go ahead, Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, sir. In relation to to those 4, I am wondering, sir, I know there's been a lot of talk about manpower planning and so on. And it was, I think, I noticed that there's 1 foreign country even offering to help. I am wondering if these contracted employees are involved in preparing a manpower plan for Guyana going forward, and if so, when we can expect that plan to be made public.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. As was highlighted during the debates, Budget 2026 will see the establishment of a national manpower agency that will seek to look at all of the needs and an assessment of the labor market in an effort to meet all of the manpower needs of the labor force in Guyana. So that is certainly within the works. We'll see the rollout within this year's budget.
Follow up, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Go ahead, Mr. Campbell.
Very specifically, will there be a manpower plan? Will it be made public? And if so, when?
Minister.
There will be a gap analysis conducted to see what are the loopholes, the needs. Will it be made available? It's going to be a public document, so it will be made available, and it's going to be commenced within the period of 2026. That's as much as I can say.
Thank you, sir.
A natural way to stay ready, baby. 'Cause I'm ready for you, Mr. C. The ultimate male supplement, men's total wellness formula, packed with essential nutrients for men's health. She'll call you Mr. C.
Increase is due because of the remodeling of the minister's secretariat. And so, well, of course, this is all because of the direction in which the public service is going in relation to government efficiency and the digitization of the entire public service. There has been a necessity for certain remodeling to be done so that when members of the public visit the ministry, all of the digital platforms are rolled out so that they can have access to the minister and to the services of the ministry with comfort.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Rabohali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, you would probably recall that we have an ongoing conversation with Labor every year. I will continue.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I was speaking with the chair, but yes, the question for the minister, you mentioned the labor market survey and finding the gaps. If I can recall, there was a consultant that was on board over the last 5 years that was supposed to be attempting to put this together and have a report in Parliament once you had completed. So I'm wondering if this, after having that consultant on board, I don't think the consultant is any longer with that ministry, if you're now restarting what was already done over the last 5 years, because you're saying you're now going to be doing the labor market survey and finding the gaps.
I can't speak to what the consultant has done. I have never met him, nor have I didn't have the opportunity of speaking with him or so. But I can only speak to what will be done with this new direction within which the ministry is going. And I can say that all of the necessary information will be garnered through the manpower skills gap that we will conduct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Member, Ms. Singh, you wanted to follow up?
Samsung,
No,
keeping
Mr.
us
Chair, I have a
connected
question.
no matter where in the world we're located.
6281, security. Mr. Chair, I'm seeing that figure has just about doubled. If the minister can kindly say why and which security services is being used by the ministry, please.
Sorry, I didn't hear the back end of the question.
I'm asking the reason for the almost double in the security charges and which security companies is the ministry using?
So we have 3 security companies that we have been using. iSecure Security Services, Inc., Queensway Security Services, Inc., and Panther Security Services, Inc. And the reason for the increase, we continue to expand the work within which we're doing and taking it into all of the regions. And so more facilities will require more security for the ministry.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Mr. Saiku Andrews.
No, Mr. Speaker, that was the question I had.
Honorable Member, I had Saiku and there was another microphone I saw on the APNU side, no? Honorable Member, Mr. Rabohali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister, I wanted to follow up to what you said initially. I understand that you're not aware of the consultant, but a lot of money was spent on what the consultant was doing. And there should at least be a report in the ministry to help you so that you're not reinventing the wheel. So you probably should look at that. But outside of that, I'm wondering, based on where the country is right now, I'm seeing here that on the volume 2, it has developed, implement, and disseminate labor policies. Based on where the country is going right now and the fact that we are how many years in oil and gas and all the other expansion that has been going on, whether or not and also with the BIT program, what is currently guiding the government as it relates to training to prepare persons for the work that would be required in public service and in the private sector?
So,
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. This is exactly why the element of manpower planning has been created and added to the Ministry of Labor, specifically by His Excellency, so that with all of the transformation that Guyana is seeing, that we can properly place our people to be a part of the transformation. So far, we are guided by experience in terms of the programs we have offered, but we are also guided by the people. When we visit the communities and we consult with the people and we hear what their needs are and we engage in consultations with them, we're guided by the skills needs in the varying communities. And of course, it's also guided by the manifesto that we have and the promises that we made to the people.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that is sum stated for Agency 38, Program 381. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let us turn to page 531. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 381, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 38, 381, capital, Agency 38, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let us turn back to pages 200 and 201. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 382, Labor Administration Services Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, through you to the Honorable Minister. Line item 6116, contracted employees, again has a significant increase. And on the staffing details, we see that it's increased by 8. Can the minister give us a breakdown of the 8 contracted employees, their designations, please? And maybe salaries, if that's possible.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member. The reason for the increase in the line is the employment of 8 occupational health, safety and health officers, so that there can be a representation in all of the regions, and 1 labor officer, each at the salary of $161,902.
Thank you.
Member Ms. Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, line item 6321 on page 491, local subvention subsidies. Mr. Chair, I'm seeing last year 4 million was budgeted for National Advisory Council on Occupational Health and Safety, but that was not used. Can the minister, and I'm seeing another 4 million is budgeted this year again, can the minister please advise if that council is active?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question, honorable member. At this point in time, the council has not been reconstituted at this point in time.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Chair, follow up?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Do you have, Honorable Minister, any idea when that council might become active?
It's intended for it to be done within this period, within 2026.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Rupnarain. You finished, Honorable Member Missing? You have another question? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line item 6322. I noticed that last year's budget was allocated 4 million. This year it's given a 350% increase. Can the Honorable Minister indicate what has contributed to that increase?
Honorable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member. This allocation goes specifically to the International Labor Organization, and the cost for the payment is as a request of the ILO, and so they would send to us the amount which we're required to pay. And so that is why there is that increase.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Missing.
Thank you, Chairman.
Sorry, Mr. Pandey, Missing is on it.
Follow up on the line item about the National Advisory Council. Honorable Minister, if that council is not active, and I believe I heard you just mention that some occupational safety and health officers were hired, and if the council is not active, who is advising or guiding what is the work to be done on the occupational health and safety?
We have a consultant who works with the ministry. In fact, her experience in occupational health and safety carries the weight of in excess of 50 years. So she's most certainly qualified to advise us. Apart from this, we have a lot of capable and well-qualified persons in the department who are able.
One love to all the travelers in the live right now, all the travelers in the chat. If you haven't taken a couple of seconds already, thumbs up the live, ladies and gentlemen. Almost 200 travelers in the live with us as we update one another on all the proceedings with the 2026 budget. Do remember to hit that thumbs up button. Big up yourself, Desrick, Afraz, Goodyear, Paulette, Bantu King, everybody in the live right now. Welcome into this live presentation. Do remember, if you're not subscribed, hit that subscription button. It costs you nothing, but it will keep you connected with everything trending in Guyana and in the diaspora. Thank you. Let's continue with the presentation coming live from the 13th Parliament.
Dr. Barker and the Honorable Member, Mr. Pandey. Mr. Pandey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 7 line item 6321. I noticed the budget of 2025 was 31 million. The LE was significantly reduced by $11 million. And then we replaced the 2026 again with 31 million as in 2025. Could an explanation be offered, please, by the Honorable Minister?
So, sorry, I didn't quite hear the question. Could you repeat the
Honorable
question?
Member Mr. Pandey. Honorable Member Mr. McCoy, we're trying to listen to the people asking questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Line
Like you're
item
satanizing the case for
6321.
what?
I'm saying that in 2025 you had budgeted $31 million. Your LE show a reduction of $11 million. And then you place back in 2026 $31 million as the budgeted figure. Could an explanation be offered, please?
Honorable Minister.
This is 6321, subsidies and contributions to local organizations. I'm sorry, I struggle to hear the question. You need to speak up a little, so I'm sorry.
I'm saying that in 2026 you budgeted $31 million. That figure is identical with your 2025 budget. But in your LE, you reduced by $11 million in 2025.
Playing your in here?
So the variance, could it be explained, please?
This sum caters for subsidies and contributions given to trade unions. Of course, they are only given to the unions which have submitted their audits. And so if the unions have not submitted their audits, they are not in a position to receive the subsidies and the contributions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The Honorable Member, Ms. Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, line item 6322 and on page 497. Honorable Minister, I've noticed in 2025, $4 million was budgeted for the ILO. That was not used, but in 2026, you have budgeted for 18 million, which is more than 3 times the amount. Can the Minister explain why?
Yes.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Honorable Member. Like I said just about 5 minutes ago, the sum requested by the ILO, we pay the sum as is requested by the ILO, taking, of course, into account all of the development and the transformation that Guyana has received. Of course, we are now removed from a certain category, and so the subsidy has increased. That is the reason for the increase in the subscription to the ILO.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Member, Mr. Q's Sharma, Mr. Q's Sharma Solomon.
Just a follow-up, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, on the issue of the subsidies to these unions and what qualifies for the audit and the submission of the audit. Can the Minister say which unions actually submitted their audits and received these subsidies?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, please, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member. The Guyana Agricultural and General Workers Unions submitted, and so they were in a position to receive the subsidy for 2025.
That's the only union?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Ms. Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, some further clarity on the 6116 contracted employees. I'm looking at the right one. Yes. Can the Honorable Minister state, because he stated the salary is 161,000 per month for each of the new staff. Is that the only salary, or will they be getting gratuities, any allowances along with that, and what that adds up to, please?
Yes, they will be getting gratuities and the other allowances.
Thank you, Minister.
Gratuities, vacation allowance, and the usual allowances.
Would you be able to say what what would be the total for one person?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Member, I don't have it at my disposal at this moment, but I'm happy to engage you on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just a follow-up from the question that Honorable Sharma Solomon asked in terms of the union that submitted their audited financial statement and is in receipt of subsidies. Mr. Chairman, on page 490, there's a breakdown of 6321, and under agency 38, Program 2, Labor Administration Services, I'm not seeing GAU listed there. I'm seeing the Federal FITUG, Guyana National Cooperative Union Limited, Guyana Trade Union Congress, National Advisory Council on Occupational Health and Safety, and the support to other trade unions. So may I ask the Honorable Minister, from this allocated sum, how much money is GAU getting?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member. GAU received $2,251,690.
Sir, may I, as a follow-up, ask the
Go ahead.
Honorable Minister, why is GAU not listed in the book as a recipient of this money? Under the Labor Administration Service, which is where the fund is coming from.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. GAU falls within the category of other unions, sir. Other.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the sum total is $31 million. And the breakdown of the 500,000 to FITUG, the 18 million to Guyana National Cooperative Union Limited, the 500,000 to Guyana Trade Union Congress, 4 million to National Advisory Council on Occupational Health and Safety, and this is support to other trade unions too. So can the Honorable Minister tell us, out of this $8 million listed there, sir, other than GAU, what are the names of the other trade unions that are receiving subsidies from this line?
So the other unions would be the Guyana Public Service Union, GPSU, the Guyana Teachers Union, GTU, General Workers Union, the Clerical and Commercial Workers Union, National Association of Agricultural, Commercial and Industrial Employees, Guyana Local Government Officers Union, National Union of Public Service Employees, Guyana Postal and Telecommunication Workers Union, People United and General Workers Union, Union of Allied and Agriculture Workers Union, Amalgamated Transport and General Workers Union, University of Guyana Workers Union, Guyana Bauxite and General Workers Union, University of Guyana Senior Staff Association, Guyana Labor Union, Printing Industrial and Allied Workers Union, National Mine Workers Union.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One follow-up, please. Can the Honorable Minister say what is the sum that goes to GTU and GPSU?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member. The sum for GPSU is $1,297,297, and the sum for GTU?
GTU.
GTU, $1,297,297.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal. Honorable Members, I can take one more question for the Honorable Minister. Honorable Members, I now put a question. I'll have to put all the remaining heads as time is up. And I propose the question that the sum stated for programs 382, labor, current and capital.
Mr. Speaker, could we get one question of program 3? Is that possible?
One question where?
Program 3.
Program 383.
Yes.
Okay, let me put 382 first.
Okay, thank you.
And I put the question that the sums stated for program 382, current and capital, stand part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Accommodating, I propose the question that the sum stated for program 383, manpower planning, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the accommodation, sir. If the minister could turn his attention to volume 2, page 174. Volume 2, page 174. We're seeing here that the number of persons, as an indicator, the number of persons registered, unemployed persons seeking employment. In 2025, it was 3,557, and the target for 2026 is 5,000. Now, looking against the most recent labor force survey available to us, I we would note that persons employed in the country right now with a master's degree is 0.8%, and persons employed, the largest proportion of persons employed is persons employed with a primary education at 42.3%. Could the minister say what is being done through his ministry in addition to the persons, and I want to note that the BIT training program, they have a number here of males, 1,645, and females, 1,942. In addition to that, because with all of that, we're still at some very startling percentages, 42.3% of the employed population only have a primary education. What is the minister looking at to advance the number of trained person we have employed in this country?
Honorable Minister.
Well, of course, there are a number of facilities being offered by the government of Guyana to educate and to upskill persons. This government continues to build the system and the infrastructure to ensure that every person all over Guyana, that they have access to world-class education at every level. As it pertains to the Ministry of Labor and Manpower Planning, we have sought to decentralize all of the training available. And there is also the Central Recruitment Agency of the ministry that seeks to ensure that we allow persons to get decent employment. And so we will just continue to train and decentralize our training.
Mr. Chair, is it possible to accommodate one very quick
No,
question?
because right now we are going into,
no worries.
yes. Honorable members, I now have to put the two remaining heads, and those are Agency 38, Program 383, Current and Capital. And I put the question that the sums stated herein stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you very much, Minister Griffith, Minister of Labor and Manpower Planning, and his staff for taking us through your agency. And let us invite the
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Minister of Human Services and Social Security to join us. I sent you, Anil will come tomorrow. Whoever wants to be here. And staff who come. You come and call me, then come. I sent you a copy. Let me do about 200. So you can go to the and Honorable members, just one announcement. We are arranging with the digital ID people to set up a station here from 1 o'clock tomorrow, and it will be until the end of Friday. It's all voluntary. Who It's not the Prime Minister doesn't even know I'm doing that right now. We're going to be circulating the document on what documentation needs to be produced, Honorable Prime Minister, so that whoever, be it our staff, MPs, the minister's staff, whoever is here, can, and they have their relevant documents, they can register for the digital ID. It will be from 1 tomorrow until we complete the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 208 and 209. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Program 391 current, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Natasha Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Policy and Administration. Mr. Chair, 1 year ago, the ministry was looking at the revision of the Poor Relief Act. This legislation guides public assistance, and it is very important. My question is, what stage of completion is this revision?
Mr. Chair, thank you for your question, Honorable Member. That is in a draft stage. It has gone through several iterations.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Dr. Professor Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, on the line item 6302, there is a substantial increase this year. I would like to ask, in terms of scholarships, why the increase in spending on this item? And in terms of scholarships, how many scholarships would you be offering this year, and in what areas?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you for the question. We believe at the Ministry of Human Services that we must invest in our staff, capacity building, and we must be able to not only invest in our staff training capacity, but we must do the kind of training that is beneficial to their everyday work and also what we want to have happen in terms of service delivery. So there are a number of areas that we plan to be training in, notably team building and change management, because if you want to move into a digital realm, which is where the ministry is going, especially in the delivery of key service areas, we must have management of change to transition into that realm. We also look at team building because you want the team to be able to communicate effectively and you want them to be able to produce the necessary outcomes. We're also looking at other areas delivering constructive criticism. So if there is management and leadership, how can you work with your team members to be able to not criticize, but to do it in a manner that motivates? There is also coaching and mentoring. For the same reason we're doing that, we're also looking at business ethics, emotional intelligence at work, and the very important thing called stress management, conflict resolution, creative problem solving, and orientation. When we bring new staff on board, we want to make sure they understand not only their department necessarily, but generally how the ministry functions and what it is that we offer. We will be offering a number of training sessions, or if you want to call them scholarships, the training sessions to staff collectively and individually based on these areas.
Thanks, Minister.
Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Program 391 current, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let us turn to page 532. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Program 391, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 39, 391 that is, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Pages 210 and 211. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Program 392, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Natasha Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, line item 6242. Budget 2025, we saw $47 million, and it was revised to $25 million in 2025. The minister is asking us again for another $47 million. Could the minister tell us what are the buildings she intends to maintain under this line item?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are looking at several buildings that fall under the ministry, notably the one at Cornhill and Water Streets. That's where we have one of the main buildings that would provide services to persons, notably pensioners, persons with disabilities. It's a very old building, and there are a number of repairs that have to be done, such as repairs to the ceiling and roof, wallboards, and repainting, because we have leakages in some parts of the building. It's very, very old, as you know. And the wiring of the building is also ancient. So we are looking at repairs to electrical switches, outlets. We've also expanded some of the units in the building. We are putting in 2 new units, one for persons who are senior citizens specifically, and one for persons who live with disabilities specifically. So we are repairing those spaces to convert them into spaces that can happen. Also looking at the working conditions of staff, so looking at the toilets and pipes. Again, this is a very challenging issue. So we're looking at that, replacement of damaged windows and doors. And that's just one building. But a lot of work will be done on the Palms Geriatric Home. As last year, we spent a significant amount of money there, and the Palms is 150 years old this year. So it's a very, very old building, and it constantly requires work, constantly. And so we're looking at washrooms, damaged floor tiles, pipes, and plumbing works in several of the blocks. We're looking at damaged windows and doors. And here again, because of the age of the building, being a very, very old building that predates all of us in here, perhaps collectively on some parts, we have very old wiring to the building. And so we have to redo all of that defective or unsafe electrical issues that we have there. We're also looking at the kitchen at the Palms and doing plumbing, carpentry, electrical works there. Repairs to wall boards, doors, windows, and we're doing this in several areas of the Palms. The night shelter is another one of the buildings that we will be looking at. The night shelter in 2020 was very, very deplorable in its condition. And from 2020 to 2025, we've done significant work to improve the night shelter, because we can't keep people who are indigent or homeless in conditions that are not suitable. So we will continue to do work on the night shelter. We have invested in improving overall, but we're looking at ceilings, walls, flooring, repairs to wiring, switches, outlets, washrooms, sinks. And then I moved to the Guyana Women's Leadership Institute, again, another old but beautiful building. From 2020 to 2025, significant restoration would have been done there. And there is still more to be done because, again, of the age of the building. So while we are modernizing some aspects, we want to preserve other aspects of the building. And maintenance will include repairs and repainting to walls, ceilings, stairs, flooring, internal and external repairs, renovation of rooms. We're putting in a garment lab there. So we are also modernizing and preparing some of the rooms that exist already, fixing some of the spaces that we have already, and the training hall as well. Again, we would have assessed the electrical capability of the building or electrical capacity of the building. And so there will be repairs to wiring, switches and outlets, washrooms, pipes, sinks. And then we go outwards because we have a number of offices and other buildings. We have the probation office and more. So again, we are looking at repairs to wiring, switches, outlets, washrooms, pipes, sinks. Mahika Hospital compound is also receiving significant attention. Here again, we look at repairs and repainting to damaged flooring, walls. As much as we can, Ganesh, as much as we can. Repairs to doors, door locks, windows, repairs to wiring, switches, outlets. We have the Mahika Hospital compound that we have residential facilities. There is also the Hope and Justice Center Region 4. Again, whatever repairs are needed there. We also have the Hugo Chavez Center for Rehab and Reintegration. Here again, continuous repairs to any areas. There's quite a lot. If you want me to read out, I can. Read it out? No?
No, it's
oh,
okay.
okay.
I just wanted to...
Yes. And we have, all the different parts of that. We also have the Fort Wellington Probation Office. Here again, repairs to that office to make sure it's comfortable for staff and clients who go there. The Probation Office, Region 6, WIM, same thing. All these are buildings that have been there for a long time, so it's just continually working on them. The DV shelter, the Riverton office, the Probation Office in Region 2, Anna Regina, more shelters, TIP DV, Probation Office, Region 3, and Hope and Justice Center, Region 3. That sums it up, Honorable Member and Mr. Chair, of why the increase that we would have requested.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Could you tell us specifically what amount would be dedicated to the repairs at the Palms?
From the previous year, we would have spent maintenance and capital a total of $91 million. And so this year, this is both maintenance and
91,
right? So from the previous years, right? So we're looking at $18 million for this year.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell. If you give, you mightn't get a chance back. Honorable Member, Ms. Dr. David Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Minister, thank you for your answers. Can you disaggregate the sum there for old age pension and social assistance?
Which line item, sir?
6343, sorry.
Why do you have to decide?
72 billion, I think, there, if you can disaggregate.
So old age pension is not just the pension that we, under this line, that we pay out to the pensioners. It involves other beneficiaries as well, such as public assistance and permanent disability, because it says pension and social assistance, so it's everybody. $52 billion, 440 million, and that is old age pensions. Public assistance, $5.7 billion. Permanent disability, $8.2 billion. We also have the newborn cash grant. Last year, we were able to support 13,000 mothers. So this is $1.3 billion. And we have the new transportation subsidy that will be distributed. That is $1.9 billion. And we also have the electricity subsidy, so it adds up for pensioners. Pension, transportation, plus electricity and water. So electricity is $942 million and $942.4 million, and water subsidy $298.2 million, giving us a total of $72,391,117,908.
All right, thank you, Honorable Minister. Excuse me.
Follow up.
Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
Yeah. Madam Minister, is there anywhere in there sums to deal with the growing problem of street dwellers?
Mr. Chair, that's not the line for this.
That's not the line. Yeah. Thank you. Not the line. Honorable Member?
Okay.
Ms. Natasha Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, under a follow-up, 6343, could the Honorable Minister say to us, from the $58.374 million, how many old age pensioners benefit from this?
This is the previous year, Honorable Member?
From the 72, how many will benefit?
We are looking, Mr. Chair, at 95,000 pensioners.
Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flu-Bess.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to turn the Minister's attention to Volume 2, the indicators. I note that there's the strategies, and I see strategy number 2 is the develop national policy on aging. My question is there any ongoing work on this policy?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, we have started discussions and consultations as of late last year, and this year we are going to intensify that.
Thank you. My second question.
Go ahead.
Second question, indicator number 6. Number of youths in conflict with the law accessing rehabilitation programs. What type of...
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Yeah. Number 6, the indicator. Number of youths in conflict with the law accessing rehabilitation. I don't know why my mic keeps going out. The question is, what type or form of rehabilitation programs can be accessed by youths?
Thank you, Honorable Member. A lot of them, actually. One of the most important ones was one that we would have started more than 2.5, going almost to 3 years in a major way, and we would have benefited from funding through USAID. This is the FES initiative. There's a Family Enhancement Services unit that is based at the Palms, and we have managed to decentralize quite a bit of that, and we're hoping to fully decentralize that over maybe 2 years, 2 to 3 years, where young people who are at risk. They may have challenges, they may have difficulties of some sort, and they may be brought to us either by their parents, caregivers, or directly referred to us by schools. And we have been able to work with them through a YSET test where we assess the family and the circumstances and the triggers responsible for the young person's behavior. And we have over the years worked with a number of these young people, hundreds of them actually, not just the young person, but also the families, in an effort to have stable families. It's a long process. It involves counseling, it involves working with their ecosystem, and it involves follow-up as well. And through this program, we are also able to work with them on several fronts, things like anger management, looking at what their triggers are to cause behavioral patterns, even exploring if there may be cases of abuse there that previously we were not told or they did not report. And coming out of that whole initiative, there are the youth-friendly spaces that we would have set up. We've set up 5 so far. We're looking to set up 5 more this year. And through those youth-friendly spaces, even if young people are not directly referred to us through the Family Enhancement Services Unit, they might come to these community centers, and there at those community centers, we have peer educators and we have staff who are trained from the Ministry of Human Services and Social Security to provide anything from homework to opportunities for recreation, social engagement, digital literacy, counseling, healthy activities, healthy and positive activities. In addition to that, the Ministry of Human Services also has its probation unit that works with young people who have already been in conflict with the law. And here again, they go through intensive counseling, rehabilitation. Outside of that, we have coordinated programs where several departments and agencies work together. We have the Child Protection Agency, even though not captured in Program 2, coordinating its effort with the Family Enhancement Services Unit, the Gender Affairs Bureau, and the Sexual Offenses Domestic Violence Policy Unit. And we have managed to go into schools. Every year, we are able to go into over 120 schools. This year, we are going into 125 schools, and this is a coordinated approach tackling serious issues like bullying, violence, and also looking at behavioral pattern for young people through awareness, through workshops. But you will appreciate, even though all of this is being done, it has to be consistent, which we are, and it has to be continuous, which we're doing, because to affect the kind of positive behavioral change that you want, we need to constantly engage with these young people. So we're looking at a number of creative ways to do that. We also have the Young Influencers program, which was started by me in 2021. And these are young people from all the regions of Guyana. And through them, we worked on the anti-bullying policy. And we are also working with them on a number of areas affecting young people. So the work we do through this indicator where you're seeing all of these numbers and you're seeing this jump, it is because we are not concentrating only in Region 4. This is work that is done across all the regions of Guyana. Thank you for your question, Honorable Member.
Honorable Member, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, I have 2 questions. I want to come back to 6343 to ask the Minister how many persons will benefit from public assistance under this line.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. So we have public assistance benefiting the number of persons, 19,000 persons.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Member, Mr. Pandey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the Honorable Minister, and I'm subject to correction, but I heard you did say, Honorable Minister, that the PALMs over the recent year and for this year, the expenditure would be somewhere in the vicinity of about $109 million.
Say again?
The expenditure would be somewhere in the vicinity of $109 million.
For the PALMs?
91 plus 18 million for this year.
No, that was over the last 5 years. I gave that figure.
Yes, for the past 5
Over the
years.
last 5 years.
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm suggesting that given the vast amount of money spent, and perhaps prior to the past 5 years, and maybe in years to come also, wouldn't it be worthy to really construct a brand new building, given two reasons. One, unfortunately, the kind of persons we have within that building. And two, 150 years old would not have had in its entirety modern facilities that befits the kind of people making use of the facility. So I thought of asking whether that's in the pipeline.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for your question. I was going to wait until I got to Capitol, but you will be happy to know that we are constructing a brand new senior citizens home. And that home will have the modern amenities and facilities. We already have a design for it. And further to that, we are looking at a very, very progressive, innovative, creative way of addressing senior citizens across the country. I'm sure everyone would have heard His Excellency speak of the care economy. So we are looking at how can we provide community and home-based care for elders and children. So in the communities, we are going to be working through the co-invest model and equip persons with the necessary wherewithal to have in the community some of these smaller facilities doing several things, providing care, providing employment, and giving entrepreneurship opportunities. In addition to that, we have already laid the groundwork because we have already trained a number of persons, in fact, hundreds of persons in elder and patient care through the Women's Innovation Investment Network. And so this will feed into that program. But yes, in short, a new building is on its way.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Minister, 6321 line item, subsidy and contributions to local organizations. If you may, can you tell us what's the criteria for those contributions?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member. These are organizations and institutions that focus on a series of things. People who are homeless, the elders, and also social services provision by NGOs, non-state-owned organizations. So the criteria would be what are the services they are providing and what is their reach and their capacity in terms of providing those services, and also that they are established, registered, and capable of, in short, there's a whole document on it, in short. So to tell you like who we are talking about, Friends of the Archer Home, Dharmshala, Good Samaritan Home, Guyana Association of Women's Lawyers, Guyana Legal Aid Clinic. And this has been an initiative that was started years ago by the PPPC government, and we continue to do this because we are providing subsidized legal services to people who can't afford the legal costs that are out there. So this has been expanded into other regions. We also provide to the Guyana Society for the Blind, and we also provide to Help and Shelter, because this is an NGO that we want to assist because they provide spaces when we need to refer, or also if people go directly to them. There is also the Linden Legal Aid Clinic that was subsequent to the initial legal aid clinic. Then there are statutory bodies like the National Commission on the Elderly and the National Commission on the Family. We also provide to women organization, the National Congress for Women, the Red Thread, Regional Women's Affairs Committees, Salvation Army Women's Home, St. Vincent de Paul Homestead, Together in Peace Home, Women's Progressive Organization, and Guyana Association of Professional Social Workers would be the newest addition.
And Madam Minister, Mr. Chair, if I may follow up.
Go ahead.
You did mention homelessness is one of the criteria for the organizations that get these contributions. Apart from giving money to organizations, what other plans do your ministry have for tackling homelessness?
So, Mr. Chair, it's really not all of this, but I'll answer.
Go ahead.
So we have
I
been
know.
directly tackling the homelessness situation. We have the night shelter. From when I came to now, we have been in double figures. When I came in 2020, we had less than 58 people at the night shelter, less than 50. 34, Ms. Birsami is correcting me, 34 persons at the night shelter. We have increased the number significantly at the night shelter to 110, and we have capacity for more than that, at least closer to 200 persons, because we have expanded the facilities to cater for that. More beds, more expanded, not just expansion, the quality of care and the quantity of care is more. So we have teams that leave the night shelter and they go out there, they look for persons on the street, they pick them up, they bring them back, they give them a bath, they have meals, they have a bed, but there's so much more than that. There is a collaboration with the Georgetown Public Hospital Corporation where they have eye care, they have everything from looking at their status when it comes to tuberculosis, pneumonia, all the communicable diseases. We also work with them at the mental health unit on mental health. So they have regular clinics. We have had some very successful surgeries where persons had cataracts, person had a number of tumors, you name it. If you saw the people, when we saw them when they came in, when the people at the night shelter saw them when they came into where they are now, and you would be amazed. And I always enjoy the annual Christmas party because that's where you see the other side of these people, their talent, how they've moved, and they share their journey with you. So it's a program that has been new in the last 5 years in terms of actually going out there with a designated task force. But you will agree with me that it is not prison. So some people do go out back. We try to get them back. But by and large, we've been able to keep more and more persons there at the night shelter. Those who are younger or need drug rehab, we also try to work with them through programs so that they can go out and work, and we try to get them out there as well.
Yeah, Mr. Chief,
go ahead.
If the minister may indulge me for this last question. In terms of the legislation, I know this is has been an issue that has come up before, but do you plan to pursue legislation, to amend the legislation to make it possible for things like mandatory confinement, treatment, rehabilitation, so that these people can come back into the normal life in this society? Yeah, go ahead.
So, honorable member, what you're asking cross-cuts across sectors.
Yes,
you have Ministry of Human Services, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Home Affairs, and Guyana Police Force, because the current legislation is archaic. It's from the early 1900s, and the language in there is also very archaic. It speaks to lunatics and asylum, and so we have had a lot of conversations, some amount of consultation, and we will be continuing along that vein because we don't need, and as you know, under this government, we've been modernizing a lot of the legislation. We've been advancing new pieces of legislation. So over time, this is one that should be up for that kind of consultation and discussion. But you will agree with me, it's cross-cutting.
Yes, and thank you very much for your patience.
No problem.
Honorable member, Ms. Cuse, Mr. Cuse,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to the minister, and under the 6343 and public assistance, I know the RDC and through the chair, we had some concerns of the board. I would just like to know the amount that for Region 10 that we had appropriated or in fact used last year, and if there is a certain amount this year for Region 10, more so with those concerns expressed of discrimination of those who were to be identified by the board, accusations that is. Thank you very much, Minister.
Mr. Chair, this is a line item that does not speak to what you are saying. However, I will tell you, they are board members who are mandated by the local Board of Guardians policy document to discharge their duties in accordance with that policy and the legislation. We've always constituted these boards with civil society, and I believe in civil society. I believe in their ability to discharge their duties responsibly, as would the members of the board in Region 10 be doing. So we usually constitute any board representing across any region a number of districts and communities, and we have not shied away from that practice in the constitution of this board.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Manzo Walton Desir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A follow-on from the question that Honorable Member Hines asked. You referenced the working relationship with the hospital, etc. Recently, I've noticed on social media and in the newspapers a number of ads calling for the families of people who've been abandoned in the hospital. I'm just curious as to what role does the ministry play in that regard? Are they left there, or is there some point after some time that you step in and take over?
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Go ahead.
Yes, in fact, we've been stepping in for all of the years. But while we have been stepping in, and we have stepped in at various times when those calls were made, I've actually had a sit down with the GPHC team, and we have discussed this. But what we find very disturbing is the fact that people leave their loved ones at the hospital, and we try as much as possible, either with the ministry directly or the hospital has been trying in the way they've been doing to reintegrate people back with their families, because we believe that once someone is with their family, it's better than being institutionalized. In fact, that's a global practice, not to institutionalize people if you can avoid it. And, you know, I have always gone out there myself on the ground and appealed to people to not abandon their parents and their grandparents, because they've given their best years to this country. They have also contributed to their children and their families, and there must be some level of responsibility. And while I say that, as the Ministry of Human Services, we have never shirked from our responsibility once we have the space and the capacity to accommodate these persons. But again, it is very, very important that people go back and look for their family members, because sometimes the work you have to do when you take these persons in psychosocial work, you have to deal with them psychologically. There's counseling, there's trauma. And I sit and I speak to people from the night shelter, and I will ask who comes to visit you, or I'll ask Miss Vera Sami herself, you know, and we would talk to them, and people look forward to their families coming to see them and visit them and actually take care of them.
No matter where in the world, we love Guyana. What are your colors? How do you represent? I love Guyana. Order yours today. We ship worldwide. Delta 9 Media.
One love, one people, the mission complete. One love, one flag, one nation, right? Under the stars, divine presence in the sky. Unity, no war, let the children thrive. Power to the people, we keep hope alive.
100% wild-crafted sea moss. Only the best, 'cause you deserve nothing less. 8 Butterfly.
Investigate the pension and public assistance here. Could you give us an update on that investigation?
So,
Honorable Minister.
So, Honorable Member, this was an investigation called by me and the Permanent Secretary when it was discovered that we had books that were not authentic. And I believe in ensuring that there's transparency and accountability at all times. We not only had the Guyana Police Force involved, we had the Auditor General's office. I have that report, but I'm still awaiting the final report from the Guyana Police Force.
Thank you. Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, 6292. In 2025, the approved allocation for that's dietary. Approved allocation for residential care homes was $155 million. However, the revised sum showed $228.64 million, an increase of $73.64 million to support 359 residents across all homes. As reflected in Volume 2, Mr. Chair, despite this clear insufficiency in 2025 based on the difference, the same $155 million being allocated again in 2026, and we saw in the estimates that there's a projection of catering for 21 additional persons in state care. Could the Honorable Minister give us a breakdown of this 155 per care facility?
Honorable Minister.
Sure, Honorable Member. So we are changing something, and this is at the night shelter. We have built a kitchen, which will be completed, so we'll be cooking meals there, which is different. And so the Palms, we would have $57.2 million. Mahika Hospital, $7.3 million. Night shelter, $41.7 million. So we're not required to purchase meals. We are actually cooking on site. Hugo Chavez Rehab and Reintegration Center, $36.5 million. And our shelters, we have 4 shelters for DV. And I will not, for you know the reasons why I say where they are, but I'll tell you 1.8, 1.8, 1.4, 1.1. And we have tip shelters, 2.9, 1.4, 1.4.
Thank you. Mr. Chair?
National budget with all those zeros, it can feel.
Follow up on that same line item. Minister, I have noticed in the public domain, I like that you say that at the night shelter you will now start to cook because the kitchen is completed. But we have been cooking at the Palms all the time. And we have seen in the public domain the substandard food that is being given to our elderly. What systems are you putting in place to correct that in 2026?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. I will say to you, the government has invested significantly, $53 million in food for the Palms. What we have done, something I started, is make sure that every day the meals are sent to me, the photos of the meals are sent to me so I know. There is also direct supervision by one of the members of staff, a senior member of staff, who will be going from morning to night to the Palms to check on everything that happens in the kitchen, including meals. We're also bringing a nutritionist on board through a collaborative effort. We're also looking at the health needs of the persons who are resident at the Palms. We're also having more stringent controls when it comes to accountability of the items that have been delivered, because the items have been delivered to the Palms.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that is sum stated for Agency 39, Program 392, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us go to page 532. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 392, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Singh.
Thank you.
Big up to all the travelers in the chat. Bantu King, that's some powerful, powerful points for real. They definitely should facilitate those kind of meetings, right? Cheryl, thanks for being a part of this live presentation. Let's continue with this, the 13th Parliament.
That project should be completed next year. could you give us an update on the current works of the care facility at Enmore? Enmore, the one at
So
Enmore.
that is the elderly facility. So
Yes.
we have had the indication of the land. We have also done the design work. We have also been looking at where we need to go with the BOQ. So we are looking at next year for completion, as you said.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you to the Honorable Minister. In Project Code 1220200 buildings, surprisingly, I will say this figure looks most inadequate. And I'm wondering if the Honorable Minister has taken, in my short time in politics, I've come across situations, for example, the Alboystown fire, where there were difficulties finding proper shelter for those who had suffered in that fire. I'm wondering, I know you've spoken about additional elder care facilities, and I know that you have spoken about the homeless and taking them in at nights. Though I see a lot of them on the seawall when I walk in the morning, so there's some more work that can be done there. But I'm thinking about specifically here now, when there is a fire that maybe affects more than one building, and sometimes when the Honorable Colin Crowell needs to move some squatters and we need temporary accommodation for them. They have been given land somewhere else, and the land may not have all the infrastructure in place. Whether you would have given consideration, if not now and perhaps going forward, into some shelter facilities of an acceptable standard for those circumstances.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I'm a little confused because I am not quite sure what the member is referring to, because he didn't identify, and we have lots of facilities here. So if the member can clarify what specifically he's referring to so that I can respond.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It has been my experience dealing with those situations that folks...
Honorable Member, my apologies, but which line item are you referring to, and what specific building are you referring to under the line item, so that I can be so guided to respond to you?
So the line item is 1220200.
Right.
I do not know specifically what it says buildings, if I can go back to it.
If you look at your budget books, they tell you which one.
One second. I did look at it. Mr. Chair, you can move on and then I'll come back to that one, please.
Honorable Member, Ms. Lewis. Sorry, Ms. Singh.
This big man, Kwame, got no manners, I tell you.
Mr. Chair, let's go back to 6321, subsidies. Mr. Chair, I noticed that
6321?
subsidies.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Member, Mr.
sorry.
Chair, we've
My
gone
apologies, my
past that.
apologies.
It's been...
She apologized.
Okay.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Program 392 Capital, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let us turn to pages 212 and 230. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Program 393, Child Care and Protection current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Singh.
Mr. Chair, 6321, subsidies and contribution to local organization. And just to be sure, we are on current expenditure for programs.
Page 213.
Okay, good. And so I am at 492, page 492 of the volume 1, I noticed that ChildLink Inc. and Blossom Inc. have received last year 51.699 million. That is, ChildLink is going to receive the same amount this year. Last year, they have received Blossom Inc. received 72.269 million, and Blossom Inc. will receive the same amount this year. With the significant increase in child abuse cases, what is the role and function of these two organizations?
Thank you, Honorable Member. And I want to say that there has actually been a reduction in cases, but there was an intention to intensify our trauma-focused counseling sessions, hence the increase to those two entities. And it was a significant increase to both entities because they provide several services to us, notably trauma-focused counseling. We need to have at least 16 sessions per child if we want to make any impact on that child's life, because many of them come with significant trauma, and the level of trauma will also mean sometimes more counseling sessions. They also do a forensic interview, and that is when there are cases of children who have experienced trauma, mostly abuse, and we have to provide a forensic statement to the DPP. We have to do a forensic interview for every child. We have expanded the ambit of what we mean by every child. We don't only do it for cases of a sexual nature, we also do cases of physical abuse, so we've expanded that. And so they have been tasked in doing that, and you're probably wondering why no more? Because the state is now going to set up its own forensic interview unit, and we are having 4 mobile units. And this is a first for Guyana. It's a very big deal for Guyana, actually, because for the first time, we are able to do forensic interviews in-house, where we can tackle the backlog and where we can have a number of interviews done in a timely manner, because we don't want children to be repeating their statements over and over. That's the purpose of a forensic interview. It's done in a very safe environment, a very closed environment, and they only give their statements once. They may be asked for further statement by the DPP. In that case, we accede. So the intention is to build out our capacity to cater for what's happening.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
How many regions Blossom Inc. and Child Care Inc. operated?
They operate in all the regions, but they don't each have a place in all. Collectively, it's 1 to 10. They're called the Child Advocacy Centers.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Minister.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Program 393, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, page 532. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 39, Program 393, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Ms. Singh.
Mr. Chair, I don't have any questions.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 393 capital stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, this concludes our consideration for Agency 39. And let us thank the Minister and her staff for taking us through our agency. We now have 7 minutes saved, which is carried forward. This is a good time to to take the suspension.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to
For
all the
1 hour.
members of my team.
Thank
Thank you very much, and for the questions. Thank you.
Well, very interesting proceedings. So much discussed in those presentations. Big up to everybody that's in the live right now. Thanks for tuning in and being a part of this live presentation. Well, there's a number of headlines right now that we definitely got to update you with. There is a number of headlines, I'm telling you. So many things going on the ground in Guyana. Now, before the parliamentary situation went down earlier today, the boys them running on Mr. Mohammed, I'm telling you. And listen, they were trying their best to see what they could find. And these are some scenes from that particular incident. Are we going to go through, analyze it? The lines are definitely open. I'm going to put the number up on the screen so persons can call it in. And we're definitely going to go through this and a number of other headlines. Right now, right here on Delta 9 Media, I want to thank all the travelers that's in the live right now and everyone that's going to catch this live in the rewind in the future. Big up yourself, same way. Thanks for being a part of this live presentation. But listen, let me bring my desk up and stand up. There's some different type of vibe as I present. Let's get into this right now.
Please bring in my city one.
You're up here. You're up here.
Let me go continue. So you going to continue to harass people? Huh?
We're not going to do that. Why would we want to do that?
You're just harassing people all the time. You come at my place to search my place? Where is the warrant? I need to see the warrant.
The warrant is in possession of Officer Scott. We can check with him.
Where's the warrant? They don't want to show me a warrant. Number one, they need to see the warrant.
Day in, day out. Like them man ain't for Mr. Mohammed nor none family, them get no peace. I'm telling you, the father's in the hospital, allegedly. There's a lot of things going on with the proceedings with the extradition. And just earlier today, these are some of the proceedings. And let me put the banner on the screen so persons can definitely call in if they would like to call in and share their commentary. Rugwenat, what's going on, buddy? Thanks for being a part of the live presentation. Big up to everybody else in the live. Bantu King. Simone, thanks for being a part. Blessings to all watching from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I'm telling you, what is weather doing here right now? Ice cold right now, I'm telling you, but it's beginning to get warmer, but we still in that winter freeze. Thanks for being a part of the live presentation, Simone. Greetings. You got mute the background. You got mute the background, caller.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Greetings, Flash. What's going on?
Huh?
Greetings, Flash. What's going on?
Greetings to you.
Mm-hmm.
I address you now as good afternoon to you, Delta 9, Mr. Delta 9.
Yeah, man. Okay, then.
I cannot say it to my black brothers and sisters anymore.
I appreciate that.
But I will give it a credit to Delta 9. You know, I love the word of God.
Mm-hmm.
Stand still and see the salvation of the Lord. The Egyptians see today, you will see them no more. Mr. David, I said, we Black people should not get involved in Mohammed and PPP problem. Mohammed is big enough to take care of this problem. Because when it was our time and PPP, Mohammed was stand still and let those PPP destroy our young children and young men.
Yeah.
I am rejoicing. But somebody in the PNC, in the PPP, police force, tip him off. Because he know PPP them inside and PPP them know them inside. They have no intent doing on the arm. But I'm glad it is something because when PPP, the same friend and family him, send people to destroy one black sister house because we refuse to give up the house as a land. Mommy was rejoicing. Mommy said loud and clear, he funded PPP party to destroy my black brother sister in Guyana. Oh my God, thank you for your word, God. He keeps saying, he give them money, he take care of them. Let Mohammed feel it, eat. We black people in Guyana feel it, eat, and he was rejoicing. I feel sorry for Mohammed. What goes wrong comes wrong. Chief Justice said, plain 2020 election. There was my black brothers, black lawyers, them. She said, what good for the goose is good for the gander. She tell Mr. Boston, I don't know if you see that case. She said, Mr. Boston, if it was the other way around, Mr. Boston said, Your Honor, don't come to me with that nonsense. I am here to represent my choice. You got to mention that to the government lawyers. That man stood up to her. I said, well done. Let Mohammed really eat. Because when we were feeling the heat, he never was there for us. Thank you very much. Let me keep on listening to the program.
All right. Insightful commentary coming in there from the elder Flash Garden. Thanks for calling and being a part of the live presentation and sharing those insights with us right here on Delta 9 Media. Greetings. Thanks for being a part of the live presentation. Greetings. You're on to Delta 9 Media. Hello? Greetings. You're on to Delta 9 Media Live. Carly, you can hear me? Hello? Somebody calling from GT. Seems like. What's going on? You hear me?
You hear me? I'm the mute.
Okay. No, Steve, what's going on?
No. I'm speaking out on behalf of the last caller.
Yeah.
All right. The individual that is women, the one that just talked, said that Mommy support the PPP in 2020. But what Mommy did is support both political party, APNU and PPP. Both parties did not support the PPP alone. They support both parties. PPP APNU supposed to verify that. Last caller talk, and not a night at all speaking about what Mommy used to do before.
It's not hard, it's Mr. Flash Garden. With a big horse swords, right? Yeah.
Correct is right. I'm not annoyed with you talking about what Mom 2015 and 2020 we used to support back PPP, fair enough. But what we're speaking about is the 2020 election. Mommy support APNU, Mr. Granger party, and support PPP party, both parties. Now, we can't watch as black and black. Mommy did not disagree with it.
You gotta mute your background. Or else you're going to confuse yourself and create an echo for us on this end.
But I muted your story, I didn't get it.
No, not the phone, your background. Greetings, you're on to Delta 9 Media Live.
Delta, blessings to your family there today as well.
Greetings, King.
Well, I'll tell you one thing again.
Mm-hmm.
That is why the afternoon and the 8 p.m. we lose the election. Everything is about you got to support your flag. You got those things done, my brother. And while we still going back there, you see no going on as a different generation now.
Yeah.
Every time people talk, oh, you said the black and the white and the yellow. It's foolishness, my brother. Let me concentrate on the future, my brother. I was saying, they're spending $100 and something million into the farm. Why not build a new farm? But I heard she said that a design is in the making.
But 100 million, and
for 5 years
yeah.
to put a design in making, brother.
Yeah, I had done spend 100 million.
And 100 and something million done spend.
I was saying to myself, what are you going to do to the building? What are you going to possibly do to the building? The building needs to get rid of the whole area, need to clear up.
Exactly. It's 150-year-old building, brother.
Yeah, and it's rat infested.
And you still want to put in a new lock. You still want to put in a new door. You still want to put in this. Get rid of the flipping building and build a new one. You had 5 years to do that.
Yeah.
It's just because it's the old people, you're saying nothing for them. Eh?
There's no return on the investment, bro. There's the conversation if you think about it.
And their mouth is so sweet when they speak. But what they have done for the 5 years, nothing.
It's crazy.
Oh, President Ali wanted to do this and the government wanted to do that. Nonsense. What they're doing for 5 years. They always talk what you have to do. Oh, what you do? What you didn't do? Who is in power now has to do what they have to do? I hear this crap for their time about what you had to do and what you didn't do. You there 5 years now. What you did? The people still hungry? 8% of the people still down in property. What do you have to do to correct that? What you say, my brother?
It's a crazy thing when you analyze it, because I think so much more could have been done for that particular facility and for elders as a whole. You understand? And I think if they really had an intention to do something, they could have done way much more, buddy. Way much more.
Thank you, my
brother. They could have put them up temporary somewhere else and redo that building. Redo that whole building.
Because it's not 2,000 patients there.
No.
It's roughly about 100 patients, if so much.
No. But let's see.
You know, that could have taken them in 5 years to do over the whole building. Within 2 years, the building could have done. Because I know them already. Everything is years.
I tell you.
Ask my brother. He's
yeah, man. Insightful commentary coming in from the travelers on the phone. Big up to all the travelers in the comment section and all the travelers that's going to catch this live in the rewind. Check and make sure you thumbs up the live so persons can be updated with all of this trending and very important information. One person saying, listen, let Mr. Mohammed deal with the situation by himself because he's capable and he was looking out for certain persons. But then we get in different views coming in from the caller that coming afterwards saying, listen, we got to move beyond this divided perspective that we're attacking certain political situations with. Because when we divide it, could easily be conquered. We got to come together, right? So that we could form a unified force that we can use to deal with certain situations in a real way. I'm telling you, when we analyzing what's going on, it's all across the board, you know, all across the board. We're going to jump back into the situation because guess what? There's an independent video up on the channel already with the Mohammed situation. So we're gonna come back to it, but to connect it and to show you just how broad this thing is, right? I want to show you all a situation right now. Maybe go into it.
This place looking good and the development real good.
How old is you?
20 years old, and I live in behind it 5 years now. So you
So you store on your own key?
Yes.
You own your own house?
Yes.
And you get your own land?
Yes, thank God.
I used to track to the
thank
board
the
and the
president.
yeah, there. Yeah, there. Thanks to the president. President had to continue good work. Continue good work. Right? The PDP, all entire. Hey, mommy said.
Talk about the proud X-ray put.
The Proud X? What's the put the Proud X?
Right there by the cup.
Lovely. Don't take worries.
We're drinking beer now.
You hear? These is residents that put the X Proud by the cup, and I know come local government election, they're putting the X Proud again by the cup because, and this is where community development fall, and they're ready to put the X at the cup again. Continue progress. This is not a resident. It's a subject.
Now, this situation is about to age very poorly. These are supporters. You're going to hear directly from them. They are supporters of the PPP. Now, I'm going to show you just how broad this brush, this paint when it's painting, you know. Because over here, Delta 9 Media, we just analyze a number of sites, that situation, so we could come to real foundations in the truth, right? So we analyzing this. These are supporters, and this is what they have to say. Because we got some follow-up, we got some updates with their situation to share with you right here on Delta 9 Media. Make sure you thumbs up this live, buddy. If you haven't already, thumbs up the live. Thumbs up the live, Delta 9 travelers.
Say, tell me something. I know I see you in the newspaper. Yeah. I see you on social media, right? Nothing have to do with condition. I see you in the newspaper. I see you on social media collecting your sale agreement for your land.
I'm proud of that. And I feel proud of that. Some people say we want to get that sharp the place, but God is the
Greetings, you're on to Delta 9 Media Live. Yeah, we're going now. You're clear now.
All right. Big up the black lady. Let's try. Work all about vote for the cop. Sorry, I want to talk on media. What I want to say. 5 more years in their skin. 5 more years in them. No matter I vote for the cop. 5 more years in them black Scott. Excuse me for saying black. But she just get me vexed. They still say no one TV talking about PV this or PV that. PV government don't watch us what to do for them. It's a part of Mohammed. It's a part of what they're doing Mohammed. Now them are open them eyes.
Yeah.
That's all for now.
Big up yourself, King. Thanks for calling in.
It's love.
God is in charge.
Yeah, so like if WC now seeing progress.
I could remember when I see this resident come in from Saturday house. I said, wait, this woman look working hard because the wood put off like almost like over half a mile, and she fetching the wood and she try build and she juggle it, you know. Sacrifice, a lot of sacrifice. We have a lot of female behind here.
I work hard in life and I achieve.
Yeah, I don't envy shit.
We live in March, back to there, we car, 2 bucks, you know what?
We live in dark till we come to light.
Big bucks.
Yeah. Lovely,
so,
lovely.
Don't God we for progress.
What? First, as I said, mentioned before, first the youth they couldn't play no football because it's stump. The monk had stump because remember the KFC jungle behind it was. But now they have the sun. That's the road start to push. Just not get the road, just not get the own bar field soon. So they welcome it. We welcome it. You mean more babies and make?
Yeah, you know now.
Oh my God. Well, you know how much babies born behind it?
Yeah, couple
of whole lot.
A whole lot of babies born in the area. Well, I'm telling you, Bantu King is saying this. Mohammed gave financial support to both parties because he was seeking quid pro quo from whosoever won the elections. Allegedly. Allegedly. Deborah, thanks for being a part of the live presentation. Greetings here on to Delta 9 Media Live.
Hi, Delta. Good afternoon. How are you guys doing?
Doing great, man. How going on with you?
All right. Great life, man. Great life. All right. I don't like to get too much deviating and start talking a whole lot of things. So I want to point you all out to about one fact here that I see.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the fact.
Yes.
NIS payments. I'm not hearing anybody talk about NIS payments, but I can talk about it now.
Yeah.
NIS payments, if you go to the website, nis.org.gy, and you look on the old age benefits, you can see that the minimum amount of NIS a person should get is 50% of the public service minimum wage.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody can check it. Just go to the website and check it. Now, you guys got to check to see what's the public service minimum wage. I believe it's about 103,000 right now.
Yeah.
However, the NIS minimum is $43,075. I believe the NIS minimum should be about 51,000 something. I don't know why the government is not making the change. I don't know why. And that's something that could further help NIS pensioners.
Yeah.
And it's on their website. It's not something I believe should be done. It's on their website.
And that's an adjustment that can definitely help. And it's an adjustment when accumulated is a hefty sum. If you think about the amount of persons that would be missing in that amount.
Well, I understand all those things. I'm just wondering why it's not being done. And we talking about how we can improve old age people stuff. And I'm not talking about what I believe should be done or what I think.
Yeah.
What I'm stating is what is on the website and what the guys are actually doing.
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard anybody stated any plan to improve the NIS minimum.
Yeah.
I've now heard it in the budget speech. I'm not hearing any parliamentarian talks about it. I don't know what we're missing, but we seem to be missing it all. Even the parliamentarians seem to be missing it. And I find that very strange.
That's very, very strange. That's a good question.
Another quick statement quickly, and I really don't like to get into these things at all. I like to stay on the proper side and talk proper things.
Yeah.
Mr. Mohammed's situation is rather unfortunate. I said before, the government and the judiciary are separate branches, and therefore nobody should try to overlook the other.
Yeah.
Let the chips fall where they may. I hear people saying that what Mr. Mohammed do when he was giving the government money is to stifle the blacks. But I don't see things in such a simplistic manner. Typically, when rich people are giving money to a government, they want to be able to lobby the government to do what they want.
Powerful point.
Typically, that's what they want. So I don't know if the mom is looking at these things so small that stifle black people. They got some of their own plans and businesses that they want to get set up and run, and they want to do some certain things. And by helping the government, whoever's in power, they can pull some strings. They can pull strings and get things done.
That make a lot of sense.
That's how I see things, sir. Have a great day. Let me get off the line and let other people talk. Have a great day.
Thanks for calling in and for sharing those insights with us.
All right, bye now.
Have a good one. Insightful commentary coming in from from the travelers on the phone line. What are your views? Call it in, the numbers on the screen. Let's have some real meaningful conversation about this. Flash, what's going on? Flash, what's going on here, man?
Yes, I would love to answer that caller. He asked a question, but Flash got no the answer, so I'm going to answer him. He said he wants to know why they're not taking care of NIS. You don't have to go to college, university, and high school to learn that common sense, 3 cents or road cents to tell my black brother. 95% of IMF is black. BLACK. Guys, that is it. Remember, when David Grinter was president, the teachers' union strike.
Yeah.
Not the one strike. But our finance minister, Winston Jordan, find money and put them back in class where it belongs to after 3 days without island gas money. And you know what today? The sea government leave them outside there when they was protesting for a better salary, a better pay, a better environment to work in. They've left them outside there on the street for 2-3 months. I know what I'm telling you. Are you have to wait? Are you have to wait until 2027?
Yeah.
When big money come in, like if they know all them teachers will live to see 2027. Oh my God. So why you say so Fat Garden ways and bias and Fat Garden should move away from them things. Oh my God, man. We went to school like you, man. And I become got 65 years old, man. Oh, what are you do? Have the black leaders, them willfully nonsense talk that. We got to give the police and when Burnham took over the country 64, he never tell Jagana, hey, I'm not going to sit down with you. When Burnham took over the country, he never laughed out the opposition leader out of parliament. Oh, God of mercy, has gotten talking this afternoon. Because I say racial. Let them understand the word racial this afternoon. Who is racial? In every country where black people live, they are the loving and peaceful people in this world. Because they put God in front. They never put money and power in front. We got to ask it how we see it. We is the one believe in unite. You see people that never believe in unite. Oh my God. Last before we go, none of our 3 presidents, Burnham, Desmond Nice, and when they take over country, they flow out any part of the sea, because the village, and kill them stuff and everything. In success, they flood that land and kill people out. Tree silent for them and everything they've done in that 5 years. And again, we was married. We was married to represent black people there. I said, no. We cannot live this way. We are one. We are one people, one nation, one destiny. But Marvin joined with them and said, it's one Guyana. Let Marvin fight the battle. Let the dog kill the dog. Be glad if anyone is dead between Marvin and Jack do. Because I start drinking whiskey. I go drink a bottle of whiskey on the rock when me one of them dead. Yeah. Thank you very much for listening.
Thanks
Let
for
me go and
calling
make
in.
my dinner now.
Well, you heard the views right there of Mr. Flash Garden. What do you think about that? Drop it into the comment section or call it in. Let's definitely have some meaningful conversation about these headlines, the commentary, and a number of other things. We were updating ourselves with these proceedings right here. Greetings, you're on to the live, Delta 9 Major Live.
We're down to the best show on planet Earth. Blessings, greetings, more success to this program. With all the respect, Mr. Gordon, I have great respect for you because you're a big man, and I know you have grandchildren and you have kids. Every program you on with negative comments. I wanted this man know Muhammad personally. I mean, yes, Muhammad is not one of my favorite person. I'm not a supporter of him, but there's time and place. 6 o'clock in the morning, he's upon Kadaki show, ranting and raving about black people, and if he don't know, as a black sister, it's not sounding good because he sounds like a racist. Yes, and he could come back and debate me because I waited for long. I want to tell you, he gotta ease and press. This big man got to ease and press. He sounds like he better. He gets a lot on his chest. At this age, you're supposed to rock back and enjoy grandchildren and enjoy life. Stop being bitter. You don't know this man. Muhammad got to answer to God for all what he did. PNC and ACNUS, they're not preachers, and I support those parties, and they're not preachers. All of them have their flaws. Wait to tell Muhammad, buddy. They'll to continue with your awesome program, buddy. Stay focused and keep up the good work.
All right, thanks for calling in. Have a great one. Insightful commentary coming in from all the travelers around the globe to the live presentation, the International Digital Connection. Are you subscribed? Make sure you hit that subscription button and stay connected with everything trending in Guyana and in the diaspora. Let's get some more of these updates.
The baby is not turn big man and big woman now. It's about time,
Thanks for the development.
Because it has some person who died 60, who died the 70, and they never own a house lot. But these is happy and proud residents.
Big up.
Well, me going looking for the afternoon because I want to walk on the road with the president, you know.
Lovely.
Outside on the road because I put the X right apart it's supposed to do.
I see a flag. I see a flag. I see a flag.
Yeah, she was putting up the flower.
She making jokes. She work hard for this.
Oh my God, hard work pay out.
Yes.
Yeah, hard work pay out.
I would say after that, probably save line.
Yeah, but sure. I could say I'm really happy for the residents because it didn't easy at all. It didn't easy. And a lot of persons used to try to fast trade them, the government and show y'all have the land, and get the land. Right? They used to keep saying that, but at the end of the day, is the paying you, the one to the people have the land, is the PPP come and make sure that things being done for them. Yeah? Another thing, it's not like all the stories being told out there. You understand? For come and ask some final from the residents for yourself.
Till that do us part.
Till that do us
part.
Till that do us do part.
Do us part. Till I support the people till that do us part.
Lovely.
Well, I'm telling you, that was the situation in just the recent past, you understand? But how things has changed, and how things has changed very drastically. Let's be updated with some of these new proceedings that's going on, because it's not normal at all.
Money, $1,000.
I don't know if you remember this pretty maid. Look how she passed it now.
Yes,
I said some bill and she you know we don't just punish a bill. My mother put no don't got a lot of she put we on the bill and stick at one thing. We live, we no long we punish them behind them walking to all them but now them break down me sense the place. We come tell me put somebody went clean and them billing it. I not mad man, he able.
Anybody else wants to something? Let me show us from now. I want Minister Cole see this video. I want President Ali see this video. I want Minister Sony who come in and engage already with the residents in this area. Moko. See these people, see this video. So I want the Vice Presidency. I want you to see what's going on right now. Get frustrated resident. Even though, yes, the structure we're going on inside this area.
Yes.
But we get frustrated. I don't know if y'all remember this lady. Y'all remember she welcomed the development that's going on inside this area.
Greetings, you're on to Delta 9 Major Live.
Yeah, Delta, a quick one here. I call it back just to respond to Flash.
Yeah.
Once again, I hear Flash talking about they ain't paying NIS. Of course, that's his response. Because I think this right here, black people involved. That's what I think I heard him say. I don't know if you could confirm that.
That he said what?
Whether it's because of black people that's involved. Is that what you said?
Correct. Paraphrasing. Yeah.
All right. Well, let me get off here quickly. If that's what you said. Partly that's what you said. Here is the other part of the question. Here is the other part of the statement I made is now his answer doesn't answer. And that is, why aren't the parliamentarians saying anything about it? Is it because they're not black?
You did raise that point. You say you're hearing it from neither side of the house.
Is it because they're not black? I don't think so. So, Mr. Gardner, realize these things are not simplistic as they are on themselves. In some instances, he's right. And in some instances, there's a lot more to it. I believe everybody's overlooked this. That's what I believe. Everyone.
And that's a sad reality.
Government, parliamentarians, everybody, I believe, is overlooked that. And I just wonder who is advising parliamentarians. And who is, well, I would ask who's advising them. Have a great day.
Thanks for calling in and for dropping some more insights for us.
I suspect Mr. Flash might come back again. Why you tell me why the parliamentarians are saying anything?
All right.
About NIS. About the NIS minimum, even though it's on their website. As I said again, this is not white belief and white want and white case.
Yeah.
It's clearly stated on the people's website. The minimum is 50% of the public service minimum. Go check it.
Okay.
All right, guys. Have a great day.
Have a great one. Thanks for calling in.
Good. All right.
Flash, what's going on? Flash, you there?
Yes, thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Every time.
To my friend, I am not close to the MPs then, but technology I could still represent. Now, I said 95% of INS who received INS money is black, working. INS money is people who work and pay into the system, like we over there that work and pay in to Social Security. So when we meet at age, or if we sick and disabled, we're going to get a package from the government. That is the problem. But when they would go to take over, because we love to call name, because people must understand who we're talking about. When Mr. David going to take over 2015, he pumped in money he raised for 23 years. He pumped in less than 5 years. That could have got a better package. My brother, for 23 years, with peace. But when they were going to go in, he pumped in more. You could check it out too. And get another program to explain. And to the sister, what is bothering me? You see, I got love for everybody. But you have to treat people the same way they treat you. I'm not represent when they go low, you go high. You got to face reality and fact. The same that for 5 years that the PPP done to us. How can you tell me that me hungry on my way, sir? Why are you doing that? with all what happened under the primitive government. Let me say this here before I go, please. I look at Farrakhan video and thing. One video I could remember. Farrakhan said, we're only given a rough number. We have been fighting for what? Job and justice. 1970. We fighting still for what? Job and justice. He said 20 years after, we still fighting for what? Job and justice. And is that exactly what Guyanese, black Guyanese, has been fighting for all these years, 28 years, for job and justice? Yeah, don't fight like that. Don't do it. They have been fighting. I born and live between Eastern people until we leave Guyana. Me born in the guts. I know their mentality towards us. I'm not racial. I'm talking about me learn what we see. And let me go, I'm going to tell you, my grandson, you have to be in a building when rain falls to know that goddamn building is leaking. Don't be on the street and say that building leaking, oh God Almighty, because it will cost you, and it will cost you two things. Money and time. And you need both, my grandson. You need the time for work for your money, and your money for pay a bill. So, listen to me. I grew up in politics and politics. Thank you very much.
Powerful, insightful commentary. Thanks for calling in, Mr. Flash, and for sharing those insights with us right here on Delta 9 Media. Well, we're seeing how widespread this victimization thing is in Guyana. And this is the views that persons are having as they analyze the situation. Video 1 and video 2. And you're getting a chance to see what could happen to you if you sell out yourself cheaply and put yourself in compromising situations with persons who really don't care about you, and you put your trust in persons in authority that really ain't looking out for you and your real benefit. This is what is some of the proceedings on the ground right now. And the travelers in the chat had this to say. Simone, thanks for being a part of the live presentation. This is what happened when you can easily be bought. I'm telling you. Bantu King is saying Flash Garden is a realist. Lorene, welcome into the live and thanks for tuning in and being a part of this live presentation. Deborah is saying it's good for you. Yeah, telling you. Deborah is saying it's good for you. Ah, boy, oh. Give you a chance, man. We still got to look out and see that is our brothers and our sisters finding themselves in compromising situations. Because if you think about it, right? Guyana, look at how big the country is. How could it be that every single year I discover at least 5 or more stories like this? That means it's every couple days something like this going down, you know. I tell you. Let me hear some more of these details before we jump into another headline.
The other day. But let me tell you something, not only R&D, but everybody. But right now, let me tell you something. Right now, what's going on? Housing doing wrong. They can't come and move people that live upon the land already and bring somebody fresh. But all these people never been engaged. All right,
I live in Guyana quite a long time now. And why seeing really disappointing because I know personal people who chopping and weeding these lands for 7 to 8 to 9 to 10 years now. And people will now come last week and this week, these people giving them same people land. And then people choose to just weed and chop because of the same rule housing put out. Don't build nothing permanent. Because I'm not sure how the area going to be designed.
Exactly, that's what he said.
As the same people that were just maintaining and waiting for the design, now losing what they got. The people
Who no come? Who never chop a grass or do nothing? You want to say something?
Yes, we live in here for 10 years, almost 10 years, me, my children, them. And we clean and we maintain, and all of a sudden some people come to get our land, and that is unfair. We welcome everything that what we do, we appreciate it, but right must be right, and wrong is wrong. And I think as much as they're supposed to give us first preference, let whoever let they
exactly
get our what
belongs to we. Since the VP was president, people even bring side of their tail. Look when the resident is showing national land.
People have structure and to break down because you got moved, because of road, because of this. Now you build fence for 3 times because you got shipped down, you got shipped down. Now they're still fighting. The police people from Milan, the young people from Milan.
All of the people from the woman, this woman is saying, why the poor people bunch of land? She land, and the one chose she has her own place. Your place.
Money, $1,000 we clean.
I don't know if you remember this pretty maze. Look how she passed through the nose.
Yes,
For the end by the cup, but
I said the bill, and she, you know, we don't to punish a bill. My mother put no dog on our law, so put we on the bill and stick at one thing. We live. We know long we punish them behind them walking to all them but now them break down me sense the place. We come tell them put somebody went clean and then billing it. I alone made man, he able.
Anybody else wants to something? What did y'all ever show us from now?
I live in here since I smile. I can't get no land around and I broke down my place. Don't want to see how to call a name. Send me to houses. He sent me to houses just when I come back in place broke down.
Oh, he sent it to your house and when you come back, you broke down your house.
He broke down my house.
Hey.
He tell me that.
Yeah, because they
road, he tell me for me house there, a road going there. And next night he bring somebody for put it. Tell me the
because when my son them buys the government thing, they tell them don't do nothing, and they gonna come back and contact
he like
them.
the road going there, and you when you go to house and come back, he brings somebody for you land.
Tell them don't do nothing, when they gonna engage back with them. I don't know. I did some people come after me get that number. How is that?
I'm calling
people come 2-3 days. A month now and don't got that now. A person living over 8 years when it's cold. When it's cold over 8 years.
They was using y'all to keep and maintain this situation, it seems. It's just real rough. Because we hear this before, you know. We hear this before, buddy. And the persons on the ground that were advocating was persons from Team Green. Right? A lot of members of Team Green, APNU, PNC were over there advocating for the persons in Mocha and stuff like that. So I was surprised when I saw the video where, you know, persons were saying, hey, we're going to support this and we're going to support that, which is their right. You understand? But then when you see these proceedings, you say, well, look at that, eh? Look at that. Maybe they made some choices that, you know, were not well thought out. And it's still rough to know that these persons living in this area for so many years, and then people coming behind you and getting access, more access to a place where you were for so many years, eh? That's a one-sided affair. It don't seem like a one Guyana situation for me. What y'all think about it? Drop it into the comment section and call it in. Let's have a meaningful conversation on these headlines, right? And if you haven't already, thumbs up the live so that persons around the world, persons in Guyana can be updated with what's going on. So they could see video number 1 and then they could see the updated video number 2. Let me not forget that these are open, proud supporters. You see the video, they tell you themselves and they advocate for a particular party themselves. Well, look at what's going on with them right now. This is the situation. This is the situation. Godfrey, thanks for being a part of the live presentation. 5 more years upon them. I'm telling you, it's rough.
We live in there for 10 years and they haven't been caught in as yet. They're not been engaged as yet. It's unfair. And the fast train is resident from ground. And the fast train is fabricated. The team that is coming inside the area, they've been reaching out to residents. They're just coming, breaking this, trying, coming, breaking and destroying, and bringing people up on the very same land. They're bringing people up on the very same land that they're destroying people's place. They can't say the people squatting. They don't know what they can't say squatting because they can't be squatting if they're bringing somebody else up on the same land and breaking the place. The same land and breaking them at the present moment on the place. That's all I'm saying.
The same place they breaking down and say you squatting. How come they suddenly bringing somebody else to put in the same location? That seems very suspicious. Very, very suspicious. And we're highlighting it right here so that the relevant authorities might be able to see and so that persons can actually be updated with what's the proceedings when you support the wrong persons to put in these positions of power. Things that we highlighting over here at Delta 9 Media way before the elections, way before. Greetings, you're on to Delta 9 Media Live.
Yeah, I think this might be my last one on this topic here concerned well, regards NIS and so on.
Yeah.
I heard Flash again, and Flash, don't believe I'm against you, right? Don't believe so at all. I heard you. I believe you make some great points. I know exactly what angle you're coming from. The thing about me is I don't like to get into those angles of supposition and belief and so on. I like to state facts and ask about facts and so on. While a lot of what is happening in Guyana suggests exactly what you're saying, I don't even want to get there. All I want to do is ask a simple question that's related to fact, and that is about NIS. And that is one way in which these guys could help to improve pensioner situations in the place. And as I said, it's not because I want it or because it is a belief of mine that should be increased. It's actually stated on the people's website what it should be. The minimum should be 50%. Just go check. Again, tired of saying this, nis.org.by, go on the old age benefits, and take a good read down there and you'll see the minimum pension NIS should be 50%. And what is it now? 43,075. And what is the minimum public service wage? Approximately 103,000. So the minimum should be half, and the budget should stipulate that the minimum should raise from 43,075 to whatever half of the public service minimum wages. Flash, I hear you, but I don't even want to go there. Another thing that really I'm interested in, Flash, is you said what Mr. Granger did and what Mr. Jordan did. I definitely realize all those things. What amazes me is that a lot of the parliamentarians we had right now were in the days of Mr. Granger and Mr. Jordan. So they are aware of what can be done and what has been done to NIS. Still, a number of these guys who are still there are not even raising the issue. So it brings back the question again, why not? And that's why I don't believe it's deliberate that they're not raising it.
And you say you go to the page that says benefits, right?
Old age benefits, yes.
Okay, I'm on the page now. I'm pulling it up so persons can see exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, go to old age benefits and you'll see how it's calculated, and then you'll see what the minimum should be. Of course, I'm now watching because I don't want anything to reverberate in the background.
Yeah.
So I click you off entirely. I don't want you to hear anything.
Okay. But I pull the benefits page up, and we're on the benefits page now. And I'm gonna
all age benefits.
Yeah.
All right. Once you see it, you could probably show it. Well, obviously, you don't want to show we have not seen it.
Yeah.
If we are seeing supports what I'm saying, then you could show it. Otherwise, I'm giving false information. Right. And it's not my intention to give false information and actually sit here and tell you that.
Yeah. It says 14. It says 14%, 5.6%, and 8.4%. I'm not reading the whole passage of everything that's here, but there's a number of different percentages and an amount of $280,000. And then
no, that ain't sound like the right page.
That's not the right page. It's not the benefits.
That ain't sound like the right page. We don't know old age benefits.
Okay. And that would be under the benefit, the page that says benefits, right?
Well, maybe I need to go in front of my computer. You know, I'm in front of my computer. So it's on old age benefits, old age benefits. You should see it right there.
I clicked on old age benefits. We're on old age benefits now.
All right. You see how it's calculated?
Yeah.
And somewhere in the middle of that right top, you should see what the minimum NIS should be.
Okay.
It's really a pity I'm not in front of my computer.
Yeah, this print is a bit small for me to see, but it does say that old age pension is 40% of the relevant wages, right?
I think you're on the right page. You need to come down. Now and read further down somewhere in the middle.
Age grants.
And you might see what the minimum is supposed to be. Yes, I got a 40% going to 60%. The maximum it could be 60% of whatever number they calculate. So it ranges between 40 and 60%, but you gotta come down somewhere in the middle of the page to see what the minimum is supposed to be.
Okay. All right.
It's some work that got to be done, and I guess that's why it's probably missing everybody's missing it.
But I'm glad that you're highlighting it, and I got the actual page up and the website link. I'm gonna drop it into the comment section as well, so that persons can check it out and definitely bring it to the attention of anyone in the relevant authority. So
hold on. Have you actually seen the statement I'm making? The public, the minimum should be 50%.
It's going to be on this. It's going to be on this actual page, right? But for me to read it right now, I can't really see. I can't really see it that clearly. I would need to get to the other monitor to be able to.
You can't really know why you to be linking a page as incorrect, or else.
No, we're on the old age pension page. We're on the old age pension page with old age grants and such and such. Duration of benefits, method of benefits,
I think you're the right place.
Manner and stuff like that. This is the page. But I just can't. These glasses is kind of prescription, so for me to see it right now, is a little bit of a strain.
No. I guess that is fine. I think I'm tying up the line right now. I guess that's fine. If you link something as incorrect.
No, it's not incorrect. It's not the incorrect page. It's the right page. It's the right page.
All right. I just want other people to confirm what I'm stating, and then we get back to the same old question. Why a lot of these guys, even though they're familiar with Mr. Jordan and Mr. Granger have done,
yeah,
they're still not asking about it. Right. But as I said, I believe it's just like everybody missed this, and that's it. Well, I don't want to go blaming people too harshly. I think everybody missed it.
I'm telling you.
All right, man. Have a great day. I've tied up your line too long here right now. Other people
not at all. It's good to have insightful conversation about these things. It's important, and thousands of persons can be affected from those changes, right? So thanks for calling in and
That is
highlighting
true.
that for us.
That is true. Actually, this thing here could affect a number of people.
Yeah.
It's another 7 rand more per month, which might be useful. I don't know useful, but might be useful.
Yeah.
All right, now have a great day. Yeah.
Big up yourself, Carl. Thanks for calling in and sharing those insights
All right.
with us.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Good morning, everyone. So this video is coming straight from the jungle, and I want you guys to know what is going on. This video I would be talking about Mr. Irfan Ali, which is the president of Guyana. So what Mr. Irfan Ali is doing right now, he trying to claim all the lands in the interior in Guyana, which they call the buffer zone. No, the buffer zone. So Mr. Irfan Ali know what he was doing all the time. He got the people to vote for him. They up on the seat up there. Then he starts sending his people into the jungle all over. His people into the jungle, so the people doesn't talk nice to you, or they are not doing a properly job, because when they came to you, they're telling you about your mother's cunt, what the motherfucker you doing here. You have to move from here. What you're doing on the buffer zone. You have to get your mother's cunt off the buffer zone. Mr. Irfan Ali people is doing this. When you can move out in time, they take all your things and put it on fire. So, I want this video. If Mr. Irfan Ali could even see this video, what his people is doing. So he got all those eyes. He get how much money he don't give. Poor people still have to live, right? So after that, now he getting all those oil money. He getting bauxite. He trying to claim the land in the jungle, which the poor people trying to survive, right? He sending his people now for get rid of the people of the land. Even Mr. Irfan Ali, right? Getting all those oil. I want to know, I am on this campsite right now. Why is people having to make Abbey Isle? Abbey Isle. Why we supposed to get in best Isle? Because we are having oil in Guyana.
Questions coming in from persons all across the board. Big up to all the travelers in the chat. You should write to MP Duncan on the issue. Powerful point. And I'm going to go to the website afterwards and I'm going to analyze it, Bantu King. And for the caller that called, then I'm going to analyze it. I'm going to zoom it in on the bigger screen because I'm in the living room, so I ain't got my extra monitor with me. And I'm going to be able to see the print better. And I'll read it out and analyze everything and showcase it on the on another presentation or on a pre-recorded video so persons could understand definitely what's going on right there, because 7,000 by 100 is a lot. And that's a lot of money that might be miscalculated or might be absent that a lot of persons could definitely benefit from. And it's already allotted, so it's not like if the funds are not there, you know. But nonetheless, it is budget time and we're going to analyze what if, right? You had $1 million to invest right now. What would be
million
some
miles
of the
away,
best,
right? Today, we're going to change that.
What would be some of the best things to put $1 million in? Remember, I am not a financial specialist. So you should go to a financial specialist for professional advice on these things. But we're going to get into some of these insights into the budget right now after we conclude with this caller. Greetings, caller. You're on to Delta 9 Media Live.
How are you doing, Delta?
Doing great. And yourself?
I'm great. What the guy is saying is incorrect. You've got to read the whole thing. It's 40% of your contributions that you make weekly between 150 and 750, plus 1% supplemented. You still there?
Yeah, I'm right here. We're listening. I'll give you a chance so they could hear everything that you're saying.
Right. So it's calculated that way. It's not calculated 40% of the minimum wage.
Mm-hmm.
It's 40% of your contribution, what you are making on a weekly basis, plus 1% supplemented. So my minimum might be $35,000 based on my contribution, because everybody contributes a certain amount out of their pay. So if I make a higher wage, my whatever the contribution is would be higher than somebody making a smaller wage.
Okay.
But it's not 40% of the minimum wage. It's 40% of what you were making between the 150 contribution and the 750 contribution.
Mm.
I don't know if that makes sense to you.
No, that would change. That would change a lot, because everyone would make a different amount, right?
Exactly. Nobody. The minimum the government raised, this present government here raised the minimum to $35,000.
Yeah.
So they brought everybody up and put them at a minimum of $35,000.
Yeah.
Now, what I want to point out is your first page, because I had mentioned this before, and people had thought that I was crazy when I said, if you were working and contributing privately, or if you, whatever, there are people in Guyana that when they attain the age of 60, right, the $40,000 is chicken feed to them. You see the top level there is $280.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
There's a minimum and a maximum, right? Based on your 750 contributions. So what that makes, I might not get 280, but I might get 200, or I might get 160.
Okay.
Plus my government pension, which is raised every time the public servants got a raise, I get a raise on my pension.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
I don't know if it makes sense, but whenever you read it, you can always correct me.
Yeah. Well, thanks for calling in and for sharing those insights so we could get, some more details on it so we could analyze it in a real way, because that aspect that you just mentioned, where it is by the individual earnings and not by the basic minimum earning, is a big difference.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. The same thing up here with Social Security. If I contribute a high rate, then my check is bigger than yours.
Yeah.
And you still got to meet the qualifier of how much time I had to put into it. And NIS hasn't gotten a raise for years.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
That's just my contribution today. I am enjoying the show, man.
All right.
I need a cold banks. All right. Thanks again for sharing your program.
Yeah, man, every time. And thanks for calling in, Mr. Cooper, and sharing those insights with us.
All right, thanks.
Have a good one. Insights coming in from one of our frequent travelers, Mr. Cooper, giving us some more insights on the whole situation with the calculation of the NIS. Well, guess what? We're talking about investing $1 million in Guyana as we analyze the 2025 and 2026 budget. What would be some of the best ways to invest $1 million? Let me not forget, we got this small business development bank that is going to be in place very soon. that will give access to a lot of funding, right, for a lot of businesses and a lot of other things in the country. So we analyzing it. This is just what, 5,000 US. So if you had $5,000 right now to invest, what would be one of the best things to invest it in? And where did we get this information from? What did we use to get this information? We used this AI app that is called, let me share it right here. It is called Notebook LM, right? Now on Notebook LM, we have all three estimates from 2025 and 2026, as well as maybe say about 20 to 25 other financial business books that's going to give us different insights, MBA in a day, you know, different financial economic analysis books and stuff like that. So it's going to take the foundation information from there and answer any questions that we ask it. The name of the app again is Notebook LM. And I'm going to make sure that I put up this barcode, because this barcode, whenever you scan this barcode will give you access to the app with the budget estimates loaded and the books loaded. So you can type in any question that you would like and create a video like this for yourself, or any other way that you would like to learn or share the information coming in from budget 2026, 2025. You could reload the notebook or with whatever you would like as well. But nonetheless, let's get into some of these details right here, right now on Delta 9 Media.
We are taking Guyana's massive budget and turning it into a real, practical guide. We'll show you exactly how you could take 1 million Guyanese dollars and find your place in the country's historic economic boom. Okay, let's get into it.
First things first, let's just try to wrap our heads around the sheer scale of this thing. By 2026, Guyana's national budget is projected to blow past $1.5 trillion. I mean, that's more than the entire economic output of some small countries. This isn't just a little bit of growth. It's one of the biggest economic transformations happening anywhere on the planet right now. This is the wave you want to be riding. So, where is all this money coming from? A huge chunk of it is flowing directly from Guyana's Natural Resource Fund. You can think of it like the country's oil savings account. In 2026 alone, we're talking about almost $500 billion from that fund getting pumped straight into the economy. Now, this isn't some abstract number on a page. It's real money that's going to build roads, launch new businesses, and create a whole lot of jobs.
Which, of course, leads us to the real question, doesn't it? Where is this tidal wave of cash actually going to land? And maybe more importantly, how can you, with your $1 million, get a piece of the action? Well, that's exactly what we're about to break down. So here's our game plan. We're going to follow the money into 3 huge sectors where your $1 million can make a real difference: agriculture, infrastructure, and services. And then we'll wrap it all up with a smart strategic playbook to help you make the best possible moves. Ready?
All right, first up, let's talk about agriculture. You know, oil might be grabbing all the headlines, but the government is making a massive strategic bet on food security. The goal is to make Guyana a food powerhouse for the entire region. This is all about building something that lasts.
And listen, they are putting serious money where their mouth is. The 2026 agriculture budget is a whopping $76.5 billion. That money is aimed squarely at boosting production. We're talking better irrigation, support for new kinds of crops, and building out all the necessary infrastructure.
You see, if we could move beyond the division, if we could move beyond the victimization and all the other things going on the ground, there's so much money to be made. There's so much avenue for business. There's so much ability for growth. And we're analyzing some of them right here, right now on Delta 9 Media. It's money time, budget time, and this is what we're analyzing right now on Delta 9 Media.
Takeaway for you, it's simple. Follow that money. So how do you put your $1 million to work here? Think smart, think small, and think essential. No, you're not going to start some giant state farm, but you could become a critical supplier. You could provide farmers with small-scale irrigation gear, or start a nursery for high-value seedlings that are in high demand. The government is specifically funding things like livestock training in certain regions, so why not start a business that supplies those exact initiatives?
Now, here's the really cool part about this strategy. You're putting yourself in what's called a growth perpetuity. It's kind of like planting a fruit tree in a brand new, beautifully funded national park. As the park gets bigger and better, with all that government investment, new roads, better water, more visitors, your tree grows right along with it. By plugging into a sector that's getting billions in support, your business can grow as the whole system grows around you.
Okay, next up, infrastructure. This is the literal steel and concrete backbone of Guyana's entire transformation. And believe me, this is where you'll find some of the most solid long-term opportunities out there. And wow, this slide really just lays it all out, doesn't it? Look at those numbers. We're talking over $212 billion for public works. That's your major roads, bridges, and utilities. And on top of that, another $157 billion for housing development. These are the twin engines of the country's growth, and they are creating a massive, non-stop demand for all kinds of support services.
And we're not just talking about fixing a few potholes. These are legacy projects. Things like the new Demerara River crossing or the super important Mabora-Lethem corridor that's going to open up the entire hinterland. These aren't just one-year projects. They create a ripple effect of demand for materials, for labor, for services that will last for years, maybe even decades. So, how do you get in on this with your $1 million? Okay, listen closely. Don't even think about trying to be the main contractor. The smart play is to provide the essential support services that those big guys can't function without. Your $1 million could be a down payment on a heavy-duty truck to haul materials. Or you could buy some top-notch surveying equipment, and think about it. Every single new house being built needs plumbing and electrical work. These are the unglamorous but absolutely vital services that these massive projects depend on.
Okay, our final big investment area is services. This whole sector is exploding, and it's all thanks to a growing population with more money to spend, plus a tourism industry that's just taking off. Really, this is all about investing in people. If one slide could scream opportunity, this is it. Just look at that jump. The budget for business development and support is set to skyrocket from just under $6 billion in 2025 to almost $23 billion in 2026. That is nearly a four-fold increase in 1 year. That's not a typo, folks. That is a deliberate, massive injection of cash designed to empower local entrepreneurs, people just like you.
So, who are all these new businesses going to serve? Well, for one, tourists. In 2026, Guyana is expecting almost 500,000 visitors. And these aren't just numbers on a spreadsheet.
That's a lot of visitors. That's a lot of visitors.
They're customers. Customers who need a place to stay, things to do, food to eat, and authentic experiences. They are a massive, incoming market just waiting to be served.
With your $1 million, you could launch a business with low overhead that caters directly to this crowd. You could offer guided eco tours or rent out adventure gear. You could start a niche transport or catering service that focuses only on the tourist hotspots. Or, hey, here's a really modern idea. Create a simple digital platform that connects tourists directly with Amerindian villages for authentic homestays and experiences.
Okay, so we've shown you where the money's flowing. Now let's talk about how to actually think about all this. This is your playbook for being a savvy investor, not just a small business owner. This is how you make that $1 million really work for you.
First up, a really powerful idea from the world of finance called the law of one price. It's basically a simple reality check. Before you pour your $1 million into a project, you have to ask yourself, can this business realistically make a better return than a much safer investment? So for example, if you could just buy a local government bond that pays you a steady 10% a year, your business idea had better have the potential to make at least 15% or more, just to be worth all the extra risk and hard work. Next, let's talk about the difference between smart money and mad money. Smart money follows the national priorities we've been talking about. It invests in essential services, food, housing, transport, because a growing country will always need them. Mad money, on the other hand, chases risky, super volatile things like commodities or futures. Look, and food, housing, transport, between smart money and mad money. Smart money follows the national priorities we've been talking about. It invests in essential services, food, housing, transport, because a growing country will always need them. Mad money, on the other hand, chases risky, super volatile things like commodities or futures. Look, unless you are a seasoned expert in that stuff, just stick with the smart money. Focus on the essentials. And you've got to remember this. Your $1 million is just the start. To really grow your business, you need what the pros call OPM, other people's money.
Remember that $23 billion small business fund we just saw? That's OPM. Your million is the seed money. It's what you use to prove your business concept works, which then unlocks your access to those much bigger pools of capital from grants and loans.
All right, here's one last crucial piece of data for our playbook: the projected personal income tax revenue for 2026. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why on earth should you care about this?
You should care because it is a direct signal of a growing middle class with more disposable income. More people earning steady paychecks means more customers for everybody. So your business shouldn't just be about serving the big national projects, it should also be about serving the everyday people who are benefiting from them. They're the ones who will be looking for new shops, new restaurants, and new services. Serve them.
So, at the end of the day, you should think of the national budget as a detailed roadmap to opportunity. It's literally showing you the highways of investment the government is paving. It's pointing out all the destinations where you can build your future. The map is in your hands. The only question left is, where are you going to choose to go?
Definitely. And those are the insights, just some insights we're sharing. I remember Notebook LM, right? That's the name of the app that you can use to access the information or to access the information in that manner, right? And like we said, if we can move beyond all the division, right? And everything else that is holding the country at bay from the full potential that it can be experiencing right now. There's so much opportunities in our beautiful nation right now that we can take advantage of, right? Hysen, thanks for being a part of the live. Hysen is one of our very loyal channel members. Thanks for supporting Delta 9 Media. Good evening to Delta 9, to Delta and the listening audience. Blessings, Hysen. Thanks for tuning in and being a part of this live presentation. Cheryl is saying this: sir, you have to realize most of the public servants are Afro-Guyanese, so they would not work for the best interests of them. I'm telling you, it's sad because even with the budget right now, right, we're hearing a lot of conversations coming in from the public servants. Some of them comments is sounding a lot like this.
I'm a Guyanese public servant. Of course I watched the budget till to the end. I'm a Guyanese public servant. Of course I was waiting to hear that we were going to get an increase in salary. I'm a Guyanese public servant. Of course I'm disappointed because we did not get an increase. I'm a Guyanese public servant. Of course I have false hope that they're going to get it right a little later in the year. I'm a Guyanese public servant. Of course I have to have a side job because our salary is never enough.
I'm telling you, we're going to hear and get a chance to see some of what's going on, some of the proceedings coming in right now from the Honorable Mr. Best.
The one and only Darwin Best. I reached out to him more or less because I saw his video. And I find it was very shocking and appalling what I hear that he said that transpired with him. So I wanted to hear it firsthand and to highlight his plight upon my platform. Now, without further ado, getting what transpired.
Bro, thank you for having me here.
You're welcome.
What transpired is bullyism, racism, and the highest level of discrimination.
Mm-hmm.
I came back to Guyana in 2014 looking for opportunities, just like the call there is now for people from the diaspora to come. I too am from the diaspora.
Fair enough.
What I wanted was an opportunity, not just to come home, but to share my knowledge with my brothers and sisters. I would have gained enough.
What work you used to do overseas?
Electrical engineering, high voltage that is, worked in all kind of federal state buildings.
Okay. You ever was an investor?
I was a real estate investor, bought and sold over 50 homes.
Okay, so you know.
I was 50% owner of a mortgage company. We used to lend money for home buying. New Millennium Mortgage. So I'm very familiar.
Okay, so this won't be a first rodeo where you came home here and invest into this
I also had a trucking company.
Okay. How you end up with the company now for bringing iron.
When I came here, I was looking for a company. I met a gentleman, interestingly, a farmer. I don't know if he was a minister at this place called Watercress. I presented him a proposal, and funnily he said, "Go and come back with a white man." Yeah,
go and come back with a white man.
And this makes a lot of sense, but go and come back with a white man.
Reason being why you're not facing no faith.
I'm telling you what he said.
Okay, fair enough. Continue.
I was able to. He introduced me to someone who had a license, and he said maybe I can negotiate and work with him.
Fair enough.
The gentleman wasn't interested in trading fuel at the time. He said he's interested in telling the company if I want to trade fuel.
Okay.
So we agreed on a price, and I bought 100% shares of the company.
That's what you did on your own.
Yes.
Fair enough.
One current expenditure as part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let us turn to page 537. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 45, Program 451, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Program 451, capital stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. We can turn to pages 248 and 249. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 45, Program 452, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable MP.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chair, with reference to Volume 2, page 217, Indicator 11, can the Honorable Minister state how many allottees are currently awaiting transport titles despite making full payment?
Honorable Minister. Mr. Chairman, for those who have signed and are awaiting their title, it will both depend on which area, so we certificate the title or transport, would be in the estimation maybe about 5,000. I'm referring here to persons who have signed, because you will have persons, for example, who have not signed the agreement, right?
Thank you. Honorable Minister, follow-up. Can the Minister inform this House what is the number of backlogs according to the pending applications, new applications, and transport titles?
Honorable Minister. The number of backlog for
pending applications, new applications, and for the transports and titles.
Mr. Chairman, I can go into some details, but can I get the line item of which it falls under? She's dealing with the general policy.
Yeah.
And we've allowed some discussion on the policy for which the allocation under this head. So, for example, pending applicants in the system, so I'll take them one by one. Pending applicants in the system, Region 1, 187, Region 2, around 1,900. I'll just round it off. So 1,900, Region 3, 9,500, Region 4, 50,000, Region 5, 3,400, Region 6, 8,000, Region 7, 300, Region 8, 65, Region 9, 850, Region 10, 3,000. Those are the pending applicants we have in the system. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. Another follow-up question.
Go ahead.
What system would be in place to deal with these backlogs?
So, Mr. Chairman, I want to allude to our public commitment. And so, first of all, we've committed that we will clear all of the backlogs in all of the regions, and recognizing the volume that we have in Region 4, we will still work assiduously to reduce that amount. That also is dependent on availabilities of access to lands, etc. And also, do not forget, we have a commitment that we are building at least 40,000 houses over these 5 years. So if you take that into consideration, of the 70 plus, 75,000 plus, if you take into consideration that of that Region 4 alone is 50,000, that will tell you that obviously we will reduce Region 4 by a great margin too. What are we doing? If I can go into the project, because the answer is actually in the projects that I have here. So it's on the capital. I don't know if I can go straight into answering them or wait until we reach the capital. No, let's take the cap when we reach the capital. Right, but general answer before we go into those details. What are we doing? We are accessing, acquiring lands first of all, and then simultaneously, once we acquire, we do the necessary design, as well as tendering for the work, the infrastructure works. And so work has already started in that regard to ensure that we will meet our commitment.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Ms. Cornelius. Honorable Members, I now put the Honorable Member, Mr. Mahi.
Thank you, sir. Sir, 6321 Central Housing and Planning Authority. Would the Honorable Minister be kind enough to tell us the salary, on the wages and salary, the salary of the CEO of Central Housing and Planning, please, and benefits?
So, Mr. Chairman, the whole aspect of what we have here is not just on this allocation, will not be just the salary for the employees for CHPA. There are other expenses, but to answer your question directly, the salary for the CEO of Central Housing and Planning Authority is $1,229,794. That's his basic salary.
And his benefits, Mr. Chair? The allowances, sorry?
Sure. So in addition, he also gets duty allowance, as in contracted. The 2 6 months gratuity, duty allowance of 110,000, and the vacation allowance, 1 month.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Minister, under the same line item that my colleague posed that question, could you tell us in terms of oversight for the projects that you're running for this new fiscal year? I noticed that the budget has gone up tremendously, 31%. Could you tell me if there's a sum in there for additional, perhaps maybe housing inspectors, or how do we provide additional oversight for the scale of what you're trying to do?
So thank you. So that is why you will recognize that our staff complement has gone up a little in the projects department. So for example, in the actual project department that we're speaking about, that section alone we're talking overall 465 staff complement for CHPA, of which majority are from the projects division. We have also been working closely with, like Ministry of Public Works, we have also been engaging those from University of Guyana. So generally, a student who's coming out from University of Guyana, by the time they are graduated, they're already on the whether Ministry of Public Works or Ministry of Housing, they already have an opportunity to be able to continue to be employed under those ministries. But we have strengthened our monitoring, And one of the other things that we'll do, which I'll come to in the houses, because you recognize we're doing more in the houses as a part of our commitment. We are doing a restructuring on the projects department. So yes, we have a housing unit, but that housing unit now will be further strengthened with some additional clerk works as well as engineering technicians to be able to effectively help with the monitoring on the construction side simultaneously. Because while we have infrastructure works on the roads, our increased workload now includes the houses.
And Mr. Chair, through the chair, Minister, what kinds of numbers are you looking at there? And as you're answering that, I've noted also that this is external monitoring. How are you beefing up what's happening internally as well? I've noticed, for instance, in the 2024 Audit General report, there's some not too flattering things there about overpayments and weak internal controls, missing procurement documentation, a number of other things there spelled out. How are you guarding against this kind of repeat?
Yeah, so it starts first of all from the top, from the officer, the officer responsible for accounting and the permanent secretary. So that's one level that we'll be doing some strengthening. His inventory also has the capacity to be able to further employ, and while the project department has engineers, he can also employ the engineers as well, relevant staff to support in terms of monitoring from the top. And then directly now through Central Housing and Planning Authority, in terms of that's led now by the CEO, that they have, we have first of all a every Monday meeting where all the projects are reviewed and the ministers are part of that meeting. In addition to that, government, right through all the sectors, we also are benefiting from a new platform that has been established, whereby all the projects are listed there. And so you have real-time information on every aspect of a project under the ministry, whether it's delayed, how much is delayed by, aspects of if you have other challenges that can be dealt with. So we have beefed up or in terms of review, but this is done weekly now. Because quality control is important, and I'm not naive to a lot of complaints that we've had recently in terms, for example, with the houses. Obviously not so much on the other type of infrastructure, but so we're cognizant of what is required to ensure that we have the best value.
Mr. Chair, Minister, how are you guarding against, appreciate the response, how are you guarding against, for instance, fraud where land might be being sold, not through the legal channels, through CHMP? I think there was at least one instance of that quite recently. Just yesterday, I think I saw a notice out, an individual, I think in Maka. How are you trying to prevent that going forward?
That's a clarification, though. I'll answer. Well, not every notice refers, not every time you see somebody, they refers that they've committed a fraud. I just want to put that clarity. But in terms of fraud, yes, we do have it. We do have innovative methods sometimes people embark on. We have an enforcement department. In fact, that enforcement department is headed by once a former acting commissioner of police. So you'll understand the level of which we have somebody responsible. They work in close collaboration with the Guyana Police Force. One of the areas that we have a weakness in is there are a lot of times when the witnesses are required to give the necessary statement to take to completion in terms of being able to prosecute someone. And that's where we're lacking in that regard. And I'm using this platform here to encourage persons to please, if you have encountered or you've been approached, feel free to engage our enforcement department or directly to the Guyana Police Force. We have, however, to answer you though, we have had recent successes in terms of dealing with such persons. And also similarly, we have had the staff has to sign what is called a code of conduct with the Central Housing and Planning Authority. Members, Honorable Member Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Under other goods and services purchased, sir, there are several persons who have paid for house lots, and they have their receipts and so on, but they don't have access to the land that was already under development. As we know, several areas are under development and so on. Does this sum cater for the completion of those areas so that people can begin to access their land and go ahead with construction? And when I say cater for it, in the sense of providing with the necessary infrastructure work and so on.
Honorable Minister. So, Honorable Member, then may I just use the opportunity probably to go in depth into what we'll be doing at Central Housing. But you'll have to ask under the right head.
If
that
that
is because the infrastructure works required to make the areas ready are capital.
Capital, exactly.
So that's
So would the Honorable Minister be kind enough to tell us what this 4,987,168,000
line item
cater for?
Line item.
Other goods and services purchased for central housing and planning.
Honorable Minister. This number is 61. Honorable Member, refer to which line, the line number?
Other goods and services purchased. It's revised
Okay. Sure.
4,987,168,000. 2025 it was 4,533,789,000. I'm looking at Appendix T, page 734.
Oh, that's what I was looking. All right, sure. So this will be more for operational purposes. This would not be for relation to land, etc. The other goods and services includes for security services, the equipment maintenance, cleaning and extermination services, and others in other expenses.
For the operations of central housing and
Yes,
planning
yes.
at the various offices, Mr. Chairman, across the country too.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
So if you go to this, when you go to subsidy, if you look at subsidies, the 1.6 billion stated there, that is transfer, that is the amount that goes to Central Housing and Planning Authority for their assist with their operations. Thank you, Minister. And in fact, that's what it says, 1.6, not 4. So we are asked to prosecute this amount, not 4 billion. Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I want to direct the Minister's attention to volume 2217, some of the indicators there. Minister, I noticed you projecting to do 8,000 homes after doing 578 last year. But in titling, you were only doing 7,000 titles in terms of your projection. I've noted in your previous response, you did say you're trying to clear a backlog, but it seems as though this year you're also creating a backlog.
So, Mr. Chairman, first of all, because of the amount of pending applicants that we have, and because what we want to do as quickly as possible to ensure that we can provide access to housing, we don't have the luxury, as I would have heard the previous suggestions, of being able to await, first of all, to complete every aspect in preparation of land and then move on even for processing. So sometimes these things take time. We do not allow persons to sign until, one, that they have access to their land, and two, until we have ownership. The volume of titles that we're now processing now it's pretty voluminous, so we don't have full control at Central Housing and Planning Authority in terms of us alone processing. It goes through the land registry. In fact, this morning, with my colleague, Minister Ben, we would have had an engagement at the land registrar on looking at how putting systems in place to be able to process even at a faster rate. They have done improved, and we have a close working relationship. In fact, we have a staff who's directly related, working in relation with the land registry to be able to process titles. You will recall the titles will not only be housing alone, you'll have other agencies, government agencies, even from lands and survey or the Attorney General Chambers. We have private persons. So I do not agree with the thinking that we're creating a backlog because, for example, over the next few days, we'll be signing a number of new areas that we could not been able to sign. Starting, for example, Borby 75, 76. And while simultaneously we're doing infrastructure, Honorable, while we're doing infrastructure for the new areas that we will have, the houses and the new allocations, we are addressing the backlog for the titles. Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Chair, I am assuming when you say signing, you're talking about signing the agreement of sale, Minister?
Yeah, so when you sign for the agreement of sale and to process the title. You do both.
Mr. Chair, the same indicators at number 1. Minister, how do you define occupancy here? How does the ministry define occupancy? I notice you want to do a 10% increase for this new fiscal year.
So it's recalculate those. We have, so for example, for an area with the technology we have now with drones, etc., that you have there on occupancy is the actual proportion of the calculation of persons who are residing or who have constructed, because I won't know who's in the house, but persons who have built within the area. That's what we would measure for the occupancy.
All right. I think we can put.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 45, Program 452, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Program 537. Sorry, page 537. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 452 capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Cornelius.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask the Honorable Minister whether the charity new housing scheme would have been targeted under this line item 90500 190, sorry.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, so charity new housing area, as you will be familiar, we did allocate in that area. But why we have delayed showing persons for that area is because the extended portion in which the new housing scheme is developed, it's a little low. Through the Ministry of Agriculture, the NDIA, they have just commenced a project that has a macro drainage of charity. 2 exercises they have. One for the putting in of a pump on the river dam, and the other one is for a new drainage system to drain the new, which is in the Joseph Boxton area for charity. Our new housing development put in a new drainage channel. They have already awarded. The contractor by now should be mobilized.
So when will this project commence?
When will it commence?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It has commenced. Well, so physically you didn't see it because the contractor had mobilized. 2 weeks ago they would have signed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, forgive me for returning to this question in a rough way. but I'm speaking to project code 1903100. It is for 150 billion. It says provision of housing units, nothing specific, and allow me to also go to book 2, volume 2, and to your indicators. And you say there, number of informal settlers relocated, 133, with a target in 2026 of 500. I previously tried to raise this question, and I did mention the Ministry of Housing, because I have encountered, as recently as last Wednesday, I believe, people who were about to be relocated and did not have any temporary accommodation, and where they were about to be relocated, the infrastructure was not there. So I'm asking if the ministry has considered housing or some humane approach to this situation. And Mr. Chairman, I believe I've laid it out clearly across all 3 books on this occasion.
Minister.
Generally, it was suffice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, allow me to do 2 things. One, to outline what the $150 billion entail, and 2, to answer on squatting. Mr. Chairman, first of all, we must always start on the premise that squatting is illegal. And as leaders and as more so political leaders, we have a responsibility to encourage persons to do the right thing. And we must always start on that premise. And so similarly, while we have an aggressive program to address squatting, that is why equally we have an aggressive program to address persons who have applied the right way, who are awaiting, and who have followed the law and order in our country. And so sometimes some of the squatting that we have, it can be addressed quickly. It will be helpful if leaders, and more so political leaders, also encourage these squatters to do the right thing. Now, the $150 million entail for, we have $150 billion have for rollover projects that we have to pay final payments for, and as well as progressive payments. For $48.2 billion for new initiatives, $1.1 billion for regularization of informal settlements, $2.275 billion for land acquisition for development for new housing schemes, $2.65 billion for the utilities, the infrastructure for the utilities, and $5.4 billion for infrastructure upgrade in existing areas. Now, in terms of squatting and what we have, so 2 other answers I'll give you. I'll update you on some of what we're doing, and then also use this opportunity, because I know where you're going, to answer what the $7.5 billion that the Honorable Minister of Finance would have alluded to in his budget speech. Now, in terms of areas for regularization, this year, for example, we are expected to bring conclusion in Limasan Housing Scheme, Walton Hall, Mariah's Lodge, Paradise Gym, Plantation Best Reserves, Plantation Best, some former and their number of parcel lands, Port Joint Reserve, Virginujan Sea Defense, Nonpareil, or what you know as Collagen, the Endrak Railway Line in Region 3, the Monrepo Railway Line, there's a portion of 32 persons there, Plantation Vigilance, Bladen Hall, Strathspey, Plantation better for acting on the railway line. Block K and J fouls. Ichuni. Plantation Ichuni, that is. Comaka, Region 10. Siberian, New Harden, Silver Hill, Amelia's Ward, Block 43, about 250 persons we've recognized there. So we are intended to address all these areas this year. And then, so those are what we call areas for regularization. And if you look towards relocation now, which we call zero tolerance areas, the best sea defense, there's a section on the plastic, what you call Plastic City. The best railway line, Greenwich Park Sea Defense, Anna Katrina Sea Defense, Zealot Sea Defense, Zealot North Drainage Reserve, Zealot Burial Ground, yes, the burial ground, CI Sea Defense, Ruby Back Dam, the Drainage Reserve, Tushen Sea Defense, Parika Sea Dam, that's an ongoing because we also have some persons to actually move immediately. They're hampering the progress on the development for the new Parika Stelling. The Grumville Sea Defense, Plantation, Virgin Ocean, Good Hope Drainage Reserve, Wallace Delight, the Drainage Reserve. We have all those areas that I just identified. We have identified that those persons have to relocate. Those were what we call zero tolerance. And then we have, as part of the infrastructure development that we have planned for this year, a portion in charity. So this is where your 1.150 billion is going towards. Plantation best reserves, plantation best the former 168, 609 and 610. Vigilance South, Nonpareil Collagen, Block E and J Fowls, Section D Turkine, Plantation Turkine, Section D. The other one is Parcel 2689. Plantation Belvedere Reserve, Canvas City Block E and F, Amelia's Ward Block 43, where we're doing the ownership currently. So these are a minimum I'm giving you. I'm not even giving you the maximum. Now, so that's generally on squatting. Now, in terms of where the other support can be found, I want to give some elaboration on the $7.5 billion that is made available. That was announced by the Honorable Minister, where he said that this amount will focus heavily on construction of new homes. That will be through the direct assistance for persons to build, as well targeting vulnerable families, construction of some core homes, as well as incentives to encourage affordable home construction. Now, on that $7.5 billion, Mr. Chairman, that amount, let me just allow me to go a little in detail. We have a new initiative that we're starting. So we have, first of all, the subsidy program for foundation. That's the one you know currently. Everybody call it the steel and cement. So that initiative will continue. You have an initiative that we call home improvement. So these are targeting persons who are occupiers of houses, and they've reached out. They've said, yes, you're targeting new housing development. What about me, who may not be able to afford to be able to do a little repairs? We're also targeting for persons who as little assistance for the construction, and that is for continuation of the construction, some core homes, and not excluded will be hinterland housing program, $2.5 billion of that 7.5.
Mr. Chair, Minister, you did mention in terms of relocation, Porica's CDAM. Is there a hierarchy in that list that you have there? I know the Minister of Public Works, who has left us for a little bit, he has an aggressive program he outlined earlier for the wharf stelling, whatever they're doing there. How aggressive is that relocation for CDAM residents?
It has started already, Honorable Member. In fact, some of those persons have already been able to identify their land. So we've prioritized, first of all, the section in which where the stelling has to be constructed, because that's a massive program there. That's not just a basic stelling. And then we're moving outwards to the others on the CDAM. At the same time, as I said earlier, we must be mindful that we have persons who are waiting as part of the 9,000 plus in region 3. I'm using Porica as an example, that are awaiting allocations and for which we have to clear their arrears. So at the same time, we are acquiring new lands, for example, further expansion in Wales and some other areas on the West Coast to be able to provide access.
Follow up.
But high priority immediately is those within that will be may hamper construction.
Follow up on that.
Take some from Abby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister,
yes.
Can you please tell the House what are the requirements for the construction subsidy? Or the criteria?
So Mr. Chairman, what I omitted to mention, while we have announced this, the modalities, the criteria, the parameter, because that's taking consideration employment, etc., those will be announced in due time. But we have put in the provisions here as part of this year budget to be implemented. The one that we are clear on would be the foundation, the one for the foundation, so the steel and cement subsidy program, as you know, because that is clear cut, and then obviously the core houses. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Member, Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Speaker, I think, sure.
I'm giving you the floor. If you don't want it, I'll go on to the Honorable Sharma Solomon. Honorable Maipol.
This is...
Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Chair, on the same line item we're following, the same program rather, I wanted to ask the Minister, in terms of some of what's happening in Bartica, for instance, we saw the 5 mile, I think, extension. Some of the homes were built there. There's a lot of defects that were reported, and the project there seems to be at a standstill. I wanted to know if finishing that project is within this line item this year.
Honorable Minister. Mr. Chairman, no, that's not correct. There is no standstill in the construction of the houses at Bartica. What you may have had would have been termination of a contractor, but not at a standstill. And in fact, we have available house unallocated as yet for our persons in Bartica who are pending applicants that are interested in the houses. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Dawn Hastings-Williams. One more back to back.
Chair.
Honorable Member, Ms. Dawn Hastings-Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to take back the Minister to the hinterland housing program. You just mentioned where you've allocated 2.5 billion. Would you be kind enough to tell us which hinterland areas you will spend this money on? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, even similarly for like what we've added for the coastland, we're also for the hinterland. So I won't be able to identify the areas now because I'm explaining the parameters on which it will be done. So similarly for the hinterland, we're also going to be adding the aspect of support, like somehow, like what they have, for example, where some of them are utilizing the LCDS for home improvement program, that is in terms of materials. So because a lot of it is not necessarily persons have their own home, but they want to do a little improvement. So the hinterland housing program will have two aspects: construction of houses as well as a home improvement aspect. And similarly, because you have to have some determining factors of how you will determine who can be prioritized to be helped, because everybody will want to help. So that will be similarly like the coastland. We will announce that program in due time.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. The honorable member, Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Speaker, under the same program, just wanted to know if what is the allocation here? Because it's a broad heading for instance, the extension. If there's an allocation in here for the Heroes Highway recapping, I think you were doing some work on the roundabout there at Eccles too.
Minister. So, Mr. Chair, the question being asked was under what I announced just now about new projects. So, what do we have? We have the recapping, as you quite rightly alluded to, the asphalt overlay. So from Schooner to Crane, that will be 7.1 kilometers, and Heroes Highway, 11.7 kilometers. We're starting, so a total of 18.8 kilometers. We have budgeted so far $2 billion to that. On this same project or same line item, we have the commencement of the construction of the highway, that is from Schooner to Purika. We're talking about 20.8 kilometers. And then we also have a new access road to be constructed, starting first of all from Lenora to Vorsails, about 7.7 kilometers. Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Andrews.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. On the same line item, Minister, you did not, by any chance, is the Heroes Highway Phase 5 from Landacanon to Soosdijk, is that included? If it is, what is the total cost of that project and the kilometers?
No, honorable member. No, it's
Thank
not
you, sir. Thank you.
Honorable member, Mr. Sharon. What you have though is the completion of the Busby Dam Creek to Landacanon.
Follow up, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, so we don't foresee that project coming on board in 2026?
The identification of the funding is going through another meeting. So yes, there will be a continuation from Landacanon going to Soosdijk. In fact, the alignment has already been determined.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to the Minister, in the 1.1 billion for relocation and regularization, you said block 43, I'm assuming that's Prossville. How many homes would that be? And the Prossville community is connected to Andyville and Rassville. Are those two communities up along with Prossville for regularization? One. And the relocation of persons at the Kukwani waterfront, is it that these persons are part of that relocation, and where are they going to be relocated to if that new scheme that's being provided for, and if they're going to be paying for that? Thank you very much.
Minister. So the last question first, let me answer, honorable member. The Kukwani waterfront, first of all, the relocation was a commitment that was made by the president and then followed up by the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources. I went myself. We engaged all those persons, and that's how we had the development of the new Kukwani housing development. The dilemma you have, which Honorable Bishop will allude to, is that you have some persons who are continuing to expand even their home on the waterfront and seem quite comfortable where they are. The option of relocating is still available. Some persons in our engagement and our initial outreach did respond and were allocated in the new area. It's still available to others. In terms of the regularization, the $1.1 billion with Region 10, we are working in close collaboration with two agencies, both NISL, which you know a lot of the lands are under, as well as Guyana Lands and Survey Commission. Sometimes where it's easier because to deal with the access and the initial work done, we allow those agencies and then we might come in and support with infrastructure. So for example, some of the areas that are regularized on the lands of survey, they don't really cater for infrastructure work. It'll have to come through central government or region. So yes, those areas that you have identified is intended to be part of the radar.
Thank you very much.
In fact, I'll go this broadly and say, honorable member, there are a number of small pockets of areas in Region 10 that we have on the radar that we intend to address in a major way.
And you were saying before this year is out, in that one point?
Well, the one I identified committing, the one I listed, we committed that's this year. Okay. Our intention, government's intention, is that there must be no one living in any area for which you do not have the opportunity for ownership. No, there's no opportunity because you have to still sign up. Or secondly, that we must not have a squatting existing after this period.
Just a quick follow-up. The only reason I ask, because the Prossville area makes up of that block 43, three other settlements, which includes Andyville and Prossville, Rassville included in that. So I just wanted to know if those two communities within the same block were part of the consideration for regularization.
Once it can, it will be.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan.
The same program. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Minister, Silica City, in this sum we hope to appropriate, what is the figure for Silica City continuing development there? And when do we intend to complete the development of Silica City? And Minister, I've noted that Silica City is ahead of some housing schemes that have started before. Could you say if there's anybody who has actually moved into any one of the houses there?
So Silica City, Honorable Member, Silica City has different phases and different focus. So what we're implementing there is part of a master plan that has already been determined. So when we allude to phase one will be for construction or the construction of, at the first phase, 110 young professional houses. There are available lots in the very phase one, for which currently they are going through with a procurement for the contractors to complete those, to build on the existing lots under phase one. In terms of the 110 houses, we have approximately 50 of those that are complete. Persons who have been allocated have already signed who have been allocated because they can sign for that portion. We have ownership, and they have moving on to the next process. In terms of if anybody is physically living there as yet, you will have a few who is into that transition. Then Then you have the phase two, for which the infrastructure work has already started, and that area will encompass townhouses type of construction, etc. With that also, to come on stream on Silica City, you would have seen us, we went out for expression of interest for retirement home and the health hub. So at this phase, The expression of interest already are already open, and they're going through that evaluation. That is led by the head of the CHPA. And so the retirement home and the healthcare hub are two sections that will come on stream during this year, based on the evaluation of the expression of interest. Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Chair, the question of the appropriation here for Silica City.
So let me give you exact then. So under the phase 1, for where the houses are, we do not have to expend, for phase 1 type infrastructure, that is, right? We do not have to invest any further. What we have catered here for is for the sewage network and utility lines for wastewater management, etc., within the very areas of that we've built the houses and where we're going to phase 2. So that is what we've catered for on this year budget. $600 million there. You would not see resources, for example, the retirement home, etc., because those will be done by the developer. Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Chair?
MP Sharma?
Yes, just quickly.
Because this will be the last question.
Just quickly on the Kokwani housing scheme that you mentioned, that the waterfront residents were encouraged to move to. Just quickly on the expected completion of that scheme, and in terms of the budgetary allocation, is there anything in the budget for that scheme?
Honorable Minister, I'll go further to tell you we plan to also construct houses there. That will be part of the 8,000. In terms of the housing development.
Timelines.
Yeah, sure. So one of the contractors, so there are 2 lots. One of the contractors is already complete. And so persons can, in due time, will be able to start seeing their lots. The other one is nearing completion. All is within this year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, we started at 6:22. We had 45 minutes for this here and 7 minutes of saving. Minister, you wanted to say?
I was saying you can give me some of education.
Unfortunately, the Honorable Chief Whip of the government says I can't bring up time. I can carry over, but I can't bring up. So we're at 7:15 now, according to my clock. 1 minute over. I put the question.
So okay,
that the sum stated for program 45, 4452, agency 45, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated stands part of the estimates. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, if you just allow me to acknowledge and thank the hardworking staff of Central Housing and Planning Authority. I always say, oftentimes, what you see on social media, on the comments, would be somebody who's waiting for a lot or some negativity, but it does not take away from the fact of the work that they often do beyond the call of duty.
Thank you very much, Minister, and let me also express the appreciation to you and your team, and especially your explanations regarding the policy for which all of these monies have been allocated. It's much clearer to me, at least. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very. And the excellent questioning led by the Honorable Member, Ms. Beverly Cornelius. Thank you very much. And we'll now invite the Honorable Minister of Education and her team No, honestly, we don't do enough of that kind of thing. As the minister's team is getting in place, honorable members, let us turn to pages 218 and 219. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 40, Program 401, Policy Development and Administration Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, I don't want the question to come across as being adversarial. I have a serious concern with education in Guyana, and it is not partisan. I am raising it on the line item 6113, and it's because I'm not certain where the personnel might be. I'm thinking that's where it might be. One of the things that has afflicted us for decades is a high, particularly secondary school dropout. If I turn to your performance statements, one of the strategies is to collect and analyze data in the education sector to inform policies and programs. I believe that it's very important for us to have up-to-date data on secondary school dropouts, and second, to have a strategy in place to reduce this in the national interest. Can you say whether you've made provision on the 6113 or maybe one of the other lines to achieve this outcome?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Member, thank you for the question, but I think 6113, while you're looking at the policy, our 6113 in this line item is actually dealing with the sum that is allocated here, and it goes towards a decrease that is due to the resignation of one assistant accountant, whose salary would have been 122,693. So that's in relation to the particular line item. I think what you're asking is outside of the line item.
Mr. Chair, this comes from Program 1 is Policy Development and Administration. I believe the question that I'm putting forward falls squarely on the Program Development and Administration. Mr. Chair, I don't want to have to repeat the question across each one of the line items just to get to what I want to get to. I think in the interest of... Well, I'm raising this as a policy, and I'm also trying to tie it to a line item. And the chair had indicated that he would permit some policy questions. And it's an important thing. It is not a partisan issue. It is an important national issue. I'm not raising this as a partisan issue.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while we're looking, this line item specifically speaks to other technical and craft skill. What you're asking about is data collection, separate and apart from this line item. But to answer you in relation to the data collection, what we have done, the People's Progressive Party Civic government in the last 5 years, is ensure that we place initiatives that would see the attendance of students, whether that's the cash grant, whether that was ensuring that teachers have the items in school to teach by giving them the grant, whether ensuring that there is a hot meal program, a breakfast program, so that you will have attendance, because we believe that this will raise attendance to students. In addition to that, you have guidance and counselors in every particular school, every school, that can be able to deal with social issues should that be the cause of dropout. So those are initiatives that were brought on.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up, please. What I think I've said this before during this consideration of the estimates, that what you measure, you improve. Is the ministry actively measuring high school dropout rate?
Thank you, Honorable Member. We are actively measuring that. And in addition to that, we're looking at also retraining guidance and counselors more in line with psychologists or psychology training. That will be an upgraded training. So there are initiatives that are in place. Of course, access to school is a big deal. And in the last five years, there have been so many secondary schools that with the completion of the secondary schools that we have not completed, you will have universal access to secondary school. So access is a big deal. And we know that we live in a very geographically challenged country in terms of the hinterland and the rural areas. So access is a big deal, and that can also be a reason for dropout.
One last follow-up, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that answer. Can you say whether the data, which I think is important, will ever be shared publicly? I haven't been able to see data.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Honorable Member, but it is in the budget, it is in the estimates, and it is there every year. I know that there was a question, I think, on one of the order papers, and it is actually there.
The only thing I saw, Honorable Minister, was matriculation rate. I don't think I saw a secondary school dropout.
Honorable Member, it is, Mr. Speaker, through you. Honorable Member, it is what you refer to as survival rate to the last grade of secondary, which is volume 2, 200. So if you look at that, you will get, if you look at that on the estimates, you will get it.
Honorable Member, Dr. Barker.
Mr. Chairman, with reference to line item 6301, education subventions and grants, I have noted that in the revise for 2025 is 277,652,000, and the allocation that is now being sought is 930,864,000. Can the minister state what new subventions and training have contributed to this drastic rise?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member. So 6301 is specifically subvention and grants. 6302 deals with training. So I will deal with what the 653 is for. That is for CXC subsidies, 853.3 million. Breakdown of CAPE, 666. That 65,000 equals 43.3 million. Plus you have the CSEC of 13,000. 35 students will be 51,900, which will equal to 676 million, plus 15% increase in the fees from 55,000. Yeah.
Thank you, Minister.
And that's the update.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. With reference to 6116, contracted employees, can the Honorable Minister state for the Assembly who are the 24 new contracted employees?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We have 1 information and communication technician specialist, 1 coordinator, 5 engineers, 1 program manager, 5 system development officers, 3 technical assistants, 4 clerks, 2 data processing clerk, 1 expediter, and 1 porter.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Barker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Could you state for the Assembly, more specifically, the contracted employees who were hired just after the elections on the 1st of September? Their names, please.
No, we don't. We Honorable Member, through the Speaker, we don't give.
Just their designation, then, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable Member, we have the coordinator and a porter.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Chair, may I continue?
Yes, you may.
I'm looking at line item 6284, order. Can the Honorable Minister state a few listed expenditure for this category?
A few.
Yes, the major ones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd be very happy to. I think the Honorable Member might be very happy to hear this. That the increase adequately caters for payment of stipend to English as a second language for teachers, which will increase from 96 teachers in 2025 to 160 teachers in 2026. The increase also caters for consultancy for drafting of the education sector plan.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. A follow-up. Mr. Chair, could I direct the Honorable Minister's attention to volume 2 on page 192 under indicators 14, percentage of migrant students enrolled in school participating in ESL classes. Can the Honorable Minister state for us the number of schools that are taking or carrying rather English as a second language class?
Primary schools, and it's done in the afternoon specifically.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on the same program, I'd love to direct the Minister's attention to page 192 under the indicators there and at number...
That's where she is.
Huh?
That's where she is.
At number 3. Percentage of schools in good and new condition. Minister, what is the outstanding work on the Hosororo Secondary School in Region 1?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, but that doesn't fall under this program.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Speaker. Oh.
Mr. Chair, isn't this a new school? Good and new condition school, percentage.
That school specifically falls under another program. Our Minister is prepared to answer it then. Honorable Member, Mr. Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on wages, total wages and salaries across 6111 to 6117, I've noticed that the number of staff overall across those line items have increased by 5, but the total amount has increased by 185 million for an addition of 5 staff. But what specifically jumped out to me in this regard is that 6111, there is a reduction in staff, but it is increased by almost $9 million. Then the other example is 6112, which reduced by 1 staff, but the count went up by almost $88 million. So we reduced by 1 staff, but the allocation went up by 88 million. In the instance of 6111, there was a reduction of 1 staff from 30 to 29. That went up by 9 million. Overall, across 6111 to 6117, there's an increase of 5 staff, but an increased allocation of $185 million. On average, that is over, well, we could do the numbers, but can they, thank you, 185, let us do the math, 185 divided by 5, that's $37 million per staff on average. Can the Honorable Minister just explain to the House what accounts for this drastic increase in allocation across those line items?
Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Member, let's start with 6111.
Yes.
So you have the registry supervisor that retired, but the increase caters for 8% increase for 29 staff, a salary range of which is $163,000, $268 to $616,952. So when I'm finished with this, then you'll do back the math.
That only takes us to 98 million.
No, I'm not finished. I'm not finished. You're
Sorry,
going from
6111. It's okay.
So allow me to go. All right.
Honorable Minister, I'm allowing you. I was about to caution him.
Sorry?
But when he asked the question, he has to give the speaker or the chairman an opportunity to you to speak. And then he can interject once I give him the floor again. So the cross-talking, I'll stop. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So 6112, you have a monitoring and evaluation officer that has retired at $224,000. The sum received from 6141, which you know is the shortfall and the line item that carries the shortfall, in 2025 was $91,700,000. This amount catered for the 8% salary increase for 55 staff, as well as movements within the line. So you had an assistant chief education officer moving to a deputy chief education officer. There was one promotion of a school welfare officer to a senior education officer, a planning officer, and an EPMA moving to 6116, contracted workers, and the employment of 2 senior education officers, and it goes down like that. So in between that you're not seeing there, it's there. 55 staff, 29 staff.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, I draw your attention back to the indicators on page 192. 14, we're looking at the migrant students. I have noted that you have 60% for 2025, and you expect to have 75%. Can you state for the Assembly how many migrant students consist of this 60%?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable Member, we're looking to target about 3,500 students.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very quickly, I have just 2 questions. Thank you. Under 6116, there are 224 employees for 2026 contracted. May I ask the Honorable Minister how many education officers are at the Ministry of Education there under this program on contract?
Honorable Minister.
Bear with me, Mr. Chair. I'll get the answer shortly. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We have 4 senior education officers and 3 education officers.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. My follow-up question to that, sir, in order to become an education officer, what qualification you must possess to get that status?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. You must have a degree in education and you must have training that is continuous in education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 40 Program 401 current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Please turn to page 533, honorable members. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 40 Program 401 capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Barker, Dr. Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, with reference to Project 121-500, administrative buildings, can the Minister indicate which specific administrative facilities are to be constructed, rehabilitated, or expanded? Zero? Oh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I believe that line item has nothing in it.
Yes. I withdraw.
Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flu-Bess.
Thank you, Committee Chair. Project Code 2607100, furniture and equipment, provision for furniture and equipment. Can the Honorable Minister say which building or section will be using this furniture and equipment?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable Member, if you wish, I can list them for you. So we will have 2 office chairs for the Office of the Minister, 1 sofa for the Office of the Minister, 2 desks, Office of the Minister, 3 office chairs. I meet the public a lot. 3 office chairs, Office of the PS, 2 desktop printers, Office of the PS, 1 tablet, Office of the PS, 1 executive desk and chair for the advisor on tertiary education, 2 tablets, Office of the CEO, 1 executive chair, Deputy PS Office, 1 laptop, Policy Implementation and Monitoring Unit, 1 AC unit, Hinterland Education and Development, 1 printer, Hinterland Education and Development, 2 executive chairs for the Planning Unit, 1 executive chair, Statistical Services and Monitoring, 2 visitors chairs, Statistical Services and Monitoring, 1 3D printer, MISU, 2 desktop computers, EPMU, 6 desks, Inspectorate Unit, 1 executive desk, General Administration, 2 semi-executive chairs, General Admin, 1 laptop, Transport Department, 1 printer and scanner, Central Registry, 1 photocopier, Civil Works Admin, 2 office desks, Procurement Department, 3 desktop computers, HR Department, 1 AC unit, Central Accounting Unit, 2 desks for the Field Audit, 1 AC unit for UNESCO, 2 executive chairs for the national accreditation, 5 office desks, BDU, 5 metal trolleys, BDU, 4 typist chairs, examination division, logistics and field operations, 1 photocopier, examination, 2 chairs, school support unit, 1 water dispenser, school support unit, printer, school support unit. The school support unit. You want me to read it over? 1 water dispenser, school support unit, 1 printer, school support.
Honorable Minister, I think we have a fair idea of the efficient manner in which this money is being allocated.
Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 40, Program 401 Capital, now stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 220 and 221. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 40, 402, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we're at volume 2. Training, which is on page 194. Mr. Chair, can the minister please state, it actually says that the ministry projects that only 5% of teachers will be trained in 2026. Does this mean that 95% of teachers across the system are considered fully trained and competent?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Yes, 95% have either graduated or are in training, and we have about just 5%.
Thank you.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, can the minister please indicate, and if it is that we're agreeing that 95% of teachers are fully trained, how do we explain the stagnation in CXE matriculation between 2021 and 2025, despite improvements in teacher qualification levels and teacher-student ratios?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's go to 20.
Go ahead, Honorable
Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. So from 2020, we trained 509 teachers. 2021, 845. I'll answer your specific question shortly. 2022, 46. 2023, 1,837. 2024, 1,501. 2025, 1,345. These are trained in all different disciplines. However, Mr. Speaker, if you were to look at the matriculation rate, and especially last year with the math intervention program, which is an excellent program that has been expanded in 2026, at the end of 2025, going into 2026, from 59 schools to 82 schools, and especially in the hinterland, we have moved in 2025 by 5%, of a 5% increase in the grade. And what that means is that when you look at 5%, it may not look like a lot, but as a matter of fact, 500 students were able to pass mathematics in 2025 because of those interventions. 500 more, let me put that. And we're looking to have that percentage as well as number increase in 2026. It's not a it can be a stagnation, please, Mr. Speaker. We've moved in 2026, so it's not a stagnation. 2025.
Thank you, Minister. Just for our questionnaires, if we start inflicting those kinds of adjectives, it will prompt longer answers, I'm confident, because all of the data could be interpreted in so many different ways. And once you ask the question and you put a remark on it, it will be appropriate for the minister to answer appropriately. Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flubes.
Thank you, Comma Chair. Same volume 2. Indicator number 3, percentage of teachers trained in SEN, special education needs. 35% I see for last year and 5% for this year. Can the Honorable Minister say
Honorable Member, just let's go back to because I'm seeing NA against number 3. Am I wrong?
A natural way to stay ready, baby. 'Cause I'm ready for you, Mr. C.
The ultimate male supplement, men's total wellness formula, packed with essential nutrients for men's health.
She'll call you Mr. C.
SEN program?
Honorable Minister.
So thank you very much. To let you know, just before I get to this specific training that you're speaking of, there is a general training for special education needs at the Siripota College of Education that every teacher is going through. And so they can move on to specialize fully from that. But they will also gain the knowledge from that particular course. But this 35% that you're looking here is a specific training that is also on the Guyana Online Academy of Learning. And so they are taking that training from that platform as well.
Okay, thank you. Number 7, number of SEN centers delivering special needs education. Can the Honorable Minister say what are the 6 new schools or institutions identified? I see in the indicator here, target for 2026. Have you identified to do this programming?
Honorable Minister.
So we had just recently, we had the 4th and 9th census space be completed in the country, moving from a mere number of 13 to 49 in the last 5 years. And YAS is a center that, I don't know if you are aware, but it was recently, the doors were recently opened, and it's a collaboration with the Qataris as well as the Guyana government. And that is one. We also have the deaf school that is going to be opened very shortly. We have one at Tushan, we're going to have one at Frieslos, and we're going to have one at Turkine. But you also have a space at CPC, and number 29 village in Region 5 will also have a sense space. Mabaruma as well.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for program 402, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it, the sum stated now stands part of the estimates. If we can turn to page 533. And I propose the question that the sum stated for program 402, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 40, Program 402, capital, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it, the sum stated now stands part of the estimates. We can go to pages 222 and 223. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 40, Program 403, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Dr. Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With reference to Project 121, Oh. Mr. Chair, we're at, just for clarity, we're at program 403 nursery education.
Go ahead.
Yes. So with reference to 6301, education subvention and grants, can the Honorable Minister state a reason for the increase of that amount from 3,185,000 to 4,622,000,000, right? So from 3,185,000,000 to 4,622,000,000.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, honorable member. So this increase caters for the increase in the very successful Because We Care cash grant from 50,000 to 60,000, as well as the introduction of a transportation grant of $20,000 annually to every child registered in the school system, private and public. And this is how it goes. The distribution of the uniform grant of 41,801 public students, 5,000 per child. And in addition to the private schools, 209,005 students, plus 6,500 students for the private schools. That would be making it, the total would be $241,515,000. You have the distribution of the, again, Because We Care cash grant, and then you have the distribution of the transportation grant. So this is all, and of course the school grants for public nursery schools in all regions, plus admin costs.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this school grant, same line, and I think this question will cut across nursery, primary, and secondary. The Honorable Minister indicated that schools will be introducing the biometric system in terms of recording their attendance, the teachers recording their attendance to ensure that they are on time and that they provide for our pupils and students across all nursery, primary, and secondary. I think it's a good system, Mr. Chairman, in the sense that it will remove the paperwork of signing in and signing out. My only concern to the Honorable Minister, if she can address it, is the school will have to purchase the equipment from this school grant. And if so, would that not be depriving the school of purchasing their usual academic materials to enhance the teaching of our students?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member. So the launch of the biometrics is to ensure that the public understands that there will be a system in school that is upgraded from a manual to a digital or a digitized system. Now, biometrics already exist in some of the schools, and these were purchased by the schools after consultation without any fuss. However, there is no force or there is no pressure on teachers to purchase the biometrics from their grants. Now, what they do usually is that they buy items, but sometimes you also find that they will also put it to buy appliances, etc., for their schools. And so they can take that same grant, because if you're buying an appliance this year, it doesn't necessarily mean you need one in 2026. Sorry, in 2025, you don't need it in 2026. And so you can put the money towards that. In the event that they can't do that, or they don't want to do that, we will supplement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, a follow-up.
Go ahead.
Is there a standardized biometric system that is applicable to use so that it will last a long time, as opposed to the software, as opposed to, buying one school having an expensive one that will last long, another school, because of small amount of money, may buy a cheaper one if it exists, and then it can break easily? Is there a standardized recommendation that the ministry is putting to the school that they should seek to purchase?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you. So the ministry put the specs to the school, and then they can, from those specs, purchase the system. But it is a system that has to be compatible with the EMIS system as well. So it is purchased, or it is an understanding that when you're purchasing that, it must be compatible with the EMIS system, which necessarily would have its own specs that you will have to have for the
Thank you.
biometric.
Just two more follow-ups, sir. The first one is, if a school exhausts their funds under the school grant for academic materials, will the ministry, to ensure the success of the program, will the ministry be purchasing it for the school so that it will ensure that all schools do have it, at least in this year?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. So I think I said that just now. I said we will if they're not forced to, and so if they don't want to or they do buy it, that's okay. If they have not, if they decide to buy it, that's fine. And if they can't, then we will supplement.
Another question, Mr. Chair, last follow-up, please. So the biometric system has the clock-in, clock-out system. If teachers, for example, and other staff end up being in school for longer hours than their mandated hours, will that be considered as time for them to get overtime pay for duties that they're executing in their respective schools, once verified by the headmaster or the administrative head of the school? Because we don't want a situation where teachers may be looking, hearing this, and then they will want to clock out every day at 5 o'clock.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So what obtains now remains with the system in place. What obtains with you manually signing in that you're clocking in at this time and signing out that you're clocking out at that time, that still obtains, because school is supposed to start at XYZ time. And yes, it finishes for the student at a particular time, but teachers know that they have other things that they're doing as well. So timetabling starts from when school starts and when school calls in. So we expect that what obtains now will be the situation still.
And finally, sir, for guidance, I know when there is the academic break period, the Christmas term break, the August term break, and the Easter term break, teachers are not necessarily breaking from their academic duties. And you will find that teachers go into school too. In fact, I think the system does cater for teachers to make themselves available to attend school. Would they be required to utilize the clock-in, clock-out time during that period also?
So this obtains, again, for any situation. What exists now is going to also exist when the system is in place, except the fact that, look, we're looking at, as you said, we're looking at accountability. You think it's a good system, that's great. I also think so. And we can't, as a nation, speak about wanting matriculation rates to be better, wanting our students to be better. We can't, as a government, also invest heavily, as we have done in the last 5 years and will continue to do in the next 5 years, heavily in the education sector, and then you're not seeing the results. We can't invest heavily in the training of teachers, and then you're having time periods in which students are not being taught. So we want to be able to make sure that's happening. Now, don't get me wrong. This is not a punishment measure for teachers. It is not a punitive measure. It is to ensure that we have that accountability. It is to ensure that we have better results and children are taught. And it is to ensure that we are transforming digitally as well. So it's several things in one, and we have to appreciate, because every time something pops up on social media of maybe a crop of students not doing well enough or a batch of students not doing well enough, you go back to the education sector and you say, well, you've been plugging this, why is this not happening? So it is to ensure that we have that kind of result.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, quick one. Line item 6271. The amount moved is telephone and internet charges more than doubled from 50 million to 123 million, thereabouts. Can I get an explanation for that, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. So that increase of the 72 million, it's caters for 15 new connections in the hinterland region. And if you wish, I can call them out for you. But I think the public should know. So Philippi Nursery School, Region 7, Rupenaub Nursery School, Region 9, Quatamang Nursery School, Region 9, Kumakalands Nursery School, Region 10, Pariko Waranao Nursery. All right, I know that one is a little, but I can spell that one. PARIKWARUNAU Nursery School, Region 9, Jack Low Nursery School, Region 2, Marlborough Nursery School, Region 2, Supanam Creek Nursery School, Goshen River, Yarracabra Nursery, Moritaro, Malali, Aichuni, Kokwani Park, Kokwani Waterfront, Toka Nursery, Aranaputa, Waweta, Mokamoka, Haiwa, Napi, Parashara, Kwatata, Yupakari, Kwaikumbe, Katoka, Masara, Anai, Ruperti, St. Cuthbert, Kumu, Quarry, Rewa, Apateri, Fairview, Crashwater, Canal Bank, Yarakita, Hotakwai, Hururu, Itringbang, Madia, Campbelltown, Parmakatoy, Tapakuma, Kurukubaru, Kato, Sansushi, Belle Plaine, Mariah's Pleasure.
Mr. Chairman, with reference to the same line item, 6271, telephone and internet changes, can the Honorable Minister indicate if all of the schools have received internet access? These are the nursery schools because it's program 403.
So thank you very much. So this is actually catering for the new connections. So they will now have that.
Thank you.
That's for NDMA internet charges, right?
That the sum stated for program 403 of agency 40 current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates, page 534. Honorable members, and I propose the question that the sum stated for program 403, nursery education capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Nima Flubes.
Thank you, Comma Chair. Project code 1215300. Can the Honorable Minister say how much of this allocation will be paid for retention?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So we have retention payment for 5 projects.
Phone too loud for me. Honorable Minister, please, you can.
I apologize, Mr. Speaker. It's actually 6.
You're apologizing for Kwame?
No, no.
Okay.
No. Mr. Speaker, I apologize. It's not 5, it's 6.
Honorable Member Nima Flubes.
A follow-up. I'd asked how much of the allocated sum will be used to pay for the retention.
Retention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So we have the rollover being 43,691, and from in that sum for all the retention.
Thank you, Minister.
All the projects stated earlier.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 403 Nursery Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Pages 2, 24, and 25. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 40, Program 404, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flubes.
Thank you, Comma Chair. Line item 6284 other. Can the Honorable Minister disaggregate the sums, the sums of this month?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable Member, the increase catered for the exams division to cover the increased costs associated with the production and administration of the NGSA by CXC, and an additional sum caters for administrative costs to administer NGSA pretest to more schools in the hinterland. You also have the line item catering for other goods and services to be purchased by the Office of the ACU for primary, the Department of Education, and the 3 units within the National School Feeding Program.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Bess.
Thank you, Comma Chair. Volume 2. Indicator number 28. Total number of schools at the primary level. I note in 2025 we had 471, and now in 2026, 479. What are the 8 new schools added to this list?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We have the construction of Tushen Primary, construction of Wizrock Primary, the construction of Horadaya Primary. We have the construction of District 10 Primary, construction of Diamond, St. Cuthbert Primary, Regdorsey, Buxton Sideline Primary.
Follow-up question, Mr. Speaker. Comma Chair.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Based on the response given by the Honorable Minister, can the Honorable Minister say if these schools will be completed for 2026?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We do have some of them completing in 2026, the majority being completed in 2026.
Honorable Member, Dr. Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, we're looking at Program 404 Primary Education under the same indicators. Indicator number 22, student to trained teacher ratio. I have noted that the target is 20 to 1. Can the Honorable Minister say how many schools have implemented this target?
Minister.
Right. So, Mr. Chair, Honorable Member, thank you for that question. As a matter of fact, it is actually the data that we're collecting right now for each of those schools that has the 20-to-1 ratio.
Thank you, Minister. A follow-up question, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, can you say what measures are in place in the 2026 budget to ensure that this ratio is actualized?
Minister?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As I spoke earlier on the training of teachers, more training of teachers, and from 2020 to 2025, the end of 2025, we have more than 8,000 teachers having been trained in the system and hired, employed.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put a
Mr. Chair,
question.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Member, Professor Hines. Let me recognize Professor Paloma.
My mic, it's on.
Okay.
Yes, Madam Minister, this is a quick question and it may apply across programs. I notice that there are a number of contracted workers. What formula is used to arrive at the salaries for these contracted workers?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I think sometime ago, or maybe a few years ago, I would have answered this particular question too. And having been the former Minister of Public Service, the public service rules actually speak to contracted employees. So you also gauge it on a scale that is very similar to the pensionable establishment.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for agency.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you.
For the opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're still at the indicators. 22 student to trained teachers ratio. Can the honorable minister please state how many teachers are currently in the primary education system?
Honorable Minister.
Right. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So what we have, as you know, we have primary schools and we have primary top, but in the primary, we have 5,800 teachers.
Can your honorable minister state how many vacancies there exist for teachers in the primary school system?
So thank you very much, Honorable Member, through you, Mr. Chair. As of January 2026, after conducting our assessment, we would have had just less than 200 vacancies for the
Just
primary.
under 200.
Yeah, less than.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the honor 6271 line item? So I know you dealt with this in the before, but in the other program, but there's an increase of $181 million here over 2025. Could the minister say if this is for the same new internet connection that she explained in the prior program, and how much connections are those, if it is?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable Member, this increase caters for the payments to be made to NDMA for 17 new satellite connections and 50 upgrades from LTE to fiber. And this line caters for internet bandwidth for 28 schools at $85 million. The line also caters for the phone and telephone charges and internet expenses for 28 primary schools at $18.8 million and 68, education department at lot 68 breakdown.
Thank you.
Would you like me to list out the schools for you?
That's fine. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for agency
Mr.
for
Speaker?
program for Honorable Member Dr. Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So referring to line item 6253 rather, maintenance of drainage and irrigation works. Mr. Chairman, can the Honorable Minister identify which primary schools are going to benefit from this intervention?
Mr. Chair, that line item has...
No matter where in the world, we love Guyana. What are your colors? How do you represent? I love Guyana. Order yours today. We ship worldwide. Delta 9 Media.
One love, one people, the mission complete. One love, one flag, one nation, right? Under the stars, divine presence in the sky. Unity, no war, let the children thrive. Power to the people, we keep hope alive.
The sum stated for Program 404, Primary Education Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flubes.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Project code 1215400. Which school is provisioned for under this allocated sum? And how much of this allocated sum will be paid for retention?
Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Our rollover is 2.3 billion. Sorry, we have the... How much? Okay. So that caters for several schools for retention, a retention payment for schools, and also allocations.
Honorable Member. Honorable Member,
putting it,
you should
guys?
look over your left shoulder. Honorable Member Sharma Solomon.
Just a quick one, Mr. Chair. I know the minister was very good to try to see the Bamia Primary School completed under our ministry. I don't know under this ministry if we had that program handed over and if it's okay enough and it's anything that is needed in the budget now that it's handed over for completion. Because I've not heard of a completion, I've heard of a meeting the deadline in terms of liabilities and defects, period.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the Bamia School is finally completed. As you know, when I was there, it had moved a good 45–50%. And now it is not only completed, but it is operationalized. Students are there. We've had no complaints since then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Honorable members, I now put a question that is sum stated for Program 404, Primary Education Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let's turn to pages 226 and 227. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 40, Program 405, Secondary Education Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to return, Honorable Minister, to the survival rate. It's a much nicer term than dropout rate. You have a figure at number 1 on the indicators of 8,243 students writing the CXC examination. If I go back 5 years to 2020, there were 14,730 students who wrote the common entrance, or I'm showing my age, sorry, secondary school's entrance examination. That suggests to me, I might be missing something here, that your survival rate is actually 56% and not the 72% that is shown, unless you're going to tell me that the difference is 16% who actually went all the way to fifth form but just didn't bother to turn up for the exam. I'd like some clarification on this, please.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I beg to differ with your percentage, but not on the basis of which you are advocating. I beg to differ because you're not catering for, and this particular narrative that is in the estimates is speaking to public schools. You're not catering for the private schools at all, and that number, that difference is also in the private schools.
A follow-up, please, Mr. So just for clarification, you're saying that let's go with the 8,243 who wrote the exams. You're saying this number does not include private schools?
This is the public schools. What I'm saying to you is that you're looking at a figure from when they wrote NGSA all the way to what you assume would them being in fifth form.
I just want for clarity, want a yes or no answer.
Honorable members, we are not in a magistrate's court where you can say yes or no.
Mr. Chair, I take it back.
Once we start with policy,
I'm so
the minister
guided,
is
sir.
free.
Right. But all I wanted is clarity.
Yeah.
The 14,730 would have been the total number of students who wrote the SSEE. And you're saying the 8,243 are only those who wrote SSEE in public schools.
Yes, that is exactly what it says here. Caribbean Secondary Education Certificate Examination in public schools.
And so you're saying that the difference between...
No, she's not. Don't impute. She's giving you a particular answer for which we have to build up a number of other criteria. But just ask it objectively, but I'm concerned about the inflections. Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm asking whether the difference of 16% is perhaps in the private students, those who wrote in, and do you have a number of how many students wrote from private schools in 2025?
We do have the number in private schools. I don't have it here, but the 16% that you're talking about is definitely inclusive of those in the private schools.
Is there a possibility at some point that number can be laid over?
Honorable Member, Mr. Rupnarain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Volume 2, Indicator 23. Can the Honorable Minister provide a disaggregation when it says the total number of schools at the secondary level? Can there be a disaggregation of the number of board schools, non-board school, and primary top?
Soon it will be.
We're going to invite the two honorable members that's shouting across the room to step outside.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. Honorable member, we have 6 to 5 board schools, 8 to 1 non-board schools.
And the primary tops?
No. Primary tops, which would reduce to less than 30 by June 2020.
Yeah. So you have 7 to 1 on the primary tops, but we are looking primary tops. We're looking to significantly reduce that to in the 30s by June of 2026.
By this year.
Yeah.
That was my follow-up there. All right, thank you.
Honorable Member Dr. Barker.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. Follow up on same volume 2, I'm looking at indicator 25, percentage of secondary schools with computer labs, computers for pedagogical purposes. And I noted it's 100%. Can the Honorable Minister confirm that these labs and these computer labs are fully functional?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. So while we have 100%, and I have the list here if you wish me to go through them. So while we have that, we want to be able to maintain that status in 2026. So persons are actually from the regional system. We will have the regional IT support first officers be in these labs.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Mr. Chairman, I would like to draw the attention to line 6281, line item 6281, security services on the program 405. Honorable Minister, we've noted recently that there has been an increase in violence in school. And we have also seen that teachers have been attacked recently. Now the allocation has dropped significantly for security services. Can you say, or can you give a rationale for that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, the security is for the infrastructure, which is the school building itself and the compound. And the drop that you're speaking of, yes. So it is actually the same as the budget of 2025. You see, 2026 and 2025.
No, it's not. Oh, not the revised, but budgeted.
The actual budget for 2025 was 325.88. The revised budget 371, and then you are now in 2026. We are asking for an allocation of 325.88, which was the same as the actuals for 2020, as the budget. Sorry, for 2025.
Mr. Thank you.
If I may, Honorable Member, through you, Mr. Chair, there are a number of things that are being employed at the moment to tackle bullying. One of those things was to launch the anti-bullying campaign. That is not just a talk shop. It is going to materialize into an MOU followed by action. And it is a public consultation, getting the recommendations, suggestions from the public. We have right now from that first public consultation, over 500 recommendations and suggestions that we're working through. Plus, we are also today, His Excellency also announced the panic app that will be installed very soon, very shortly, correct? And we will be utilizing that as well. So there are many measures that will be employed over the next year.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the Honorable Minister state what measures, based on what you just said, what measures will the ministry, your ministry, employ to assist teachers or to ensure the safety of teachers as it relates to security services? And might I add the safety of both teachers and students, since we have gangs coming into schools, going into schools?
Arising from these consultations, what we are aiming to do at the very least is to establish standard operating procedures that will, policies that will become standard operating procedures in the school system. And at the highest, we would like to look at legislation that will work for the safety and security of our children and teachers. But the ministry we have adopted, and we continue to do that, a zero tolerance approach to students hitting teachers.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put the
Mr.
question.
Speaker, just
Honorable
quickly. Thank you, sir. One
Chief Whip.
question. The student to train teacher ratio is, I think it's 17 to 1. And this, I would just like to ask the minister if you can see how many teachers are in this program, employed at the secondary level.
Thank you very much, honorable member. We have 6,800 teachers.
And vacancies, please.
Thank you very much. So we have less than 100 vacancies, but it's more in the TVET areas.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Program 405 of Agency 40, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let us turn to page 534. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 405, Secondary Education Capital, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Dawn Hastings Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to draw our attention to project code 1215500 secondary schools. And my question will be specific, Madam Minister, in terms of Jawala Secondary School and Philippi Secondary School, both of which I know work have started. What are your timeline targets in terms of completion of these two schools?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. So we're looking at an end date in July of 2026 for Philippi. And for Jawala, we are also looking at July.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flubes.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Same line item. Project code 1215500. Can the Honorable Minister state which school is provisioned for under this allocated sum?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. So we have a rollover amount of $11 billion for several schools, and we have new schools as well, not under that sum. The new schools, we have the reconstruction of secondary with modern structure to Waramadong Secondary. You have the synthetic track at North Rumvelt. Reconstruction of the schools, the Agricola PIC. Construction of building to house laboratories and auditorium at J.C. Chandy Singh School, Phase 2. And that's that.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan, follow up?
Yes.
Samsung, keeping us connected no matter
relation
where
to
in the
JC
world we're
Chandy,
located.
Honorable Minister say what is the current status of works at that institution?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. So the actual completion date for J.C. Chandy Singh, or the month of completion, is August 2026.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Madam Minister, could you tell us about the outstanding work and completion date for the Road Secondary School, Region 1, In addition to that, could you tell us also about the works outstanding, perhaps in percentage, and completion date for the secondary school at Tabachinga Secondary? And also, Minister, could you tell us about the works outstanding and completion date for the secondary school at Karasabai?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable Member, Hosororo Secondary School, as you know, we opened a teaching block very recently, and it's accommodating a number of students, but it's at 70% completed. Its actual completion date will be in March of 2026.
Honorable Member. Go ahead.
Karasabai Secondary, we have a completion date of June 2026, and that's about 70% as well. Completed.
Honorable Member, Mr. Solomon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, there was a portion of the question that is still outstanding. Tabachinga Secondary School.
Tabachinga.
Thank you very much. Tabachinga doesn't fall under the Central Ministry.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chair. Just with the follow-up on the Christianburg Wisma Multilateral Secondary School, there is a deadline for the November this year. Just to follow up on the amount of works, percentage of where it is, and is it still to meet that November 17 deadline set last year for completion?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable Member, this is a World Bank project, and it's actually on track to being completed in February of 2027.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A follow-up to the same project code. Minister, could you tell us for Hosororo Secondary School, where are the students? I know there's the dorms are unfinished and the teachers live in quarters. Where are those persons being housed at the moment?
Honorable Minister.
Primary tops have been closed at Wauna, and Hosororo primary top those have gone.
So from they are still in the primary tops, but there are two primary tops that actually closed off because they have moved into the new teaching block at Hosororo. So several other primary tops, they are being taught in.
The question is where are they being housed?
They live in the areas, yes.
Honorable Member, Mr. Solomon. Honorable Member, Mr. Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Program code 1215500. The Honorable Minister mentioned the North Rhineville Multilateral Synthetic Track. Could the Honorable Minister say what is the total cost of that project?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That's a new project, and we have to go to national tender for that.
The only reason I ask is because you mentioned it here, and the total of all the projects together is 57 billion, and the allocation of 12 billion this year. So I'm just thinking, is there a number that you had in mind when this budget was created for that specific project? I mean, it might vary whenever you go to tender, but there must be some.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We do have a projected sum.
Thank you.
Which is 100 million. 100 million as a projected sum. But of course, when we go to national tender. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan.
I just had a quick follow-up. I omitted one of the schools I wanted to ask about. NAPI in Region 9. Completion date for NAPI.
The actual school building is completed already, but there is a TVET building that is being constructed. So we're just finished. But students are in the school.
And for that TVET building, Minister, through the chair, when is that expected to be completed? And are the teachers' quarters also? Is that
By the end of March 2026, through the chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable member, Mr. Barker.
Hi, Mr. Chair. I'm just following up on the honorable member, Mr. Duncan, along with related to completion dates. I would like the honorable minister to state what is the completion date for the Neem Secondary School.
Minister.
Thank you very much, honorable members. So we're looking at the end of March 2026, and you already have half of those students in the being housed in 2 of the teaching blocks. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Through the chair, a quick follow-up. Honorable Minister, can you say if all the works at Tushin Secondary School have been completed?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. But all of the majority of the work, they might just have a minor works to be done, and that's just defects.
Quick follow-up through the chair.
Go ahead.
Honorable Minister, could you say the completion date for those quick works as you mentioned?
Honorable Minister.
So thank you very much, Honorable Chair. So the retention date is actually in March. So you still have that period for that to be finished.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable member, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, you mentioned a TVET building at NAP, pure TVET secondary schools, or stream, let's say, because CXC now offers TVET subjects. So there are people who may want, and it's been done in other jurisdictions, where from 3rd to 5th form, it's just purely TVET subjects.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So we are looking to, as our manifesto had stated, to expand the TVET program. Every single region will have a TVET center by the end of 2026.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair. The Minister, same project code 1215500. Secondary schools and facilities. I am just curious, Madam Minister, to know if you have allocated any sums of money under this project code to rebuild a dormitory at Madia. That was what. Is there any allocations?
Honorable member through the chair, no, we don't have that in this budget.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to take us back to the volume 2. One quick question. It says here that the number of children enrolled at the secondary level is at 66,000. Pardon? I'm number 13, I believe. 66,000. But the number of students to benefit from the Because We Care Crash Grant and uniforms at 55,000. Can the minister, and the same thing in 2025, there is a shortfall between the number of students actually enrolled and those that actually receive the cash grant. Can your minister state what accounts for the shortfall?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The grade 11 is not. Grade 11 is not included here. Because they leave the school system.
Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Program 405 Secondary Education Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let's turn to pages 228 and 229, honorable members. And I propose the question that the sum stated for program 406 post-secondary tertiary education current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Mr. Mahipur.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chairman. I've been waiting patiently. Sir, may
Well
I?
rewarded.
May I? How many minutes do we have for this? May I ask you, please, sir?
Right now, it looks like we have about 30 minutes remaining.
Excellent. Sir, may I start with the employment cost for the University of Guyana on the line item 6301? May I ask the Honorable Minister, how many staff members does this sum cater for? And if she can specify in terms of the number of UA staff and the number of UB staff.
Honorable Minister.
If they're building one in India, you could ask if there's sufficient capital.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable member, you have 2,148 for Turkine and 184 for Berbice.
Thank you, Minister.
Sir,
Go ahead.
Thank you. The second part of the question was, and I'm specific here about Turkine. Can you tell us of this 2,148 total staff member at Turkine, how many are UA staff and how many are UB staff?
Thank you very much, honorable member. It's about 1,500 UA and the remainder would be UB.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, a follow-up. May I ask the honorable minister, is there a standard salary for a lecturer that is a professor, or does it vary in terms of which course they are teaching, or is it based on their contract? Yeah, as a professor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. No, there are different salary scales.
Okay, and that will apply also for the other lecturers, yes, even though they may have the same qualification as a master or 2 degrees.
According to the designation.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, may I ask the honorable minister if there is a lecturer to student ratio for the respective classes, or any amount of student can go to a class based on the capacity?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So it's about 50 to 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, may I ask the honorable minister, under the line, other goods and services purchased, and with the free education across the tertiary institutions, I see there's a decrease here from 904,426,000 to 865,772,000 dollars. May I ask the honorable minister with the increase in students and with the increase in services provided, if she can explain why the decrease.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The specific line item that you're talking about is which one?
Other goods and services
No,
purchased.
man, you have a number there. What's it? 6284, 6292?
No, but I'm on page 730, which gives the breakdown, and they don't have any number allocated to it. No. Appendix T.
So the variance is that accreditation happened in 2025, and that is not necessary in 2026, as well as there would have been equipment that was bought last year that is not needed this year.
Excellent. So on the other operating expenses, I noticed there is also a decrease there from 514,358,000 to 492,266,000. May I ask the Honorable Minister for a similar explanation?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. So that was the student refunds that you don't have to do in 2026.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, may I ask the Honorable Minister for utility charges, knowing that there are some additional buildings, I think, that are going to be constructed there at the University of Guyana, and the additional expense of utility, I'm also seeing a slight decrease there, somewhat of the same figure. If the Honorable Minister can say if this will be sufficient to cover the utility charges at the University of Guyana.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. So you have an increase at Turkine that caters for the new College of Medical Sciences building, right? Which will increase the consumption. That's what you're asking.
So the consumption will increase, but the sum of money that is going to be budgeted for is basically just slightly below what was expended in 2025. So how will the University of Guyana cover for this additional consumption?
So 2025, I'm advised that there were some arrears that needed to be paid off. That was paid off, and so that's not necessary again this year.
Okay.
Or that's not, that we don't have to cater for that this year.
Sir, may I ask the Honorable Minister, what is the total capacity in terms of student and student intake at the University of Guyana Turkine campus?
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The honorable member would be aware that for some time now, the University of Guyana is not right. It's not only physical in person, it's also virtually. So when you're talking about capacity, you need to clarify what you're talking about, which one you're talking
in terms of being physically present on the campus. And if the university is moving in a direction, sir, into virtual platform, which is good.
So I'm really happy that you brought up this question, actually, because one, the capacity is about 5,000, and what we have seen since the removal of the fees and that, the government implemented the Free University initiative from January of 2025, there has been an increase in applications to the university, and as a over 16,000, and as a result of that, we have actually looked at creating seating in various regions. So for example, if you're from region 3 or region 6 or region 2 and you're applying for medicine, for example, or engineering, you can remain right in your region and do that. So we're creating the seatings there as well, and right now we have seating being created at the ETI, which is the Essequibo Technical Institute, and it has a capacity right now of about 40 students for engineering. Then you also have Region 16 campus that is also taking off about 40 to 45, and IDC, which is taking about 2,000. So in addition to that, the Ministry of Education would have worked with the University of Guyana to have about 150 new seats for medicine. So we are looking at creating that kind of, so it's not just virtual, but it's a platform that is both virtual. We have a virtual platform. It's a hybrid system, so
Yes.
physical and virtual.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, a
Go ahead.
follow up. Sir, if every Guyanese can acquire a degree, at least a first degree, that will be excellent. And if the platform that allows them is the virtual platform and the physical platform, even better. But education, sir, is beyond just going to a classroom, virtually or physically, and acquiring your degree. Physical presence at the university, and I can attest to this, has great value in the sense that you can dwell with other people from various other social societies. You can join clubs and so on. You can participate in sports. It builds the individual into a better person, and it really improves the quality of the individual beyond just having the paper, the degree, and the diploma, or the campus life is a good life. Is there any movement from the Ministry of Education and the University of Guyana to further develop the University of Guyana so that we can return, even if it is in part, to have physical presence on campus also, and mesh it with the virtual platform for academic improvement and the generally educational improvement of our people?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So what you have existing now is actually 92 clubs at the University of Guyana. Then the classes, whether virtual or otherwise, they have to meet at least once per semester. So what is also important to note is that we will be conducting a rapid assessment of the at the University of Guyana to determine the needs for the existing transformation that is taking place, as well as for future needs, and looking to align the training with that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, may I have a follow-up on employment? May I ask the Honorable Minister, how many of the UA staff, the 1,500 UA staff that we have, how many are professors? How many have their masters, and how many have their first degrees?
Thank you very much. So they don't actually have teachers who are, or lecturers who are just have their first degree. Anymore. You have tutors now. You also have 1/3 with their masters, 1/3 with PhD, and about 10% of them that are professors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and let me join with you, with your permission, in acknowledging Professor Paloma Mohammed and congratulate her for the excellent job she's doing at the University of Guyana as the Vice Chancellor. Thank you very much, sir.
Much honorable member, Mr. Mahipal, and for the Honorable Sharma Solomon.
I just thank you very much, Comrade Chair, and just quickly to the Minister. I know you spoke of seating, and just to the point of the university and its expansion, do you see this applying to Region 10, or it's seating, or do you see a campus being looked towards for Region 10, as we saw complementing Region 6 in the Tain area?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. So yes, Region 10 is included in that, and we are looking at IDC is already in Region 10, and we're looking at the engineering and medical fields as well.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Member, Professor Hines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Madam Minister, I noticed on the line item 6301, education grants and subventions. Can you tell us who or what are the projected recipients of those subventions and grants?
Which table is it? There is a table at the back of the book that has all the recipients of the subvention listed.
I withdraw. And can you say
Page
what's
492.
the criteria for those subvention and grants? Yeah.
Minister?
So these are actually what you're seeing at the back there. These are the TVET institutions that historically would have been given grants. And it's listed on page 487 of volume 1.
Quite clearly set out. Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in relation to seating in the medical school in the outer regions 2, 3, 6, is that for the entire program or just for the basic science portion of the medical degree?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. One thing that we are very pleased about is that at the end of is it January, December, you announced the pre-med? December. At the beginning of 2026, the University of Guyana and as a matter of fact, last year, about 3 or 4 months ago, the Ministry of Education met with the Ministry of Health and the University of Guyana, and we talked about having a pre-med package instead of just going from biology to medicine and giving them more of a foundation to get into the medical program. And so that package was created, and you have 210 students already enrolled. So that's something that we're very pleased about. What you have right now that is expanding is the basic sciences, and then we're moving into the actual program.
One follow-up, please, Mr. Chair. So at this moment, there are no plans for clinical rotations outside of Georgetown?
So clinical rotations don't start now. It will start in September, and yes, they are catered for.
For the question that is sum stated for program 406, post-secondary tertiary education current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let's turn to pages 434 and 534 and 535. And I propose a question that is sum stated for programs 406, post-secondary tertiary education capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. But it only has this. See? Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flubes.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. project code, I guess, 1217900. I guess it's covering all these subheadings, right? I see that land and water transport, some has been allocated here for provision of for equipment.
Could you just
I just okay.
point this again to the code?
1217900.
1217900. Land and water transport.
I see there are some subheads here, so I want to know if it's related to that code. They have building, furniture, equipment, land and water transport.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, honorable member. So this will cater for the TVET center. So we have one track skid steer, one mini excavator, another mini excavator, one skid steer loader for the Georgetown Technical Institute, GITC. One mini excavator for the LTI, Linden Technical Institute, one skid steer loader for the LTI as well.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 406, Post-Secondary Tertiary Education Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much,
You and
Mr.
your
Chair.
staff for taking us through your agency. Go
Thank
ahead.
you very much. Please allow me to thank and congratulate the very hardworking team that I have at the Ministry of Education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, this is a good time to take a break of half of an hour. Repeat, a good time to take a break of half of an hour, and then we come back with the Ministry of
While they're on a break, let's analyze some of these other trending headlines. This went down earlier today, and we started to highlight some of these details before we got into some other headlines that took up most of the time. Let's jump right back into these details.
Lawyers want to see the world. The other gentleman, the Indian one was 1-0. That's yeah, we start. Here's the word. You can note down. Please. Let me see the word, please. Make a note of the arrival of this. Make a note down. Let me see. I need to see this. You can see. All right, read it to him. Read it to him. You need to read it. Read it to us. It was already read, but you can reread it for his benefit. 11:5, right?
Agreed to what?
They are using to suspect Nazir Mohammed Azuli Mohammed, the proprietor of Mohammed Enterprise, situated at Lot 29, Ramos Street, Workers Joshua, in Georgia, Mashi District. Hear me, sir?
Yes, I'm hearing.
Having their possession, premises, or house-to-house, valuable minerals, precious stone, local or foreign currency, electronic device, financial documents, all which will afford and assist us in investigating the offense of one.
Okay. So how long do you hear? How long do you hear yourself as?
All right, how we start? Okay, how we start? How we start?
Make sure you video everything.
We have a video recording. At an appropriate time, you will have it. We have
we got a video team.
At an appropriate time.
We are live right now.
No problem.
Yeah.
At an appropriate time, you will have.
Sure, political persecution going on in this place, you know?
I am not aware.
We're not doing no business here. The government already shut down all my businesses.
Are we finished starting the upper flat?
No, we got this one.
No, the upper flat.
How much?
Mr. Muhammad pointing out clearly, listen, we ain't doing no business here, but there are updates. There are updates, and there's some videos showing persons going in there and collecting money in what appears to be a cambio transaction. Could it be a situation where this video is fake, real, and what is going to be the proceedings coming from this? We're going to analyze what's going on, you know. We got half an hour before Parliament start back, and we got to update you with so many headlines right here on Delta 9 Media. Remember, the entire video with when they went to the facility and searched X, Y, and Z is up on the channel right now, and you can check that out because we don't have enough time to show the entire video. But let's get into some more of these details right here.
That's already searched already.
This won't be that now, sir.
They already sorted all the rest?
No. Just still upstairs.
Oh.
Do we have an X flat? Or do you have anything unlawful in the other flats? Anything
Nothing
of
is here.
Evidential value?
Nothing is here.
Well, let's have a search of it in your presence. Go ahead. Yeah. Wait, the upper flat? Come, please, sir. Come.
Well, you gonna bring a dog here too?
Yeah, the dog is trained to charge for narcotic, for firearm, for cash.
Just good.
It's well trained.
If it's narcotics, you gotta go to the big drug. This place not here.
So let's go upstairs, please. Please come. Don't search the prayer area. I don't want to search in no prayer area. Just search offices and so on. Right?
You sure you want to start the masjid?
No, we're not going to do that.
Irfan used to come and pray in the same masjid.
I'm not going to search your prayer area. Please start searching your offices.
Go ahead, sir. It's all empty.
I just got them.
This will be office, some money and some direction.
Go in and make sure I want these man plant nothing in this place.
We'll see going on right here, scenes from earlier today at Mr. Muhammad's business facility. I'm telling you, there's so much going on. Never ever a dull moment in Guyana. Well, let's analyze some of the updated video. If you would like to see the entire video with what went down, X, Y, and Z, the entire search, the video is up on the channel. You can check it out, right? We're going to go to some updates that is coming in after this video would have went up.
I check the one and then we gotta get him to tell him, man. Can't do that. So unfortunately, I want to see
a chance. You had a chance to look at the video and see what persons are presenting and what are your views? What are your views of what you just had a chance to see right there? Because it's being alleged that there's some illegalities going on. Allegedly, they're saying that this cambio business is still going on, and it shouldn't be, right? They're saying who's these persons that is still transacting business when they don't have a license. And from what it appears in the video, it seems as if this thing that went down, the newspaper was used to date the video. This is what it seems like to me. I know y'all think, but from what it appears, like in this video right here, there's going to be some very interesting developments that are going to proceed, because there's going to be some kind of investigation coming from this, and who knows, there even might be arrests that might stem from what we just saw in that video right there, because they're not going to do a sting. They got two separate occasions, you understand? They already went over and they did a search, and then they had an interview outside of the very parliament with the Attorney General having conversation with critics. I think it was yesterday. So there's so many developments going on. There's so much going on right now on the ground that I'm telling you, you gotta make sure that you subscribe, buddy, because we're gonna keep you updated with all of these pressing headlines, because tomorrow could very well be a very, very interesting day for a lot that will take place on the ground because of this video that I'm going to play once more so that we could absorb what's going on right here in this video. And then drop it into the comment section or call it in. And we're going to jump into some other headlines as well so that you can stay updated with all of these very important and trending headlines. Remember, if you haven't already, Delta 9 travelers, thumbs up the live, thumbs up the live, and boost it in the algorithm. It costs you nothing to hit that thumbs up button.
I check the one and then the guy get on the telephone. Can do the so probably I want to see Well, I'm telling you, them transactions that we're looking at right there, short and simple on video, but they could have some far-reaching implications. Well, the Honorable Prime Minister had a very spirited delivery the last time that he stand up and had a conversation in the House. He said a couple of things that got a number of persons commenting, and we're going to get into some of these trending headlines. Let's hear what the Prime Minister had to say right now.
That's what the PNC did to us. Fetchers of waters and hewers of wood. When you go into the supermarket, and I used to go to a supermarket in Linden known as the Co-op Crescent Supermarket, used to be run by the government. Let me talk. Don't try to shout me out. There was nothing in the supermarket beyond rice and sugar, obviously, because it was grown in Guyana. Whenever they bring the supply of the other stuff, you had to line up, and it was rationed to you. And as a little boy, we like to play with names and abbreviation. So LFSB, as little boys, LFSB meant Linden, Forbes, Samson, Borum. But as little boys, our lived experience caused us to see LFSB. And we said it as little boys because we were innocent. Line up for soap and butter. That's what we did as little boys. Line up for soap and butter. That happened in this country. People had scurvy, from a Gael call another name. People had rickets, scurvy. You have about bansiram, you have about rice flour bread, and after day two and you pull it so, there's some long slime. Berry, and you can't stand up properly. White mouth. And you come and telling us, but people starving. Fast forward to another time, because y'all benefited from the democratic dividend that was ushered in the 1992 elections, and you were able to win an election in 2015, and you run this country from 2015 to 2020. We fast forwarding now. But before we go to fast forward, I talk about the supermarkets. They had, and you know they had this way, like many socialist countries, of finding some peculiar names for enterprises. Mr. Hines, Professor Hines, do you know or can you remember the Knowledge Sharing Institute? Can you remember the Knowledge Sharing? Am I lying? KSI, they used to sell fish. And the honorable member talk about corruption. When you go there, you have to beg the guy who's selling not to give you basho only. Throw in some bangameri, throw in some butterfish. I am saying this because I want everybody here and the whole of Guyana to understand what took place in this country under the PNC. It started in 1968. And it continued until we took office in 1992. Comrades, I'm telling you this because those who forget the past are condemned to repeat it. And many people enjoy the democracy in this country. They enjoyed the social and economic gains in this country from 1992 to 2015. In fact, to 2011. So they get complacent and they decided to vote for y'all in. And y'all took them right back. Like the proverbial swine who returned to wallow in the mire. Y'all took this whole country right back to what obtained. What obtained in 1968, 1985. Fast forward to 2020. I did everything in the army, including leading the army. Including being the head of the army. You had to be talented to be selected as the head of the army. Unlike you. Comrades, 2020, we went to an election. The people said clearly with their votes that we don't want you. We give you 5 years and you failed. And you held on to office for 5 months. We recounted the votes and what we knew on close of business on the 3rd of March 2020 was finally declared as the official results of that election. The PPPC was returned to government. The PPPC returned to government at a time when people were starving again as a result of an APNU clouded, changing the name, but it's PNC. AFC government. The people were starving. We had COVID. We had COVID and we had the worst spate of management. In fact, it was a high level of mismanagement in this country at that time. You were trying to hold on to government. You were filling your pockets. You were spending without any budget that was legally authorized by this house.
Well, I'm telling you, that was some of what the Prime Minister had to say. Well, guess what? The top cops is analyzing some of what we had to say about the former president, the late, great Mr. Burnham. Let's hear these details coming in right now from the top cop.
Not do nothing. But before let me say this. Let me say this. Mark Phillips got to be the most ungrateful, Shell Kyle critic, ungrateful dog. Mark Phillips got to be the most ungrateful dog to make those type of statements. Why do I say that? In 1981, Mark Phillips was the beneficiary of a course. He was sent. Burnham was the president in 1981 when Mark Phillips was sent to the Royal Academy, Sandhurst, England, for training. One of the best military academies in the world. Burnham, through Burnham time, Mark Phillips was sent there. Man said Burnham did nothing. I can't remember the exact year, but in the early 90s, when Mark Phillips did his diploma in public administration, he benefited from free education introduced by Burnham. Mark Phillips. I know that because we were on the same course. We did the diploma in public administration of university together. And Mark Phillips can come now and say Burnham and do nothing. And you know, old people say, ingratitude is worse than witchcraft. Old people say, ingratitude is worse than witchcraft. Right? And let me drop. I know y'all gonna the younger people.
Hey, telling you. So the top cops now highlighting it from a place because guess what? He was there, he's old enough to remember, and actually he used to be in the same class as you're hearing right there. But guess what? All kind of thing is going on in the classroom. And if you're not subscribed already, check out Speaking Out, Exposing Corruption and Incompetence right on YouTube. Check it out and make sure that you subscribe to the channel. Let's continue with this coming in from the top cops. Got the top cops about to drop a tune for the Prime Minister. The way we're going on right here.
Well, Brennan and all them things. Let me drop a Vibes Cartel for me, man.
Let
me drop a Vibes Cartel and Mark Phillips. Here we go.
Ungrateful, ungrateful, ungrateful. A flower me need, me no need you. Oxygen me breathe you. Call me notice you a carry belly for me. Like a me make chances reach you. Ungrateful, dog me dirty pudding. You still breathe, you say you wouldn't. No try hide, you really shouldn't. Cause you no name, Felisa wouldn't. Stop chat people, I would to you. My grandmother would.
Ungrateful doggy dirty pudding. Ungrateful. And I think it's indeed I say you're Nimakaram. For a man who benefited directly from the policies of Forbes, Lyndon Forbes, Samson Burnham, one of the greatest the Caribbean ever produced, right? Mark Phillips go in Parliament and he said that. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine? And then I say, Vibes Cartel. Somebody tell me it was real. Vibes Cartel describes him. Listen to it again.
Ungrateful, ungrateful, ungrateful. A flower me need, me no need you. Oxygen me breathe you. Call me notice you a carry belly for me. Like a me make chances reach you. Ungrateful, dog me dirty pudding. You still breathe, you say you wouldn't. No try hide, you really shouldn't. Cause you no name, Felisa wouldn't. Stop chat people, I would to you. My grandmother would have called you Kunumunu. Cause some boy.
The grandmother would have called you Kunumunu. Ungrateful, doggy, dirty pudding. Right? So that is the type of thing. I remember when I heard them there I remember the President of the United States, Donald Trump, he still refers to certain people as rhinos, R-I-N-O, right? He said Republican in name only. So many of them, the Republicans who speak out against the Republican, he call them rhinos.
Thing about we, no I. We got a prime minister, he's a rubber stamp, sell out the black community. Yeah, he call himself McFilly, but me say I'm Mark finish. The boy don't sell out, so we tell them vanish. That rubber stamp ignorant and stupid. Disrespect Borno Musa, son of the highest. The only president that truly had the vision. Stand up to the presser, stand up to European. He had a plan for the young generation to lift them up high and turn them in a great nation. But we got a prime minister, he's a rubber stamp who care nothing about black people. We got a prime minister, he's a rubber stamp. Open him out appear evil, yeah. We got a prime minister, he's a rubber stamp. Who care nothing about we, boy. We got a prime minister, he's a rubber stamp. Sell out the black community, hey. And gratefulness is worse than witchcraft. That's why Mark finishes a joke and a laugh. He get the opportunity to enhance the craft. From a left born on what he de allo talk. Me watch a movie with the call the Django. And inside the movie had the black couture. Them he miss to keep it down on the floor. Them Uncle Tom, them fish show coffee sing say. We got a...
Telling you. There's so many things that persons got to say about the budget. And Guyana has been very vocal about what's going on with the budget and how they feel about what they're hearing about the dollars and what's proceeding. Let's hear right now from our brother on the ground.
I ain't attacking the government in no way. This is merely an observation highlighting how short-sighted we are and what a missed opportunity this is. So, according to the 2026 budget, in addition to the increase in old age pension, there is a grant of $20,000 per pensioner allocated for transportation. $20,000 per person ain't sound like much, right? But multiply it by 95,000 pensioners and how much you get. You get 1.9 billion Guyana dollars. Realistically, $20,000 per person per annum for transportation don't make no sense. But listen to this, with the number in mind, $1.9 billion, imagine if the government take that money and invest in coach buses dedicated to specifically picking up, or not specifically, prioritizing picking up the elderly and taking them wherever they have to go. But let me take it a little further. In addition to pensioners, you could pick up differently able people, and also you could even open it up to the public. So if I want to jump on the bus now, I would have to pay, but the pensioners and the differently able people would not have to. The following year now, instead of allocating a whole big budget now to giving out grants again that don't make sense, how about you allocate money to pay the salary of bus drivers and conductor and maintenance fee for these buses? That now creates a system, a permanent system dedicated to prioritizing the mobility of pensioners and differently able people and further enhance the public transportation service. If you all truly care about enhancing the lives of every Guyanese, y'all will implement systems that, irrespective of who is in power, remains intact and an integral part of everyday life. Let me know what y'all think in the comments. I can preface this video by saying I ain't attacking the government in no way. This is merely an observation highlighting how short-sighted
yeah? So I greet you in the words of peace, love, and life. Hope that all is well with you and your loved ones. Anyhow, this particular clip we're doing is I'm speaking specifically to the descendants of Africans. Yes, people that look just like me, right? Who are considered black people by common term, right? So this hasn't to do with nothing to do with racialism or nothing to do, with being selfish or anything, but I just want to speak directly to my brothers and sisters, right? The descendants of Africans. Anyhow, let me get into it. I've been watching and I've been observing, and I really don't like get involved in certain reasoning unless, I'm really provoked to the point whereby, I can't hold my tongue no more. And I have to speak. Because remember, I come from a different grooming, a different teaching, a different, university than most people. I come from the university where the teaching is considered called esoteric teaching, sacred teaching, right? Hidden knowledge. And I've been taught by the elders, or should I say the wise, that the lips of wisdom is closed, except to the ears of understanding. So we don't speak just so randomly. We're very careful when we open our mouth to speak. Anyhow, black people, those at home in Guyana and those abroad that call themselves Guyanese, I'm speaking to you. It's time you have to stop begging, wishing, hoping, and praying for your government to do for y'all what y'all are intelligently enough, capable to do for yourselves. Let me give y'all a short story. During the time of our ancestors' captivity, the slavery you're talking about, no ethnic group, I don't want to use the word race. For some reason, I don't like the word race. No other ethnic group, right, came to our aid. They never went to the Caucasian colonizers, enslavers, right? None of them came and stood up for us and said to the colonizers, those enslavers, stop what you are doing against this ethnic group. This is a crime against humanity. This is a crime against your brother of the same species, right? We all being Homo sapiens. Nobody stood up for our ancestors. Wait, y'all ain't learning nothing from history.
Well, I'm telling you, it's a very, very good question, because as we take the international connection over to the US and analyze one of the more trending situations that was happening just recently in the news, they had a situation where this was taking place, and we're going to analyze it because it's something that, listen, there's a lot to be learned from this.
It's in The Lion King. There's not one ape. There's a baboon, Rafiki. He is actually central to the story, but there's not one ape in the movie. So let's just be for real right now. There's not an ape in The Lion King. So I would have never put out a statement like that. The one time somebody thought the person I worked for did say something that was racist and inhumane, I went to my principal and encouraged the principal to apologize and explain to them why what they said was problematic, okay? So Eugene, I cannot grasp this. This is the last thing I'll say. It is not racist because it is offensive. It is offensive because it is inherently racist. The trope about depicting black people as animals goes all the way back to white Europeans.
I would like to turn the Honorable Minister's attention to Volume 2, Policy Development and Administration. Indicator 1, number of policies developed or updated for culture, youth, and sports. I see you had 2 for 2025 and you have 1 for 2026. Can the Honorable Minister state which policy will be developed or updated for 2026?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chairman. And first of all, in 2025, the ministry completed both the cultural policy as well as the sport policy. The decision not to have it published was based on the fact that we were leading into the election, and the cabinet felt that it should come thereafter. In our manifesto, we committed to having an expanded development of our orange economy. What we are ready to publish right now in year 2026 is the sport policy. So that is ready for publication on Cabinet's approval. So it still has to be vetted, but we're ready for that to be published. However, what is going to be worked on, which is what the honorable member has asked, is the cultural policy. Now, I want to expand that a little bit because in our manifesto, as I said, we made a commitment that we're going to have the development of the orange economy. We have since established a Cabinet Plus committee. In that Cabinet Plus committee, which was established there or around October/November of last year. And since then, we've had several meetings and a matrix with recommendations developed, of which that is about to be submitted to Cabinet too. And then from there, we go into an elaborate public consultation. The holding back of the cultural policy was similar along the lines of, or on the basis that what is contained and emanating from the public engagements or stakeholder engagements and the recommendations coming therefrom should also be contained, distilled, filtered, and then be contained in the cultural policy. So the honorable members should be advised that there's no work left for us to do other than once we complete the public consultation on the sport policy. There's no work left to be done for that, but there will be work to be done on the cultural policy this year.
Thank you.
Go ahead, honorable member.
Can the Honorable Minister say when will the sports policy be brought to the House?
Right, so there's one important step. So we would have, Parliament would have been dissolved just around, I think, June or July of last year. And now that we are moving into our new term here, once Cabinet gives its approval, we then go into a public consultation, which will be contained, or that will occur in our sports conference. From that, you will get the publication and the laying over of the sports policy right here in Parliament.
Thank you. Indicator number 4.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. So for indicator number 4, looking at the legal framework updated to facilitate development of culture, youth, and sport, would this also include copyrights or no?
Yeah, so if the honorable member, Mr. Chairman, if the honorable member would glean at our manifesto, you'll see that we have made a commitment that we will be reviewing and updating our copyright legislation. Now, I see the honorable member, not recognizing the importance of why I made reference to that. So when we insert those points in our manifesto, those are our commitments. And those commitments, we have to stick to those. Unless something that is totally not within our control, we have to pursue that. At least we here in the People's Progressive Party government, we take our manifesto promises and commitments seriously.
Thank you.
So when the honorable member would have a glean of that, she will see that that is something that we have made a commitment to, but it's not going to be something that will happen immediately so that it's rushed. Guyana is in a very unique situation. It's the industry and the relevant sectors connected to culture. It's evolving, and the industry in the world is also evolving as well. When it used to be the case, for example, the singers would make a lot of money on airtime that they get on the radio. Now that is very much reduced. On the other hand, opportunities that have come from technological advancement like Spotify, we did, as part of our internal review, there's a lot more revenue being earned from Spotify now than from broadcasting that happens on radio. And it makes sense. It makes sense simply because the market is larger.
Yes.
And technology allows you to reach into spaces that hitherto you're really constrained by your geographical spectrum space. So what we're doing is, in addition to commencing that process, which will also be which is already a part of the matrix established, that the experts would be brought in to help to formalize and finalize, or I should say finalize and formalize, the recommendations leading into the copyright legislation and updating therefrom.
Thank you.
Minister, follow up.
Yes, thank you very much. If I may, to have a follow-up on that question in terms of copyrights, if a timeline could be given in terms of when this would be expected to be completed, at least the update.
No, I'm not going to give a timeline on that. The process is all going to be contained in that document, but the process will commence. But leading into how quickly that's done, I'm unable to say that. I'll give an example too. We would have wanted to have had the updating of the heritage legislation completed last year and passed last year. Now, internally, we did about 40 meetings. And that included interagency meetings. So, for example, we did a number of meetings with the Attorney General chambers, maybe about 20 of those meetings, they would have had engagements in there. Some of those meetings would have lasted about 4 hours. 4 hours. And that was on our agenda to have been passed, but then obviously the year would have been truncated because of elections and Parliament dissolving. And when it came into operations, etc. So there was a lot of work that happened from 2024 and 2023, 2024, and then finally it's completed, so it's ready for passage now. And I've had a discussion with the Attorney General, and this is on his agenda too, for it to be tabled in Parliament. But I'm reluctant to give that timeline because there are going to be many stakeholders who are going to be involved in that process. And that process, as well, when I say stakeholders, I don't mean just government stakeholders. I also mean external persons who are involved locally and internationally. So this is not something that can be rushed.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flubes.
Thank you, Cormachio. I look at the impacts, increased international awareness of Guyanese culture and Guyanese participation in international sporting events. I note that there is a Guyana Cultural and Creative Industry Registry on the ministry page. When I go through that registry, I am not seeing or have not seen persons who have been in the arts over the years listed there. Can the Honorable Minister say why is it that we don't have updated information on current as well as past artists in that registry?
Yeah, so this is just for informational purposes because we haven't formally launched that. It is in the testing phase, so we have
No matter where in the world, we love Guyana. What are your colors? How do you represent? I love Guyana. Order yours today. We ship worldwide. Delta 9 Media.
One love, one people, the mission complete. One love, one flag, one nation, right? Under the stars, divine presence in the sky. Unity, no war, let the children thrive. Power to the people, we keep hope alive.
Expected date or projected date for launch of this site that you have, and secondly, don't you believe that it is absolutely important that we have updated copyright legislation if we're going to have such a site active?
I think the two are not connected in relation to the second question, but in relation to the first, it will happen this year.
Thank you. If I may follow up on the impacts. Increased participation of Guyanese youth in national and international developmental events. And to look at that, I would like to know, in terms of these events, are they going to be concentrated in Region 4? And if so, is it?
Are you on the youth program or the admin program?
Am I on the what?
Youth.
I'm on the impacts, the indicators, the policy development and administration. Yeah.
Go
Sorry.
ahead.
Yes. To ask if these events are going to be concentrated in this region, or is it going to be countrywide? Noted that some of the regions hardly have any any of these events to participate in. So I'd like to know.
No, the ministry does. Its program reaches across the country. So whether there's an entertainment value, that's also an opportunity for development. If it's sport, that's also an opportunity for development. If it's our training programs, it's an opportunity for development. And if the focus is on youth, and all of our focus is really, I'd say 95% of what we do is really focused on youth. So our reach is very, very wide. It's across the country. Now, there is obviously a cost in everything that government does. So how much we do in all of the other regions, we're also constrained by that too. But we're not the only one that does youth development across government.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Saiku Andrews.
Mr. Chair, I just want to go back on the copyright legislation. The Honorable Minister should know that Guyanese creatives have been clamoring for copyright legislation. And the question was asked whether or not you can give a timeline, and you list out, all of the challenges that comes with getting this thing enacted. But can the minister, at the least, let us know at the end of 2030, by the time the term of this government comes to an end, would we be able, at least, do you have any hope that we would have some semblance of a copyright legislation, even if it's not perfect?
Yeah, so first of all,
yes.
Yeah, first of all, what's important that we establish clearly, and I heard this said during the debates, is that we don't have copyright legislation, and that's not correct. And so I just want to make sure that we're clear about that point. I know you're a little bit distracted at this point, but I want you to be clear, because the country needs to be clear too. We have copyright legislation and copyright protection. That's the first thing. What's important though, because what is the protection? The protection is a civil protection. So when somebody infringes on your intellectual property, and you as an artiste, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Somebody infringes on that. You now have a cause of action that is created in the legislation to prohibit them from doing that. And then also there are several remedies that flow from the current legislation as well as an updated version of that legislation. Things like delivering up of any of the material that they may have, as well as the damages or the profits that they would have accrued as a result of taking your intellectual property. So I think most of us in the country, we agree that the protection is there, though not acted on, but that it's important. I don't think there's anybody in this country will say that the protection of intellectual property, in whatever format it takes, whether it's patents or copyright or whatever, trademarks, whatever form it takes, that it's important. And there's a lot of opportunity too that we don't take advantage of, including things like geographic indications, which is also a part of intellectual property. So, one of the worst examples that we've had, that we've suffered from, is that falls onto intellectual property, is when we lost the right to keep the name of Demerara sugar. Now, we can go into the history and discuss that, but the result is that intellectual property is extremely important in not just the copyright, but in all of those areas.
Honorable Member, Mr. Saiko Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for agency 44, program 441, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Please turn to page 536. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 441, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for agency 44, program 441, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let's turn to pages 2, 3, 6, and 7. And I propose the question that the sum stated for agency 44, program 442, culture, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Ms. Nima Flubes.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. I'd like to turn the Minister's attention to line item 6294 order. Can the Honorable Minister state what this allocated sum will be used for?
Honorable Minister.
Okay, so the line caters for the engagement of consultancies for designs for civil works, the development of exhibits for the museums, and for the engagement of services for national events. 100 million is there also for International Decade of People of African Descent. And it also caters for the development of the National Music Festival, as contained in our manifesto, and that's it.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Can the Honorable Minister state if line item 6284 caters for the masquerade day that was spoken about last year?
Honorable Minister.
The masquerade event?
Yeah.
Yes. Masquerade event.
So it's catered for under 6284 or 6294?
Well, it's not in 84, but the event is on our calendar, our proposed calendar.
So
Honorable Member, Ms. Bess.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. So, can the minister say if there is an allocated sum for that event?
No, we haven't allocated sums. We have block figures. Generally, because our ministry handles events for the entire government, the block sums is what we use to start to work our budgets in to get all of the events done. For example, you would have seen in 2025, we did 87 events across government. 87 events.
Thank you, Minister.
And that would have been engaging thousands of young people and cultural performers. That would have exceeded what our target was, what we stated our target was in 2024 going into 2025. So even though we would have these events as listed, the government program has become so expansive. Every single celebration that government has, it includes the cultural performances almost as a standard. So, and it's this ministry that does it. With the rare exception, it is this ministry that caters for all of those performances. And that's why in just last year, we had 87 performances. That means we were doing more than one every single week.
Thank you, Minister.
To follow up on that same line item, 6284, other, could you please disaggregate the sum for those events?
No, so 6284 isn't for events. I mentioned that a moment ago, right? So
just
Miss Comrade Chair.
Mr. Chair. I thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to the Minister, I know you said under 6294, provisions are there for upgrading of museums. In Linden, there is a socio-economic and industrial museum that looks out for the over 100 year of bauxite mining. I know they've been approaching the government quite some time for some support. Can the minister say if it's in this, we'll get some support this 2026 in the budget? As outlined for the museum support, and that's just the museum. The second question is to the Lyshas building for the craft, for the cultural upliftment of the community. I know they too would also engage the ministry. So under the same line item for museums and cultural recreational facility, is the Lyshas building also involved in that for some consideration this year?
Honorable Minister.
So on the first one, the answer is yes. There's been a standard sum that has been allocated every single year on the 6321, but not on the second question that you asked. Having said that, I've been in there a number of times. It is a nice facility. Obviously, it needs a little bit updating. So I think it's something that could be worked on. Now, it's not catered for because it's not our facility. We make the investments based on our capital expenditure, which is a government facility. In this situation, it doesn't fall under the ministry, so we don't cater for that. Having said that, I don't think that the government of Guyana doesn't recognize the need for constant rehabilitation of buildings and important public spaces. Whether I can commit to that, I am unable to say that I can do that at the moment because it wouldn't fall under our allocation.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flubes.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Can the Honorable Minister say what is the block sum that you have allocated for these different celebrations?
Well, it's in the line. You can see what the block sum is in the line.
That is what, 6291?
Yeah.
All right. Can the minister say if there's any provision for celebrations of the 400 year of African slavery in that block sum?
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, as the honorable member would know, and the public should know too, is that we give $10 million every year for the reparations committee, of which, so we've been doing that every year. And reparations is something that the advocacy for reparations is something that we have made a commitment to, and we continue to fund that. That is headed by Dr. Eric Phillips. And he continues to do a lot of international work in that regard. Now, through that sum of money, there is provision for local activities. So that is something that when Minister Stephen or myself, whenever we meet, we discuss their work program so that we get an opportunity to hear what they're looking to do. So I'm sure that that will be something that would be proposed, as well as something that we would like to do too.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Honorable Minister. Just for me to get some clarity in terms of where the monies are located. The $10 million that you just spoke of, is that a part of the allocation that you have for national and other events?
No.
Is it on the 26294 other?
No.
So can the Honorable Minister state which line item you can locate that sum?
I'm happy to give you the tutorial. So
No, you don't need to.
if you go to this budget book, I don't have to be good at teaching, but if you go to the budget book, you'll also go to the appendix. And in the appendix, you'll be able to find, in Appendix T, you'll be able to find what are the agencies that are going to be receiving money. So that'll help you. But having said that, just they get their money and they've never not got their money.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I know that there is an increase in the number of contracted employees under 6116. Can the Honorable Minister state if these contracted employees are for the Orange Economy group that is being formed?
No, no. This is the movement in 2025 that shows a movement of contracted employees. That's what you will see in your budget book. So no one from the committee is an employee. That is catered for under our budget. The committee makes up many ministers, many MPs, external persons who are well known or that have been co-opted for particular sessions. And just earlier tonight, I even spoke to someone who I won't mention his name now because I didn't ask him if he would be part of it, but that we would be seeking to have their involvement as well. Having said that, it would be the last person's name I would want to call, at least at this forum. Having said that, there are international persons who have also made commitments to be involved. I think at the appropriate time. I won't say it at this point until it's formally announced, but international actors and international singers, international producers have already said that they are willing to serve in that capacity to support the work that the Orange Economy Committee is seeking to advance.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 44, Program 442 Culture current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Please turn to page 536. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 442 Culture capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now Honorable Member Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Chair, under the project code 1903-100, I wish to direct the Minister's attention to volume 3 at 191. And ask in particular the Mount Gripper play field in Region 7 there. I noticed there are some lights up there. I'm not too certain they're working, but I would want to assume that they are. But I noticed that the field is inoperable. Could the minister tell us why?
This is culture. This is culture. This is culture capital.
Honorable members, Honorable Member Ms. Nima Flubes.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. 120-5700 buildings. Can the Honorable Minister disaggregate the allocated sum?
Okay, so you have 6 rollover projects, which are the consultancy for the construction of the new museum, consultancy for the construction of the art gallery. You have the construction of the digital recording studio in Region 2, the construction of the digital recording studio in Region 3, the construction of the digital recording studio in Region 10, and then you have the upgrading and restoration of Fort Zeelandia. Now, you also have sums allocated for the actual construction now for the National Museum, as well as the art gallery, and you have the rehabilitation of the National Cultural Center.
Thank you.
Sorry, one's missing. Also the National Trust building upgrade.
I'll repeat my question.
Go ahead.
Can the Honorable Minister disaggregate the sum? So we're looking for figure. How much will cover the studios? How much will cover consultancy and so forth?
So I'll disaggregate the sums in relation to the rollover projects, but I won't disaggregate the sums in relation to the new projects, because they're not, you're not going to know your figure until you go to tender. So for example, with your museum and art gallery, that's a multi-year project. And because it's multi-year project, and you're going to have a sum of money that's going to be fairly large over maybe 3, even 4 years for the construction of this. So I'm not going to disaggregate those sums, but I will tell you what are the sums to be paid under the rollovers. So under the first, which is the consultancy for the construction of the new museum, you have 10,824,000. Same thing for the construction of the new art gallery. You have the 8,843,000 for the digital recording studio in Region 2. You have 27,299,000 for the digital recording studio in Region 3. Then you have 3,268,000 for the digital recording studio in Region 10. Then you have 1,415,000 for the upgrading and restoration of Fort Zealandia.
Thank you,
Go ahead, Honorable
Minister.
Member.
I just find it strange that if you work in a budget and you're having an ongoing project, I'm quite sure you know or you're aware how much money you will spend on this particular project at this time of the year, in this budget, on this project. So I don't know.
Slick.
I find it to be very strange that you can't say how much money will be spent for these.
Thank you,
new projects
Honorable
have.
Member. Honorable Minister, do you find it strange? He looks.
I would suggest we move on.
Thank you very
Honorable
much.
Member, Mr. Sharma Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just on the digital recording studio in Region 10, you said $3 million in the rollover for the project, but can you say what will be the new deadline? And if we are still using the same contractor, and if so not, what is the name of the new contract?
No, the project was never terminated. So the contract is in place.
What is the new
Current
deadline?
status is, current status is about 80%. And it's at the Bay Rock facility. I'm sure you've passed there and
Yeah,
seen.
but I'm asking the deadline. I mean,
So-
80, but do you have a deadline?
Yeah, so the expected date of, well, it says here April. Yeah. The expected date is April. Let's say by the end of April is when it should be completed.
Thank you,
Now, having said that, though, this is for the building.
So that's what I wanted to ask, Minister. The building.
I'm cutting you off because the minister was speaking and you're now engaging with him.
Sorry.
Yeah. Minister, you finish your response?
No. So, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The contract is for the building. And just so that we're clear, we are working with an overseas consultant in relation to the design for the exterior and the building. But obviously what's important now is moving into operationalization. We have completed the one in Region 6. We're doing well, the contractor has to do the contractors adding in things like the security and grill, some vents, etc., that are important for, and then the soundproofing. But the equipment is already purchased, it's already in there, and for every studio, it is going to function that way.
Thank you very much. Just a quick follow-up. So that is for the building, and you've given a deadline, but do you have a deadline for the total completion, which includes the procurement of the resources that you already have and its installation?
Yeah, so the reason why we started with one first, and knowing that what we need to do to make it operationalized and then move into the others, was because we wanted to make sure that we have a working model. So now that we are fairly confident about what are the additional bits of equipment or other pieces of inclusions into the project that are important, it wouldn't take that long. So our expectation is that maybe even by the end of the year, the one in Linden could be ready. There is the one in Region 3 is a little bit further behind. So I wouldn't say the same thing about the one in Region 3. Region 2, Minister Stephen was there just yesterday. And Tuesday. And our assessment is that it's about 60%. It's about 60%. So, you know, I hesitate now in relation to how quickly we are willing to give those timelines, because contractors have failed us miserably on a number of occasions, specifically on completion dates. And, you know, you're going to come back at some point and say the minister said that it's supposed to be open and it didn't. And then, you know, it's similar to what happened with the track in Bayrock. So I only hesitate. So that's the only precautionary kind of commitment that I'm making.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Gracious Chair. On
Thank
the
you.
culture, Mr. Speaker. National Trust and the National Archives, they've been without a board for a number of years. Do we see that being remedied?
Yeah, National Trust, as soon as the legislation is passed, then the board will have new constituent members, and those constituent members are designed based on what they are intended, the functions that they're intended to perform, based on the new powers that would be contained in that act. So immediately after the passage of the bill, and when it becomes law, you will have a new board for the National Trust, or whatever new nomenclature that is attached to it. The National Archives, on the other hand, we haven't installed a board. The National Archives is functioning and functioning well. We are currently doing the digitization of all of its records. In fact, that is one of the big projects being undertaken by the ministry for the National Archives. In fact, 95% of all of the newspapers predating 1964 has already been scanned and uploaded, which is a big, big achievement. We're very, very pleased about that. We've already also commenced the scanning of all the logbooks and immigration information dating back since the 17 and 1800s. So that is a big undertaking, though, because it's over 200,000 entries and scanning that has to be done. So when that's done, that's going to be accessible online and available to Guyanese, so they will be able to check, you know, some of what their heritage is connected to.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that is sum stated for program 442. Culture capital expense stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, pages 238 and 39. And I propose the question that the sum stated for program 442 443 youth. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. We have just 3 minutes remaining, and that includes the 9 minutes saved from education. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipot.
Sir, on the youth maintenance of infrastructure, sir, there is existing youth center at Denham still. That has been there for over 6 years, I would say, that nothing is happening. Is there any intention from this allocated sum to maintain that structure and bring it into operation?
So,
Honorable Minister.
There is. So government has different plans for that facility. We do light maintenance anyway on the facility, but because it's not operational, it doesn't form part of a big expenditure for us. There are a number of facilities around the country that are being used and being occupied on a daily basis with scores of young people on a daily basis, or can even extend into hundreds depending on where it is. And because of that, that's where the large proportion of our maintenance infrastructure, where it is expended.
Thank you, Minister. We can take one question more. Honorable Member, Mr. Sharma.
This is, but you're going to conclude this session because I wanted to get to sports, Mr. Chair. So,
well, we're now
so that's
down
why
to 40 seconds.
You can put, and we can get 1 minute. You can get 1 minute once you put this, and we can still ask one question in 1 minute.
Honorable Chief Whip, you have a different time calculation than I have. Okay, so we started at 9:19, sorry, 9:46, and we're supposed to spend 1 hour. So yes, you're accurate. Thank you. We still have time. So we'll now put the question that the sum stated for program 443. We still have some time. Current youth? No?
Yes.
Honorable Member, Ms. Odessa Primus.
Thank you very much. During the pandemic, the trade and vocational schools in Berbice and Kurukuru were closed and have not been reopened as yet. And so the question is, I have seen allocations for both schools, so I would like to know if those schools, you intend to open them in the near future and when?
Yeah, so actually both facilities are ready for opening. We had to do major work there to get it up to scratch in relation to the certificate level. So what you may know is that to get your CTVET level 1 certificate and to be accredited, you have to increase the standards, which includes your facilities. And those locations were far behind the code, so we had to make major investments. However, we have a major challenge in relation to Berbice, because all of the people who would be engaged in the training, like the instructors, they are now far better paid in the market. So we've been seeking to get people employed as the instructors, even with fairly decent salaries, to match what they get and even more. And it's been a major challenge in relation to getting the instructors, the vacancies filled. As you know, we've focused on the vocational areas, specifically on carpentry, welding, masonry, plumbing, and electrical insulation. And because there's say that again.
No, don't.
Honorable Minister, please. We'll just use up value.
Yes. So because there's so much construction work going on in those areas, and because there isn't a lot of density, especially where the schools are located, the pool of persons who would be willing to work there, we're just not getting enough. So we're going to push harder to get them filled, and once we do, we want to get it open because that'll help to get our numbers up.
Understood. Just one follow-up question on that though. Kuru, for example, primarily.
I must please talk to me.
Sorry. I'm sorry, sir. I like talking to you.
I love it too.
So, Mr. Chair, excuse me, Ganesh, let me have my moment.
Exactly.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Sorry about that. The next question that I wanted to ask the Honorable Minister is Kuru, for example, primarily houses students from the hinterland communities. And since this has been, roughly 6 years since the school has been closed, I want to know if there has been an alternative set of activities, whether it is through any other programs that you would have had in the meantime to accommodate those
No, the
students.
facility. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The facility is constantly being used. It's not that it's dormant. Having said that, what government has done differently is we've taken the training to the hinterland, and across all of the ministries, they are taking all of the training opportunities into those locations there. Now, this is something that we would like to see operationalized, and I'm confident that it will happen.
Thank you, Minister.
But the point that I was making, sorry, Comrade Chairman, the point that I was making is that it's not robbing the opportunities for training in the hinterland.
Thank you, Minister. I know that the Honorable Member, Mr. Sharma Solomon, wanted to move on to sport. We have 9 minutes saved on education. If I can put youth, then he may have an opportunity. If not, we can continue on with youth. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for program 443, youth, current, and capital, stand part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sums stated now stand part of the estimates. Honorable member, turn to page 240 and 241. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 444 sports, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The honorable member, Mr. Sharma Solomon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just on the maintenance of grounds, I know that the ministry would have proceeded to have the opening of the Bayrock National Stadium, and I'd like to know how is it that we are providing for the maintenance of that. It was once a regional facility, and also the Mackenzie Sports Club, in terms of that's going to be capital or it's going to be right under this, because if you can, to provide an update on that also.
Right. So for the first question, which is the operation, not just maintenance, but the operation of the Bayrock National Stadium, there is already approved an entire organogram of employment, personnel, etc., who will be there full time. So in the next 2 weeks or so, expect to see a lot movement in relation to that, just as there is at the Guyana National Stadium, Providence. So you'll have a full employment operation there that is there to maintain and run the Bayrock Stadium, Bayrock National Stadium. In relation to the Mackenzie Stadium, that will also be a national stadium. We expect the facility to be ready just around maybe April or so. We only have one major project that's outstanding, that's moving. So by about April, weather dependent, we should be in a fairly decent stage to be ready to open. Having said that, there are 4 other stadiums for us to open, and then that includes a couple of other indoor facilities. More importantly, too, and just make the announcement as well, that next month, in the month of March, Anna Regina, get ready. We're about to open the National Stadium for Anna Regina too. And it's a fantastic facility that's being developed there. And I think for the people of Anna Regina, they're going to be really excited. So we are going to be opening all 5 stadiums this year. We've already done 1. We have 4 more to go. And there's a likelihood of opening at least 2 more indoor facilities this year.
I thank you very much, Comrade, Mr. Minister. Mr. Chair, for the management of the Bayrock facility, we know that it was regional. And the ministry taking the responsibility for its management is quite understood. But was regional, but we are speaking of the Mackenzie Sports Club ground. Can the minister say within that management structure what becomes of the membership management committee and the justification of the government taking this management structure from that membership management committee, unlike what the regional structure of Bayrock was?
Minister.
So first of all, let's be clear that the Mackenzie facility is owned entirely by the government of Guyana. We want to make that very, very clear. And I think we've had this discussion already. I think you would have had an opportunity to verify my public assertions in this regard. That's not going to change. The management structure that exists for government facilities, that will also maintain. What's important is that, number one, government has made huge investment there. Huge investment for the people of Linden. Number two, the facility that we have built, it's a fantastic and beautiful facility that we should all be proud of. Number three, what is our priority? Is our priority that it being a membership club, or is the priority that we want the sportsmen and women to use the facility to develop their talent and for the operation of events there for the community? That's government priority. That's government priority. So that's our commitment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that response, Mr. Minister, but it was always there for people to use for sports. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member, Mr. Dessa Primus.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Chair, as it relates to the coaches, looking at Appendix D, Education Subvention Training, with $100+ million. I'd like to know if there is any provisions made for coaches, whether it's under that line item or elsewhere.
Honorable Minister.
Right. So first of all, there are already a number of coaches who are being paid by the National Sports Commission already. In fact, every core sport has its own coach and supporting staff for the National Academy, the Sports Academy that we started in 2022. Every single one of them is already being paid and or employed by the National Sports Commission. Second, we give support to a number of coaches that in many different disciplines across the country. They have to be certified, obviously. It's not just simply you turning up into doing some volunteering coaching. We want to know that you have done enough training, which can be basic level, but level 1, that you're certified to do so. And for those, and we support them already. Number 3, as part of the part-time program that exists in other areas of government, there are a number of coaches that are already part of that part-time program, what is known as the pathway workers. There are a number of coaches who are already forming part of that employment structure. So, yeah, I heard what you had to say during the presentation. I agree with you. A lot of them are already being supported. It is a function of making sure too that it's the right level of coaching, because there are lots of people who can come just because they've played the sport. It doesn't mean that they have gone through the necessary training to be certified, and that's important. It's important when you're going to go and train people that you may be successful in the sport, but what you're passing on is not the right fundamentals or what is the approved mechanism of training. So, and that also requires updating as well. So they're already being catered for. There's additional money for us to support things like that. But from the National Sports Commission side, it's not something that we take lightly.
As we started this agency, let us end it. The final word coming from the Honorable Member, Nima Flubes.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Line item 6321, subsidy and contribution to local organization. Can the Honorable Minister disaggregate the sums for the National Sports Commission, how this money will be spent?
Right. So, yeah, but
Honorable Minister, you may
so
have to lay that out.
all of the money there goes to the National Sports Commission. And if you go to your T table, you will see a breakdown of how the money is disaggregated. So I don't need to go through that.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the sums stated for program 444, sport, current, and capital stand part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sums stated now stand part of the estimates. Honorable Minister and your team, thank you very much for taking us through your agency. Honorable members, there are no savings, so we start tomorrow with the schedule as is. Thank you very much to the staff, all our support people, and to you, good Honorable folks, have a good night.
A natural way to stay ready, baby. 'Cause I'm ready for you, Mr. C. The ultimate male supplement, men's total wellness formula, packed with essential nutrients for men's health. She'll call you Mr. C.